On behalf of FICCI and SGCCI, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to FICCI Empower MSME Summit 2026 from Challenges to Opportunities, the MSME Roadmap Ahead West Chapter. This is a joint initiative by FICCI HR Committee and FICCI Confederation of CMSME. As part of larger initiative, this event will be held across Tier 2 cities in every region, starting with the West Chapter in Surat. To formally begin the proceedings, I would like to introduce our distinguished dignitaries. We have with us Mr. Nikhil Madrasi, who is the President SGCCI, Mr. Dhruv Luthra, Managing Director, Luthra Group, Mr. Mrityunjay Kumar, Director and Head FQF and CMSME, FICCI. We also have with us Ms. Raj Kamal Vempati, who is the Chair FICCI National HR Committee and Group Executive and Head Human Resources Axis Bank. She couldn't join us in person due to some exigency. However, she has kindly joined us virtually on Zoom call. Along with them, we have Ashok Jeerawala, Vice President SGCCI, Bijal Jariwala, Honorary Secretary SGCCI, and CA Nitish S. Modi, Honorable Treasurer SGCCI. I invite Mr. Nikhil Madrasi to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
At this juncture, I am opening the spillways of my heart while a spontaneous stream of welcome flows. आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है। आज FICCI Empower MSME 2026 from challenges to opportunities, the MSME roadmap ahead. ये एक अच्छा विषय हम लोगों ने पसंद किया है, FICCI ने पसंद किया है, और इस पर हम पूरा जो सत्र है इस पर नॉलेज शेयरिंग का काम करेंगे। The Southern Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry, established in 1940, with 16 members in 2025, we are 14,000 members along with 150 associations supporting us, and from Bharuch to Umbergaon, we are 2 lakh trade and industry representatives in SGCCI. This is the 86 years is going on, and I am the 79th president of SGCCI. Our main focus of SGCCI, पहला काम हम करते हैं वो है गवर्नमेंट रिप्रेजेंटेशन, which along with FICCI, along with ASSOCHAM, CII, Gujarat Chamber, IMC and everyone. Every day 1 or 2 representations from our side, and that is the base of the whole organization. हम लोग 300 से 500 कार्यक्रम एक साल में करते हैं नॉलेज शेयरिंग के, ताकि हमारा दक्षिण गुजरात का कोई भी उद्योगपति कोई भी प्रकार का ज्ञान से वंचित न रह जाए। हम 15 एग्जीबिशंस करते हैं हर साल। सर यहाँ पर डायस पे जितने बैठे हैं, यहाँ पर जितने बैठे हैं, खाली ये डोर ओपन करके देख लीजिए। एक वर्ल्ड का सबसे क्लासिक एग्जीबिशन यहाँ 8500 स्क्वायर मीटर में चल रहा है। ये आज जो हो रहा है वो सिक्किम में, मतलब सूरत इंटरनेशनल टेक्सटाइल मशीनरी एक्सपो। आपको दुनिया की सबसे बेहतरीन मशीनरी यहाँ पर देखने मिलेगी, और एक ऐसी मशीनरी देखने मिलेगी जो आपको सिर्फ चाइना में देखने मिलती है। तो ऐसे तो 15 एग्जीबिशन। मार्च महीने में हम लोग ऑटो एक्सपो करने जा रहे हैं, जो वेस्टर्न इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा ऑटो एक्सपो है। कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में हम काम करते हैं, और सबसे ज़्यादा हम लोग काम करते हैं इंटरनेशनलिज्म में। प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी का जो $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी का स्वप्न है उसको साकार करने में हम लगे हुए हैं। 86 कंट्रीज से हम जुड़े हुए हैं, और क्लासिक एग्जांपल ये है कि जिम्बाब्वे के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट 2 महीने पहले चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स के इन्विटेशन से अपनी पूरी टीम को लेकर यहाँ आए थे, और इस महीने की 23, 24, 25, 26 जनवरी को बोत्सवाना के राष्ट्रपति खुद अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ सूरत आ रहे हैं। ये सब कहने का मतलब सिर्फ यही है कि सूरत में और साउथ गुजरात में पोटेंशियलिटी है, और FICCI ने ये जो अलग अलग जोन में ये कार्यक्रम करने का जो निर्णय किया है अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी घटना है। आप सभी मेहमान जो सूरत के बाहर से आए, उनका फिर से एक बार हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ। सूरत एक ऐसा शहर जो 1994 में द डर्टीएस्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इन 2025 इन सुपर स्वच्छ लीग नंबर 1 कंट्री, नंबर 1 सिटी ऑफ द होल इंडिया। सर, सूरत में टेक्सटाइल उद्योग है जो 15 लाख लोगों को रोजगारी देता है। सूरत में डायमंड उद्योग है, वो 15 लाख लोगों को रोजगारी देता है। 10 में से 9 डायमंड पूरे वर्ल्ड के सिर्फ सूरत में यहाँ पर पॉलिश्ड होते हैं, यानी कि डायमंड का कैपिटल भी हम सूरत कहते हैं। हाईएस्ट फ्लाईओवर ब्रिजेस इन गुजरात, so far percentage is concerned, 24 hours electricity, 24 hours absolutely underground drainage with a classic road। करीबन 3 साल में हमने भारत के सर्वोच्च 8 अवार्ड जीते हैं। ऐसा हमारा सूरत शहर में आप सभी का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता और धन्यता की लागणी मैं अनुभव करता हूँ। विषय के बारे में इसलिए नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि अगर विषय के बारे में मैं बताऊंगा तो हमारे स्पीकर्स क्या बताएंगे, तो ये बात को मैं नहीं छेड़ते हुए अपनी बात की समाप्ति करता हूँ। मंचस्थ सभी महानुभावों और आप सबका फिर से एक बार हार्दिक स्वागत। धन्यवाद।
Mr. Prashant T.S., who is the President Mid Corporate and Medium Enterprise Group, Axis Bank, could deliver the inaugural address.
Namaskar, good morning. Welcome you all to the event today. As Axis Bank, we have partnered with FICCI on doing these events across the country. The intent of these events is to try and educate entrepreneurs about whatever is happening in the MSME space and how we as Axis Bank are participating in the space and trying to do whatever best we can in terms of be it financing solutions or transaction banking solutions that we offer to MSMEs. And we also do a series called Evolve. I would request everyone to have a look at it online in terms of what MSMEs do. And this is one space that continues to grow exponentially and contributes significantly to Indian economy. And as a bank and FICCI, we'd like to partner and ensure we grow this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. We would now request Mr. Dhruv Luthra, Managing Director, Luthra Group, to deliver the opening remarks.
Morning. There's a quite pattern you see again and again in Gujarat. When a system doesn't work, people here don't complain about it for a very long time. Complain nahi karna. They work around it. They redesign it, and sometimes without even realizing, they create an entirely new model. That's how industries grow here. That's how Surat became what it is. The city didn't wait for someone to explain global supply chains before it mastered them. From diamonds to textiles, Surat figured out how to move faster than the world around it, often with small firms taking the risk before the large ones were comfortable with it. If you want to understand India's MSME story, Gujarat is not just a formidable source of information, it's a preview of what the Indian MSME story looks like. That's why the summit matters today. So welcome to the FICCI Empower MSME 2026 West Chapter, and thank you for being here in Surat. The FICCI first ever Empower MSME Summit, and starting it with the West of India, is deliberate. This region has shown again and again that scale and entrepreneurship don't cancel each other out. They reinforce each other. Let's step back for a moment. India's economy doesn't really run on policies and projections. It runs on judgment calls. Judgment calls of people like all of the people in this room. A business owner deciding whether to hire one more person, whether to borrow, whether to upgrade a machine, adopt a new technology, or wait for one more year. These decisions are being made every day in Surat, Rajkot, Ahmedabad, Morbi, Vapi. Quietly, often without safety nets. And they matter more than most of us what we debate publicly. Here's the scale just for your reference. India has 6.4 crore registered MSMEs. They employ nearly 26.7 crore people. They contribute around 30% of the GDP and 45% of exports. So what do we call all of us? If MSME pauses, India pauses. And yet, MSMEs operate inside a contradiction. And what's the contradiction, you may ask? They are praised as the backbone of this economy, but struggle for timely credit. They're expected to innovate, but weighed down by complex compliances. They're urged to move fast, but operate inside slow systems. If you speak honestly to MSME entrepreneurs in Gujarat, this comes through very clearly. The ambition is there and the capability is also there. Now, if I was just to, on a side note, take you off to thinking about that when I visit businesses in Gujarat, nobody ever has asked me, can this be done? They always say, how fast can we get this done? You see the difference between the thing? They are already ready to make the push forward. And that mindset doesn't show up in policy documents, but it explains a lot of Gujarat's success. Now here's the twist. Despite these constraints, MSMEs haven't slowed down. They have accelerated. MSME exports have grown more than threefold in recent years. The number of exporting MSMEs has tripled between 2020 and 2025. That didn't happen because conditions were perfect. It happened because entrepreneurs adapted faster than systems around them. That gap between entrepreneur, speed, and institutional response is where both frustration and opportunity lives. That's why, and that is what Empower MSME is designed to address. The theme today is from challenges to opportunities, the MSME roadmap. It's not a slogan. It's a working agenda for all of us put together. Today, we all talk about finance that understands cash flow, not just collateral, about AI and digital tools that improve productivity on the shop floor, not just in presentations, and about compliances that can be navigated without a law degree. And we'll all talk about people because MSMEs don't scale on policy alone. We are what our teams are. So let's talk people. This is not a one-day conversation, my friends. Empower MSME is a national initiative moving across tier 2 cities in every region of India. Because real economic intelligence doesn't live only in the capitals. It lives where businesses are built, tested, and refined every single day. So here's my request to everyone in this room. A request, not an instruction, a request. Be direct, be specific, and share what's actually happening in your businesses. If we all listen closely to MSMEs, we can design systems that help them grow without slowing them down. Now, to close my line, I'll use a Gujarati line to capture everybody's attention in the room and set the tone for the day. Jyan udyog che, tyan ujas che. Where enterprise exists, progress follows. If MSMEs get the next phase right, they won't just support India's growth, they will define it. Thank you, and I wish you all an energetic and impactful summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luthra. Now I would like to invite Mr. Mrityunjay Kumar to give vote of thanks.
Dignitaries of the dais and the audience, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me thank SGCCI for coming forward and hosting this program. That is a unique aspect that at FICCI we actually thought of, that we have a FICCI HR committee which is focusing more on the HR issues, for the HR fraternity and people related issues. and CMSME also faces a lot of challenges in terms of the human resources, talent issues, skilling issues, and that is where we realize that probably these two committees of FICCI needs to come together to do something specific for MSMEs, and that is how we conceptualize this program. And I must use this opportunity to thank our chair for the FICCI HR committee, Ms. Rajkamal Venkapati. She could not deliver because of the technical glitch, and thank Prashant for pitching in. Also, Mr. Luthra, Girish Luthra, who is the president of our FICCI CMSME committee, and thanks Dhruv for pitching in for him. He is also traveling, unfortunately. But I think that we have a set of speakers lined up today, very good set of speakers who are lined up today, and we are not going to miss much of them because all of them are stalwarts in themselves, and they will share the perspective and issues or insights which are important for MSMEs. Let me also thank, use this opportunity to thank all the persons who are present here as speakers, as audience, as participants. I hope that we are going to have a very insightful day, and we at FICCI are really committed for the cause of MSME. We have been working closely with government, and government, as you know, is also concentrating more in terms of pushing MSME to come to the forte, make them more competitive, make them part of the global value chain. And from that perspective, there are a lot of actions that is being taken from the government side in terms of the policy level changes that requires to be done to provide great access, to provide the technology, to provide. Recently, we did that cluster level workshop also. I think we did one program here in South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce also with them, and all those programs actually led to identifying the core issues that MSMEs are facing in terms of from the policy side, and how with the policy intervention at the central level and state level, we are going to deliver and address some of those concerns. And hopefully, with this kind of program, which is touching the other aspect in terms of people issues, we will have our feedback and learnings through this session today, and we will continue to work in this direction to address those concerns in times to come. And hopefully, this is not the first program. This is not the first time that we are doing program with the SGCCI. We will come back and do many more in future, considering your need and expectations. So with that, I also like to thank all my partners all the partners who have supported this. Without their support, probably this program would not have been possible. And all the team members of FICCI and SGCCI to organize this. I hope that as the day progresses, we will have all the seats which are looking vacant now probably will be filled up, because we have more than 200 registrations. So I'm hoping that it will catch up soon. So with that, we'll conclude this inaugural session and look forward, and all the best for the remaining part. Thank you.
Okay. We now move on to one of the most inspiring segment of the day, a startup success story, where resilience, innovation and entrepreneurial vision come together. It is my privilege to invite our marquee speaker, a leader who represents the spirit of Indian manufacturing and sustainability. Please welcome Mr. Chirag Nakrani, founder and managing director, Raison Solar. Joining him in conversation is Mr. Prashant T.S., President, Mid Corporate and Medium Enterprise Group, Axis Bank, to join our stage. Okay, so we'll move on with this session. May I invite Mr. Chirag Nakrani and Prashant to join us on the stage? With that, I request Mr. Prashant to kindly take this fireside chat forward.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chirag. This is a fireside chat. So Chirag, we just want to talk about Raison as a business and how it started. कैसे शुरुआत हुई और Raison की स्टोरी सुनना चाहते हैं. Started small, and today it's probably one of the largest solar manufacturing companies in the country today. So शुरुआत कैसे हुई? You know, father was in real estate business and you know you wanted to, आप उसी business में जाना चाहते थे कि raise on कैसे हुआ?
गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। रिजॉन की स्टोरी अगर मैं बताऊं तो जब मैंने अपना कॉलेज ड्रॉप आउट करा, सो उस समय मैं अपने फादर के बिजनेस में था, रियल एस्टेट में, जैसे आपने बताया। बट एक चीज उस बिजनेस में रहते मुझे बड़ी क्लियरली समझ आ गई थी कि यार ये पापा ने जो बिजनेस सेट करा है वो ऑटो मोड पे है, और आई गेस मेरा इसमें इतना ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन है नहीं, या अगर मैं देना चाहूँ तो दे नहीं पाऊंगा, बिकॉज ही इज डूइंग दैट बिजनेस सिंस वेरी लॉन्ग। तो मुझे और हार्दिक को कुछ ऐसा करना था कि जिसमें हमारे एफर्ट्स, हमारी हार्डवर्क और हमारा स्ट्रगल, तो हम लोगों ने डिस्कशन करा कि भाई क्या ऐसा कर सकते हैं जो फ्यूचरिस्टिक भी हो और स्केलेबल भी हो। तो हमने कुछ चीजें एक्सप्लोर करी एंड वी फाइंड कि भाई सोलार एक ऐसी चीज है जो फ्यूचरिस्टिक भी है, स्केलेबल भी है, और सोशल कॉज जो है उसको भी वो सपोर्ट करता है। सो उस समय हमने अपने आसपास देखा तो एक चीज समझ में आई कि यार एनर्जी की जरूरत जो है वो हर जगह है। घर में एनर्जी की हमें इतनी जरूरत लगती है, फैक्ट्रीज में इतनी जरूरत लगती है, फार्म्स जो होते हैं उसमें उतनी जरूरत लगती है। बट द पॉइंट इज ये उसी एनर्जी में बहुत ज्यादा अनसर्टेनिटी थी, क्योंकि उस समय की अगर बात करें 2016-17 की, तो पैनल्स मेजरली इंपोर्ट होते थे और डिपेंडेंसी किसी और के ऊपर थी, क्वालिटी का कंट्रोल भी किसी और के ऊपर था। तो वी थॉट कि भाई यार एनर्जी अगर अपने इंडिया की है तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडिया का क्यों नहीं। सो उसी थॉट के साथ रिजॉन सोलर की शुरुआत हुई थी।
जी, अच्छी बात है। हम अभी आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात कर रहे हैं, बट यू स्टार्टेड ऑफ इन 2016-17, बट हाउ डिड यू एंड हार्दिक स्टार्टेड ऑफ? दोस्त थे, कॉलेज में पढ़ते थे, या चाइल्डहुड फ्रेंड्स, और दोनों साथ रिजॉन चालू करने की?
सो हम दोनों कॉलेज में साथ में थे।
ओके।
एंड कॉलेज की दोस्ती जैसे मतलब वो मजाक मस्ती में होती है, बट एट अ वन पॉइंट वी फेल्ट कि हाँ एक दूसरे में वो मैच्योरिटी है कि वी कैन डू समथिंग टुगेदर। तो मैं और हार्दिक, मतलब जब मैंने अपना कॉलेज ड्रॉप आउट करा, हार्दिक ने अपना कॉलेज खत्म करा, so at that time we discuss many business ideas, business strategies at that time, और हमें ये लगा कि हम एक दूसरे के साथ लॉन्ग टर्म आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। और हम दोनों के आई गेस बेसिक प्रिंसिपल्स में कुछ सिमिलरिटीज थी, जिसकी वजह से मुझे और हार्दिक को बहुत स्ट्रांगली ये लगता था कि हाँ हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो ट्रस्ट, देन आफ्टर आई गेस ओनरशिप, और उसके साथ अगर मैं आपको बताऊं तो एक वो चीज थी कनेक्ट की भाई, जिससे हमें लगा कि कंफर्ट कि यार ट्रस्ट तो देखिए हर एक पार्टनरशिप में जरूरी होता है। लाइक कोई भी रिलेशन में ट्रस्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, चाहे वो पर्सनल रिलेशन हो या प्रोफेशनल रिलेशन हो। बट अगर ओनरशिप की बात करूं तो मैं और हार्दिक मतलब कभी भी किसी भी सिचुएशन से भागते नहीं। हम दोनों एक दूसरे को, मतलब कोई भी कैसी भी किसकी भी सिचुएशन हो, बट एक दूसरे के साथ खड़े रहते हैं। एंड द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग इज कि हम दो में से कोई भी कभी शॉर्टकट पे बिलीव नहीं करते, ना शॉर्टकट की हम बात करते हैं। तो आई गेस उसकी वजह से वी फेल्ट कि भाई हम पार्टनर बन सकते हैं, वी कैन क्रिएट अ लॉन्ग टर्म पार्टनरशिप।
तो रेजॉन में कैसा है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज आर स्प्लिट, जैसे आप क्या देखते हैं, हार्दिक क्या देखता है?
रेजॉन की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो है वो डे वन से बहुत ही क्लियर है मेरे और हार्दिक के बीच में, कि जहाँ पर मैं कभी उसके काम में अपने टांग नहीं अड़ाता, एंड ही इज डूइंग द सेम वे, कि जहाँ पर टेक्नोलॉजी और ऑपरेशंस वो पूरा हार्दिक देखते हैं, सेल्स मार्केटिंग एंड मार्केट एक्सपेंशन, वो मैं देखता हूँ, और फाइनेंस जो है वो दोनों थोड़ा थोड़ा देख लेते हैं, बिकॉज वी आर बेसिकली नॉट फ्रॉम द फाइनेंस फील्ड, तो वैसे हमने काम को अलग करके रखा है.
Anybody from Gujarat is from a finance field, that's for me. So you know. But what are the biggest challenges क्या थे starting years में? You know, आज तो scale बहुत बड़ा हो गया है, but starting days की struggle क्या थी, challenges क्या थे?
I guess
मैं इसीलिए पूछ रहा हूँ, MSMEs generally go through the struggle during the initial years.
I guess हर एक business में लोगों को starting का जो सबसे बड़ा challenge रहता है, most of the industries, I don't think so, मतलब this is particular for reason, that is I guess credibility, मतलब जो मार्केट में एक आपका ट्रस्ट हो, that is the biggest challenge. कि जब हमने भी नया नया शुरू करा, तो उस समय पे हम जब लोगों को मिलते थे तो लोग वही बोलते थे कि यार हम तुम्हारे पास से पैनल क्यों ले, जब हमें ये ब्रांड तुमसे 50 पैसा महंगा मिल रहा है, like 2.5%, then why should we buy from you? तुम क्वालिटी मटेरियल कैसे दे पाओगे? क्योंकि उस समय पे कोई ब्रांड नहीं था, सिर्फ एक दिमाग में कमिटमेंट था कि यार कुछ बड़ा करना है, तो उसी समय हमने ठान लिया कि चाहे ये साला कुछ भी हो, बट हमारे लिए प्रॉफिट जो है वो बाद में आएगा, प्रोसेस हमारे लिए पहले होगा, और कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन वो सबसे पहले होगा, और आज यही चीज रेज़ॉन सोलार की यूएसपी बन गई.
बढ़िया. So that's the non-negotiable thing, process and customer service.
Yes.
Great.
Customer satisfaction.
Good. And any setback during the initial years which you kind of turned into an opportunity? आज के दिन पे 7-8 players हैं जो इंडिया में जो ये स्केल में ऑपरेट करते हैं, थोड़ा तो setback हुआ होगा during the initial years which you turned into an opportunity.
Initial years तो नहीं, but मैं अभी last year की आपसे बात करूँगा कि लास्ट ईयर हमारे यहाँ फैक्ट्री पे फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ था.
ओके.
सो उस समय पे अगर मैं बात करूँ तो मतलब जो चीज़ इतनी मेहनत इतनी शिद्दत से हमने बनाई है, वही हमारी आंखों के सामने जल रही थी. तो मतलब चल तो हम रहे थे एक्चुअल में, तो फैक्ट्री में फायर इंसिडेंट होने के बाद मतलब हमारे जो कॉम्पिटिटर्स हैं उन्होंने बात करना शुरू करा कि यार रेज़ॉन तो 6-8 महीने तक अभी आपको डिलीवरी दे नहीं पाएगा, तो उसको आप ऑर्डर मत दीजिए और सारे ऑर्डर्स आप हमारे यहाँ शिफ्ट कर लीजिए. तो मैंने और हार्दिक ने हमारी टीम के साथ मीटिंग करी और हमने कहा कि कुछ भी हो साला मतलब ये ठीक करना है एनी. 2 से 3 दिन में हमारी टीम ने अपने एफर्ट्स डाल के वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो है वो वापस से शुरू कर दिया. एंड द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग इज कि उस महीने में टीम ने अपने ही पुराने प्रोडक्शन जो रिकॉर्ड को आई गेस 4 बार डिफीट करा. और अपॉर्चुनिटी इसलिए कि जहां पर मान लीजिए कि वैसे फायर इंसिडेंट के बाद जनरली टीम ये सोचते हैं कि यार हमारी सैलरी समय पे आएगी या नहीं आएगी, हमें कुछ और भी देखने की जरूरत है, कंपनी को इतना बड़ा नुकसान हुआ तो वो आगे हमें सस्टेन कर पाएगी या नहीं कर पाएगी. बट हमारी टीम ने इतनी शिद्दत से सारी चीजों का सपोर्ट करा कि आई गेस मतलब दैट इज द बिगेस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर अस कि मतलब ऐसे मौके में भी मतलब ऐसी सिचुएशन में भी मतलब उन्होंने इतने दिल से काम करके सारी चीजों को वापस से रिवाइव कर दिया.
वंडरफुल, वंडरफुल. आई थिंक इट्स अ बिग लर्निंग कि सेटबैक में भी अपॉर्चुनिटी दिखती है. Probably that's what pushed the team to do more and deliver. One thing we talk about is Atmanirbhar Bharat, Viksit Bharat. And how do you think Raison is contributing to the nation building?
इंडिया को नेशन बिल्डिंग में अगर मैं आपको बात करूं तो लाइक हम सोलर पैनल्स तो बनाते ही हैं, बट साथ में हम इंडिया को लाइक एनर्जी इंडिपेंडेंट बनाने में भी मतलब कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं. और जब हम लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं तो आई गेस हम सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट नहीं बनाते हैं, उसके साथ साथ हम जॉब क्रिएट करते हैं, लोकल सप्लाई चेन क्रिएट करते हैं, बिकॉज वी ऑलवेज बिलीव मेक इन इंडिया। तो जो सप्लाई चेन है लोकल, उसको हम क्रिएट करते हैं, एंड उस सारी चीज़ों से जो इकोनॉमी अपनी है वो स्ट्रांग होती है, इकोनॉमी बूस्ट होती है। तो आई गेस लाइक रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इंडिया का सिर्फ लाइक एनर्जी के लिए इट्स नॉट अ काइंड ऑफ मिशन, बट इट्स अ नेशनल मिशन फॉर इंडिया।
Yes. Of course, energy saving and giving green power and being self-sustaining on green power is a great initiative of the country, and I guess you're contributing substantially to it. And tell us one thing: what keeps driving you and Hardik to keep scaling this company? Where can we see Raisin in the next few years?
I guess purpose, a strong purpose.
Yeah.
क्योंकि जब कोई भी इंसान सिर्फ नंबर्स पे नंबर्स को ध्यान में रख के बिजनेस करते हैं, तो कई बार वी फेल दैट काइंड ऑफ प्रेशर कि जो नंबर्स अचीव नहीं होते हैं तो हमारे माइंड पे वो प्रेशर आ जाता है। बट जब अपना पर्पस क्लियर होता है कि नेशन फर्स्ट, नेचर फर्स्ट, तो तब अपने लिए डिसीजन मेकिंग जो है वो बड़ी आसान हो जाती है, और अपने लिए मतलब ये मतलब बहुत इजी हो जाता है कि हमने ये क्यों स्टार्ट करा था और हमें कहाँ पहुँचना है। सो आई गेस मतलब दैट पर्पस इज ड्राइविंग अस।
Very good. I think an example for many entrepreneurs. So what would be your advice for young entrepreneurs, young MSME owners when they're starting off their businesses or wanting to start business? जो भी नए स्टार्ट करना,
यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए मतलब एक चीज में मेरा बहुत ही ज्यादा बिलीफ है, बहुत ज्यादा बिलीफ है। एक संस्कृत का एक श्लोक है, स्वप्न मार्गदर्शयति साधना सिद्धि में, मतलब आई डोंट नो संस्कृत वेरी वेल, इसीलिए, बट हाँ इसके ऊपर मेरा काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग बिलीफ है। इसका मतलब होता है कि स्वप्न जो है वो सिर्फ मार्ग दिखाता है, बट साधना यानी कि कठोर परिश्रम ही हमें सफलता तक लेके जाते हैं। कई यंगस्टर्स होते हैं जो सपना तो बड़ा देखते हैं, बट एफर्ट्स जो है वो उसके पीछे नहीं डालते हैं, डिसिप्लिन जो है वो वैसी नहीं होती है। तो आई गेस सक्सेस के लिए कभी भी कोई भी शॉर्टकट नहीं होता है। एक्सट्रीम एफर्ट्स, हार्ड वर्किंग इज द ओनली की टू वे टू सक्सेस।
Absolutely, absolutely. I'll probably ask a few rapid fire questions. One myth about solar industry you want to break.
लोगों को ये लगता है कि जितना हाई टेम्परेचर होता है उतना सोलर का जनरेशन ज्यादा होता है, बट ऐसा नहीं होता। सोलर का जनरेशन 25 डिग्री और जो स्टैंडर्ड कंडीशन होती है उसमें हाईएस्ट जनरेशन मिलता है, और टेम्परेचर जैसे ही बढ़ता है तो आपका जनरेशन डिग्रेड होता है।
Okay. One question: manufacturing or sales, what's harder?
I guess सेल्स इज हार्डर, क्योंकि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तो हो जाता है, बट सेल्स के लिए मतलब लोगों को कन्विंस करना इज लाइक नॉट चैलेंजिंग, बट इट्स लाइक हाँ मतलब इट्स नॉट इजी आई गेस।
So as an entrepreneur, one habit that kind of kept you grounded as a founder, you become big now as a company. What keeps you grounded as a founder?
I guess मतलब मेरे पास तो ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं जिसका मुझे घमंड हो। द पॉइंट इज कि एक चीज बहुत क्लियर है मेरे लिए कि आज मैं जो भी हूँ वो मैं अपनी टीम और कंपनी की वजह से हूँ, ना कि मेरी वजह से टीम और कंपनी है। तो अभी तो आई गेस बहुत कम काम हुआ है, अभी बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है। तो आई गेस इसके लिए ईगो या सेल्फिशनेस की कोई अभी जगह नहीं है।
Thank you, Chirag. I think it was great talking to you, and I hope the audience have been able to get an idea in terms of how a successful business is built. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful session. I would request both both of you to please stay back for a minute. I would request Mr. Prashant to felicitate Mr. Chirag with Green Certificate. Through this Green Certificate, Mr. Nagrani is honoured with 3 bountiful trees planted under Trees for Leopards in the Nainital district, Uttarakhand, as a sustainability initiative by FICCI. Moving on, we will begin our track 1, Innovative Finance, Fintech Disruption and Trade Solutions, Building Competitive and Future-Ready MSMEs. To moderate this discussion, I would like to welcome Ms. Malti, Director PwC India, on the dais. Joining her, our esteemed panelists to the dais, Mr. Ratul Mukhopadhyay, Executive Vice President, SEG, Axis Bank, Mr. Naresh Babuta, General Manager and Regional In Charge, SIDBI, Mr. Narendra Sharma, Director Sales, M1 Exchange, and Mr. Indra Vijay Gohil, Chief Finance Officer, Online TSB Loans. Over to Malti to lead this panel discussion.
Thank you, Sukriti. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking FICCI MSME and SGCCI for pioneering a very important discussion, Innovative Finance, Fintech Disruption and Trade Solutions, Building Competitive and Future-Ready MSMEs. Today's summit is aptly titled Empower MSME Summit, and nothing empowers our entrepreneurs than I would say quick and affordable credit. And in the inaugural session, Mr. Luthra very beautifully summarized the spirit of an entrepreneur in Gujarat. He also set the context saying that today's session is going to help us look at frustrations differently and help us see them as challenges. And I think it's very important we're starting this discussion with this as the background and context. Today we are joined by guests who are helping MSMEs in this, who are I would say the most credible partners in the growth of MSMEs. And gives me great pleasure to welcome all our guests on the stage today. Throughout this discussion, we would be exploring various innovative finance, fintech disruption and trade solutions that are building competitive, resilient and future-ready MSMEs. So I would like to thank all of our speakers for joining us today. And I would like to start with our guest, Mr. Babuta ji from SIDBI. I think in the last fireside chat, we kind of heard firsthand about the challenges faced by a first-time entrepreneur. So many first-time or greenfield entrepreneurs struggle to get bank finance because they don't have a track record or collateral, especially when they are pursuing a new age entrepreneurial aspiration. We would like to hear from you, Babuta ji, what new financing option is SIDBI enabling today that such MSMEs should explore?
Good morning all. The question that you have asked is not that very easy that I can reply in a very, you can say in a comfort zone also. So greenfield units, if we are talking about, and that too from an entrepreneur who is altogether new, not having any experience, and especially the security aspect, if it is not there, it's a big challenge for any financial institution, including SIDBI. But still, since SIDBI is meant for MSMEs, we try to find out some way that how best we can come to the support of this MSME. Greenfield, basically what happens is that it's a challenge that an entrepreneur who is going to set up a unit, whether this will going to succeed or not succeed. When this challenge is there, the thing that comes into mind first of all is the person who is going to set up the unit. We have heard about Chirag just now. Chirag said that he was a college dropout, and he has started the business and he is successful. It's a rare opportunity. It's not happening. If you can say 100 out of 100 will be like Chirag. It's a commitment of Chirag that he could succeed and come up to this level. For SIDBI, if anyone coming to SIDBI for asking for green financing, greenfield unit he is having, but he is not having any sort of experience. He is not having collateral. Because if you see, any institution will look for certain data points where from the institution gets some sort of comfort, whether that entrepreneur is having any kind of background, either business or educational, to that kind of nature of the business which he will going to set up. That is the first and foremost requirement for an institution. SIDBI also sees to this requirement. Yes, the person who is coming to me is having some sort of background. His father, his in relationship, someone is already having some this manufacturing activity or business activities which they are running, and based on the experience they have gained through, he has come to SIDBI and he has made up his mind that he want to set up this particular unit or a venture. When he'll be coming to us, we'll be asking him these questions. These are the basic questions. Without that, we will not be proceeding. If he or she is having some sort of background to that interest which he is going to set up, that is the first and foremost requirement. If that connects, then definitely SIDBI always comes forward to support the MSME to set up the greenfield unit. Of course, we will be asking for the security. Security will be another challenge for the new entrepreneur. He will say, I am coming from a family. Family is not in a mode to allow me to go for the business. So, whatever security that we will be asking, even though they are having, but not in a position to provide. So, that way we will going to see to that aspect also. Based on the quantum of loan he will be looking at. And we have CGTMSE in place up to 10 crore project if he is having, that will going to help him getting finance from SIDBI. For getting finance, we have greenfield type of projects for those entrepreneurs, even for women entrepreneurs. Having some ideas, want to set up, but since not venture into the business, her husband or her maybe father or brother are already into the business. Combining both of them, they can come together to us and we can support them also. Only thing that we'll be looking at that kind of project is that she should be having more than 50% of the stake in the enterprise. Based on this, basically schemes are there. It's traditional schemes where you will be asking at least 30% of your margin, but during COVID time we have come up with new scheme called Sthapan. It's meant for only for the new projects, but it should have some sort of association of experience of the you can say two persons are coming, one is having experience, the other one is altogether new. They are coming together, and the requirement gets met for our this particular scheme, and even though we will be asking 33% of promoters contribution for, but if anyone joining him, the margin comes down to 20-25%. So that helps him, and also the security aspects are there. Besides the primary security, rest of the things they can cover under CGTMSE and get the assistance from us.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting to hear about Stapan, and I hope all the new entrepreneurs. So we will be taking questions towards the end of the session. We would request you to allow us some opportunity for the remaining speakers as well. Would like to now, my next question would be to Ratul Mukhopadhyay, joining us from Axis Bank. So, we heard about the opportunities for greenfield entrepreneurs from institutions such as SIDBI. Today I would like to use the stage to kind of dispel another myth that entrepreneurs often have about banks. That is long processes, heavy paperwork. But we are seeing rapid transformation in this sector, digitalization across the sector. Ratul, if you could tell us how Axis Bank is becoming more agile in serving MSMEs through digital channels, and what changes will an MSME actually experience on the ground? I think our friends from the MSME community would be interested to hear more about that.
Well, thanks for the question, Malti. So, if we had this meeting say 20 years back, and if I was an MSME asking for a facility, what would have happened? The person would have gone to a branch with a thick file, sat across the table, present the documents to the other side, and then of course present their case, after which the case would have taken up by the respective sanctioning committee and the journey would have started. Come to the current, present, 2026. So data is all pervasive. As one of my bosses used to say, on a lighter note, कि बेटा झूठ बोल सकता है, डेटा कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता, ठीक है? So the data that we have helps in decisioning. What do we have? Basic things: transaction history, basis digital footprints of the customer, cash flows, your ratings, individual ratings, civil scores. Whether you are paying your taxes on time. And basis this, we have our own indigenous model, and we rate customers. And we can actually use this data, some of which will also include AI. I mean, right now all the banks, all fintechs, everyone is working on AI to develop a model which is continuously evolving to give a faster service to the customer. Having said that, let me also briefly describe the contours of the MSME world. So, out of 7.32 crores MSMEs were registered, including those in Udyam Assist portal. Almost 97% are micro enterprises. And about 3.5% are small enterprises, and a minuscule 36,000 registered medium enterprises. Okay, so that's the lay of the land. If a customer is looking at funding, funding is also embedded, finance is also embedded in businesses. For example, e-commerce. And where fintech or technology or digitization is merged with the business platform, so that we can have the right credit for the right customer, and of course risk-based asset pricing. Coming home closer to Axis Bank, so we have these offerings. For example, if you go to our website, you will find business loans. So it's an end-to-end digital journey. It's really fast, not traditional balance sheet funding. And all we see is basically the customer behavior. Zero collateral, unsecured loan. We also have something called merchant cash advance, and we were recently recognized by BFSI of Economic Times as one of the most innovative ideas of previous year. So what is it? We basically lend to sole props, okay? And what we go through is the current account transaction history of the customer. No questions asked, end-to-end disbursement in minutes, okay? And of course, zero collateral. Going a little deeper, so as far as governance is concerned, there also we are using digitization in India. So we have STP renewals. So for one of the segments that we have, small business banking, we do the renewal basis SMS confirmation for the customer. It's really quick. You know, just imagine 10, 15 years back, again, one set of document, what has been the progress, lot of ambiguity. So that has been simplified. Coming to credit administration, customers can upload their stock statement online, you know, so that DP is maintained well in time. So, in a nutshell, I think yes, traditional banking is there, balance sheet based funding is there, as I was speaking about. That cannot go away because, but side by side, we are also exploring this space and we are moving really fast. Thanks to technology.
Thank you, Ratul. Very interesting to hear about how Axis Bank is looking at data to help our entrepreneurs. I would like to pick up this thread and would like to pose my next question to Indravijay Gohilji. When an MSME applies for a loan on the online PSB platform, as Ratul mentioned, banks no longer rely only on balance sheets. So in simple terms, if you could let our MSME members know, what types of data do banks now look at? And how does this make the credit decisions faster and fairer for our MSMEs?
Yeah. Like Ratul said, no? The scenario where 20 years ago or whatever time frame you want to put for some other banks, you go with a physical file, everything was more or less physical. That is now almost gone. What we have built is a system like over the recent highest volume product we have done for India's largest bank is, it's a STB journey, like a customer goes digitally, his KYC is verified digitally. Now Government of India is stressed so much on digitization that most of the institutes have their APIs and accessible to institutes who have specific use for that. So it does KYC on the platform, then goes to your bureau and multiple data points that we have structured it to it. It also, if it's a company already having enough record, goes to GST sites, gets their GST records. It is vetted in itself. Then there are other multiple data points where, like very validation is like bank statements. And then we extensively use AI, whatever is the current thing. So the analytics are also completely based on correlation of those databases. So typically, like what used to be done as what we typically bankers call appraisals or assessments, those are completely digitized. Business rule engine are left to the bank to decide. We build for them the business engine in such a way that there is no manual intervention required or it is minimized. Currently we have a product for one of the large banks where they do their MSME loans up to 5 crore without any intervention. It is just straight through journey till account opening, and it's a public sector bank. So I mean, that's the level of digitization we have already reached, achieved, and we support that. And the numbers are very encouraging. It's a very large volume that they have generated in last 1.5 to 2 years after the product was launched. In fact, we have been asking the bank, can you please give us the feedback reverse and tell us what is the NPL level differentiation between the digital done portfolio and the manual. Of course, that's, a bank would like to keep it confidential till a certain, of course it will come in balance sheets and all later on, but then I'm happy to share it's positive, at least I claim that right now. And it will be available in public domain as time goes, disclosures are required, so that is there. So that also from bank's point of view is a value addition. From customer's point of view, it reduces the hassle to such a minimum level, there is hardly any subjectivity. And like, that data points, if you have the basic information with you, at least till 5 crore, our own product ensures some of the major banks. Now, other banks have also come on board and are adopting such STP journeys. We are working on ecosystem where, you know, like typical Indian banks behave is they need a bit of collateral and all that. So we are working whether we can do that up to at least 50 crore. To do a digital journey for that kind of quantum is very challenging. Let me say it upfront. Even up to 5 crore it was not done before. I mean, there were niche players who were doing about 80%, 70% journey digitally. We are probably one of the rare companies where we have already done it 100% for one of the bank. And again, when that subjectivity is gone, that quality and that experience itself is something that is something very different from what we had, I mean, banks were doing in the past. So it's already at that level of operation.
Thank you, Indra Vijayji. I think you've very nicely touched upon the objective of the summit, challenges to opportunities, as how you mentioned, for our MSMEs, typically a loan size of 5 crore, where we have 100% digitalization. It's definitely encouraging for our MSMEs in the room today. My next question would be to Narendra Sharma ji from M1 Exchange. We have been discussing about credit for starting business. Let me move on to another important challenge that our MSMEs face in their day-to-day business, that is delayed payments. It's one of the biggest challenges MSMEs face. So how does a fintech platform like M1 Exchange make invoice discounting easier and faster than traditional financing means? What does the MSME need to have in place to get started? If we could help our MSME friends to understand.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me here. I want to thank FICCI as well as SGCCI for having me here and represent my company M1 Exchange, which is Mind Solutions Private Limited. We are one of the leading trades platform in the country as on date. Coming to your question, the birth of trades happened because of this problem, because of this situation. RBI in 2016 came up with a situation wherein they invited bids for players to set up fintech platform where the problem of delayed payment to MSMEs can be sorted out. We got out of all the applicants, I think they were around 25 or 30 in all. 3 licenses were awarded. We were one of them. We got this license in 2017 and we have been working for liquidity for MSMEs since last 8 years. So what typically happens on the platform is everything is digital. The onboarding of the MSME is digital. No physical paper needs to be submitted. The onboarding of corporate, one time they have to submit the physical document, but the transactions happen digital. The onboarding of the bank is there on the platform. So there are 3 parties on the platform. One is the MSME seller who sells his goods or services to a mid-size or a large corporate. There is a large corporate buyer who gets onboarded on the platform to ascertain or certify that he has received those goods, so that confirmation comes in on the platform. Third is the financing partner, that is the bank or the NBFC or the factoring company. They come on the platform and they finance that transaction. So typically these 3 parties are there. The corporate or the MSME, they need to register once on the platform and then they are there for the lifetime. Only one time registration is needed. Very easy registration. Second question of yours was, what does the MSME need to have to get registered? So there are only two basic things. One, they should have their proper KYC. Second, they should have a valid Udyam certificate. If they have these two documents, those can be uploaded on our portal. We also have a toll-free number wherein they can call up and they can register. We also have regional teams. Numbers are mentioned on our website where they can call up, they can connect and they can get registered. I would just like to go beyond what you have asked. So we started discounting these MSME invoices in 2017. In the last 8 years, we have onboarded approx 75,000 MSMEs on the platform till the date we speak. We have onboarded about more than 2,500 large and mid-sized corporates on the platform. We have around 67 financiers as on date who does the bidding on the platform. This is basically a bidding portal. So if an invoice is raised by a MSME on the portal and the buyer accepts that invoice, then this invoice is available to the bank who want to take the bid. Say on a specific corporate, if 5 banks are ready to take discounting on that invoice, they will load the limit on the platform, and from that limit, bidding will start. Each bank will place its bid, and the best bid wins. So it is like, the way you buy a share, the offer price is there. This is the bid price on which the best bank wins the bid. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Navindra. I hope we will have more MSMEs and buyers and banks from Gujarat on the M1 exchange after today's discussion. I think that brings us closer to another important lifeline for the MSME community, which is working capital support, because that is at the core of the genesis of platforms such as M1 Exchange. So here my question would be again to Baputa ji, as MSMEs today are facing a lot of challenges, be it volatility or changes in the demand, supply chain risks, and not to mention fresh in our mind the Trump tariffs and global value chain disruptions. So in this context, how is it be rethinking working capital support for our MSMEs so that they're future ready and are able to face these challenges headstrong?
Very important question. Actually, for SIDBI, when we started with as a term lender. Basically, we used to fund the capital needs of the MSMEs. But over the period of time, but the challenges MSMEs are facing, that also come to our notice. Since we were not initially allowed to fund the working capital need because we were not having the this banking license with us. We are not having the platform to support the MSMEs. But since we are meant for MSMEs, we have got the approvals. We have entered into MOUs with few other banks like IDBI Bank, Yes Bank, City Union, and of late we have entered into Bank of Baroda. These 4 banks are there. Their banking platform is being used by SIDBI, and entrepreneur coming to SIDBI asking for term loan, and they have the requirement of working capital also. We will be meeting their composite requirement. First of all, that we cannot let the entrepreneur go away and look for the working capital assistance from some other bank. We are there to support them. Once the entrepreneur is there, working capital need is met, still over and above working capital requirement is there. We have developed with the help of OPL one product called GST Sahay. It helps the entrepreneur. It recently been tested with our own customers. We have started with 25 lakh of limit. It has been increased to 1 crore. It's collateral free. It's been given to only our customers only right now. It's a both for invoice based discounting, purchase or sale. They can get up to 1 crore of assistance without even visiting. Only thing they need to do is that they have to onboard this platform first of all. So that is the requirement, and it's a cycle. Once they build up this cycle of 60 days, they can keep on rotating that limit as per their requirement. Another requirement, in case the customer is flying to large corporates, sir, as Sharmaji has said, that they can get the financing done through discounting through TREDS platform. That is available to them. Most recent product that we have launched is DigiCash. It's a product basically both for existing as well as internal as well as external customer. But the limit that we have kept, as Sarah has talked about, that banks are fearing these are unsecured loans, and we are not doing the appraisals that we used to do in the earlier years. So based on the data points only, few other data points that we'll be looking at: GST and filing, ITR, your bank statements and all that. Based on this, PRE has been developed, and the decision will come whether the customer is eligible for the limit that he's looking at. These are the products that we have got. Of course, the traditional limit is available. We can fund their requirement through traditional way of funding, and based on their DP, they can avail the limits through the platforms.
Thank you, Prabhutaji. I'm sure we would be looking forward to some questions from our audience. Before we move to the questions, I just have on closing note and a quick question for Indra Vijayji. We are in Surat today, and the session is almost incomplete without touching on the topic of exporters. So as global trade becomes more digital and compliance driven, how should our MSME exporters prepare themselves to fully benefit from platforms like online PSB loans? Because as entrepreneurs, most of the time we don't first-hand associate export with digital platforms like online PSB loans. So how is it that if you could let our exporter friends in the room know about this?
So I'll go a little into history of our company. We started the company in 2018 in the present form, and the angel investor was SIDBI. And since our focus was entirely on building complete digital ecosystem for MSMEs, it was natural that SIDBI became our strategic partner, and then onwards, of course, a lot of investors came in. All major banks are our shareholders, and FI, CRISIL, TU, to name one or two, are also on our cap table. At that point of time, when RBI typically says that you have to grade all the credit facilities above 25, every bank is supposed to do it with their own internal guidelines and set scoring pattern. So that becomes one of the benchmark where bank judges that how is the unit doing. And then for international trade, particularly as you mentioned, experts, so there are institutes like DNB and who vet the counterpart. What right now we in fact have one prototype already with SIDBI support. We have done a ranking system, call it FIT, and that's already there. What we are working on is basically more deeper MSME ecosystem, where, like, suppose you want to know about a supplier on as far as Guwahati, somebody here in Surat, and doesn't have enough information, you can come to the platform, find out about the grading, and like the connect is much deeper and better. It's not just related to finance. As long as finance is concerned, of course, we already have a ranking system that is somewhere between bureau score, and it integrates lot of multiple data points and allots a grade, and then you can judge on that, whether a financial institute will beat with it. It also assesses the risk, gives a better pricing. We also are basically operating the Government of India's Jan Samad portal. So as you said, export, like the recent scheme which came on, I think within next 15 days or so, it should be completely be digitized and available on Jan Samad. So any exporter is welcome to use it. I mean, that was of course after that tariff thing, government quickly came onto that. So that should any day be available. Most probably 15th or 16th it should come on. Other than that, yes, like international finance is still challenging. We have very limited digital platform which can completely do the kind of journeys we have done for domestic finance. That remains a challenge, but at least the domestic part for an exporter we are able to do. The counterpart is not integrated kind of, at least not in our product line.
Thank you, Vijayji, and I hope after today's session we will have more exporters from here on the Jan Samad portal enjoying the benefits. I think you touched upon a very important subject of challenges associated with international trade and the financing angle to it. Just reflecting on that would be my question for Narendraji. Generally, there is a legacy identity of M1 Exchange as a platform associated with bill discounting. What can you tell us for the small or first-time exporters? How is it that they can leverage the M1 Next platform, and also if you could briefly introduce the M1 Next platform to our MSME community members here. And if anyone from the audience wants to explore M1 Next, what are the first practical steps they should adopt?
Right. So, in serving to our MSME customers and the corporate in the domestic factoring side, we were on the go to think what next we can do. So, the international, say, export-import factoring is the logical next step. So we applied for this license with the GIFT City Authority, which is IFCA, IFSCA. We got that license 2 years back. We started working on that project, and now we have around 10 financiers on board. Some banks from the GIFT City itself, some private sector banks, public sector banks. Also some factoring companies like Drip Capital, Olia, India Exim and Serve, they have come on board. We are also reaching out to global banks within the Middle East, within US. Our teams are there on the ground because this product can be a success only with the liquidity we can provide on the platform and the kind of financiers that we have on the platform. So this we have been serving this product since last year or so. Have started doing transactions more on the export side. Import side also we have done some transactions, and now both kind of transactions are being done. Another thing is for new exporters or new, what happens is typically export and import transactions are more diverse, more kind of which country are you exporting to, what kind of buyer is there. Domestic trade is simple. You have both the parties on one land. So it is easy to execute that trade. Export and import is a very vast subject, right? So there are too many nitty-gritties onto it. I may not be able to answer your question right way, but how we are trying to help exporters or importers is, we are asking them to come on the platform and onboard them. What our experience journey in the last 1.5 years is, typically a financer or a factoring company looks in this transaction is at least 1.5 year of transacting between both the parties, the exporter and the importer. They need to develop, because this is a factoring product, this is without recourse to the seller, so they need to develop some kind of transacting history between both the parties. So if it's a decent one, maybe a year or so, we can help find a financer or a factoring company factor that transaction. So since basic KYC and everything is needed as in M1 exchange, the same documents are there. Somewhat other documents like the IEC code and everything, those all need to be submitted for an exporter or an importer. So this basic KYC document they can submit and then they can get registered on the platform, and case to case basis we can look at how we can help out the MSMEs or the mid-sized corporate into this.
Thank you, Mr. Mahindra. I think that was a very positive take on how we could help the exporters in the room. And before we open up for questions from the audience, I would like to wrap up the session with a question to Ratul. And as we're looking at empowering our MSMEs, and we reflected on the various challenges that the MSMEs face and how that is being transformed into opportunities through the solutions and products that all our speakers have mentioned here, including you, Ratul. And I would like to say that banks such as Axis Bank to be seen as a partner for growth in the MSME journey. So looking ahead on a positive note, what do you think defines a future-ready MSME? Because in the opening address we heard that MSMEs in Gujarat are always ready and they always find a way around the system. So a future-ready MSME, is that how do we define that, and how is Axis Bank aligning its MSME strategy with this vision?
So, a future-ready MSME is one who is thinking about quality finance, how to get that. Also thinking about how to leverage human capital. And to put it very simply, would like to have greater access to markets. So if you want to be future ready today, I think you have to be invested digitally in digitization capabilities. Your book should be clean, housekeeping should be in order. As far as Axis Bank is concerned, so given our network, so we have a huge branch network, we are present virtually, we have ABCs, we are present on the web also, we are present in your mobile phones also. So using this huge network, we want to provide our customers with an ecosystem, MSMEs with an ecosystem where they can thrive. Is the ecosystem exclusive to Axis Bank? Of course not. There are so many players. Players like FICCI, consultants, all the gentlemen on the stage. But we are also there. And so I'll just give you an example. I mean, last year one of our customers, they got listed at BSE SME. And the relationship started somewhere in the middle of the previous decade. So at that time, that was a startup, and just fresh graduates out of college. We funded their first recruitment. And we have seen this whole journey. And it was a moment of pride for us. We were there, me and my president, we were there at the BSE when they rang the bell. Future readiness also implies the basic spirit that MSMEs display. So there was a catchline from a TV commercial which we used to see as a kid. Aaj bhi, kal bhi, aaj bhi, kal bhi. Okay. So what differentiates MSMEs, and that's true of Gujarat and everywhere, is the passion that every entrepreneur, every promoter brings on the table. So and it's my good fortune, thanks to this current job that I am doing. And I've interacted with so many promoters all across, including people in Surat also. And you find promoters, they know exactly about every square centimeter on their balance sheet. And if you are on a unit visit, every square yard, they know exactly what is happening. And talking about digitization, so it's not a very surprising thing to walk across an office in a swanky neighborhood in Mumbai. He has a unit in Gujarat, and on this, there's a giant TV screen, and you have videos of what is actually happening on the ground. So people are adapting digitally. So I'm very bullish, and MSME's contribution to the economy of India is growing. And government is also extremely conservative. So we were speaking about exports. We have a CGSE scheme for exporters. Government is extremely sensitive. FEMA has relaxed some guidelines. So in this journey, we are not only bankers, we are advisors, consultants, and partners in progress. That is how we would like to see it. And at the end of the day, no matter how many players are there, it is the MSME, is the entrepreneur which carries the day. This is their commitment, their passion, and the way they are invested in their businesses. And you speak to anyone, I mean, every story is a success story. And every story is something, it's a role model for people who are trying to think that, okay, in future, this is what I'm planning to do. Okay, so that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Ratul. I think nothing defines an entrepreneur as much as their passion, and with the same passion, we move on to questions from the audience. Maybe request a microphone for the gentleman.
Small Business Development Bank of India. So now the term lender, then the finance part, your major role. So now looking to the various trade agreement taking place across with India, with other countries. And basically MSME is working with the limited resources and limited manpower. So now here from EXIM part of view, you already touched many of the issues, but regarding the easy access to the international market, that is the very important. And like I'm from the EXIM also, so export promotion councils are there, all there. But for SIDBI, it's not my question, but I'm just sharing my views. That SIDBI, do you have any separate section or something like that to provide any, international marketing support to the MSME, to identify the product, identify the countries, and especially for the last 1 year, what are the trade dealings are there? So a lot of opportunities are coming up for that, but for big corporates, there are a lot of resources. But for SIDBI, and especially for startup, suppose the only candidate is hardly 35, 40 years age, they don't have much access to the international listing apart from IT, right? So the role of SIDBI, I'm just sharing my views and asking your this thing. So what is your future vision for the SIDBI in context with the recent development, especially for EXIM?
Yeah, it's a good question. Basically, you during this conversation earlier also, I have explained that we are a lender institute, basically a financial institution, not even a bank.
Yeah.
We are not a bank. We are a financial institution, mainly set up for promotion, financing, and development of the MSMEs.
But any scope
I'm coming to your part also. Since SIDBI, tagline for SIDBI is SIDBI understands MSME. That is the tagline for SIDBI. For your question, recent development that we have taken to attend to the export requirement of the MSMEs, we have entered into MOU with Bank of Baroda. Bank of Baroda is the only bank who is having the largest overseas branches across the world. So we will be leveraging this arrangement with Bank of Baroda, especially in countries where it's difficult to export or get the receivables back. In African countries, they have got maximum network over there. So we are hopeful. Any MSME who is having the requirement for this export related requirement will be together, SIDBI as well as Bank of Baroda will together attend to the requirement of the MSME and meeting the requirement.
Sir, my question is that the receipt to the bank, It's the next step. What is the first step? Identify the country and the product. So my view, SIDBI should be closely work with the Ministry of Commerce. That's the first point. I don't know how far it is right or wrong, but it's possible. But I think Ministry of Commerce is the right source, where SIDBI is a government undertaking. So you have much resources, much facilities as compared to the individual corporates or startup. So the expectation is SIDBI should be closely work with the Ministry of Commerce and share their opinion, feedback, and what are the information useful for the exim to the down the line through some your banks or something or like these events. That is what I am expecting.
Yeah, see, we have recently entered into MOU with 100 industries associations, and based on this association, what we thought we will be getting the inputs from the association, then passing it on to the policy makers, government, and that will help them in devising the policies as per the requirement of the MSME. SIDBI has a role to play to develop the MSMEs, and there we have already started the work, and government is also pushing us to, you have to do this and that also. So we are already on the job, sir. We'll be meeting you.
Sorry, so I'm just saying. Sir, the last question to Mr. Sharma regarding the direct payment section, because
I'm directly touch with the direct payment section in Uddhav Bhavan in Gandhinagar. So direct payment section itself indicates that the MSME getting the government support for the direct payment beyond 45 days. So now across the seminar, I do appreciate, I'm really respecting every authority, but I'm just put the slight question mark regarding their actual, support. I don't take it as a complaint, but I am humbly request you that beyond 45 days, I know, and there is a business relations sentiments also. So many units are not availing that facility because they spoil something business relation if you go to litigation. But so now, suppose the company become bankrupt, suppose against that, and lot of litigation panel, and I think every month this Uddhav Bhavan is having this clearance meeting. So what are the objective behind this 45 days thing? Without spoiling the business relation with the seller or buyer, how the the DIC, I think the District Business Center number 1 in Baroda, it's taking care. So how this the facility can be availed by the MSME unit without spoiling the business relation? Because when we file the application, it is directly affecting the business relation between the seller and buyer. So that is the first thing.
So there are two scenarios: before threats came in and after threats has come. So we have taken a step ahead wherein on threads there is benefit for each of the player on threads. Say for a MSME, he is getting payment on time, he is getting that liquidity to rotate his capital. For the corporate, the benefit is, if the corporate is bearing the interest, it is at a very decent cost as compared to his overall cost of capital. They are getting liquidity on a unsecured basis. They did not give any collateral on the platform. So it is beneficial for each one of the parties. Coming to your point, say doing a case and going to the court for the settlement and everything, that would happen because these are trade terms, right? We can just try to solve or take a step ahead by mutually getting both the parties interested, showing them the benefit and getting them on trades. So that's what we are doing. To mention some numbers, till date, we have done around 2.25 lakh crores of discounting in the last 8 years. And we are one of the platform. Total now there are 5 platforms, out of which 3 are operational since 2017. So overall on trades around 5.5 or 6 lakh crore of discounting has happened. Though this number looks very big, but we have just touched the tip of the iceberg. The universe is a lot bigger. So this inspires us to go further, help more MSMEs, more businesses, get their payment on time, get their working capital cycles better. Trade disputes will come, will be there. we need to solve it amicably, right?
Sir, last ACGC, can we rate payment section?
The rate payment section can be, you just like in export, ECGC facility is there, export credit transport. So on the same line, in MSME, because it is not export, it is a domestic sale. So whatever the benefit exporter is availing from ECGC, some slight same facility can be availed by any institute or in the development.
Currently there is no such thing. They can only go to the MSME ministry and file a complaint. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Rakesh. I'm a region head from Axis Bank. First and foremost, thank you all panel members for a great, insightful discussion. Since we are on the topic of trade disruption and what is it for MSME, you talked at length, all of you, all panel members, about the digital initiative which has been taken, which is benefiting MSME in a large manner. How do you see the usage of AI in the fintech world, finance AI and stuff like that, and how it can, how it will evolve to benefit the MSME client? If you can give some insight. It's open to all panels, but anyone of you can give an insight on that, that will be helpful.
See, still AI it's still evolving. There are legal issues there as we go deeper into the. Right now, what we are doing in the company, and from that experience I am sharing with you. See, there are areas where, like, we are particularly working for banks, NBFCs and financial institutions. So, what are your concerns that despite the business rule engine, we want a better quality of credit and the customer wants more ease and easier access, better pricing. Now, where AI comes in is just not the data point, but the correlation between them and some of the touch points which are not the classic standard structures data point. No, it accesses that. Let me give you an example. You are from what kind of a social background, what is your education level, and the geographical location and type of industry. Just to make the implication very clear, suppose Morbi has a ceramic hub and the industry very far away from there in that same activity has a very different logistic cost, kinds of implication then. So AI typically gives you that, just not the algorithm, but goes much deeper and then correlates very well and gives a kind of a input on that. So that for MSME, probably like what I just shared a little earlier, that we are trying to build something what DNB does internationally at national level. If we are successful with that product, any MSME can come and, because that is typically dependent very heavily onto AI. So he wants to know the quality of the creditor he could become, the vendor he is purchasing from, or the quality of seller is going to sell, whether he will get his payments on time or other logistic related issues. So these are the areas where AI will definitely add lot of quality. Yes, data protection, privacy, those are the concerns. So still the act has come and rules recently advised, but then the operationalization is a bit, anyone from IT industry knows that it's a challenge.
मेरा नाम जाला साटिया है, मेरी कंपनी का नाम किशन जरी है। मैं पिछले 3 साल से एक्सिस बैंक से जुड़ा हूँ और काफ़ी अच्छी सर्विस मिल रही है। मेरा 2 प्रश्न है सर, हिंदी में चलेगा ना सर? मेरा 2 प्रश्न ये है कि पहले जो ये सर ने भी बात किया कि 45 डेज वाला जो गवर्नमेंट बहुत ही अच्छा इनिशिएटिव कदम उठाया है, अगर गवर्नमेंट 1 साल तक पेमेंट अगर जो जिनको देना है वो नहीं देगा, उसको 30% चार्ज कर रही है, तो मैं ये हमारा ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि अगर वो 2 साल तक नहीं दे तो बाकी का 66% भी आप चार्ज करिए और वो आप जिनको लेना है उनको दीजिए। ये मेरी बात आप अपने हिसाब से जो भी बॉडी है वहाँ तक पहुँचा सकते हैं या जो डिसीजन मेकर। एक मेरा ये प्रश्न है, अगर जेन्युइन है तो आप उसको बताइएगा कि इसमें क्या हो सकता है और वो जो मेन फिक्की और मेन बॉडी तक पहुँचाइए, फर्स्ट। दूसरा सर, मैं जरी इंडस्ट्री से हूँ। जरी इंडस्ट्री हमारी 12% जीएसटी में उनका था और वो 5% की कैटेगरी में आ गई। अब हमें यहाँ पे रिफंड हमारा रिस्ट्रिक्ट किया गया कि आपको रिफंड नहीं मिलेगा। तो हम रिफंड के लिए बहुत जगह पे हम अहमदाबाद गए, हम यहाँ के जो अपने फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है उनको मिले, लगभग हमारी बॉडी हमारे एचजीसीसीआई बहुत हेल्प करी है इस चीज़ में, हम सब जगह जा रहे हैं। जब 12% था तब भी जो गवर्नमेंट को रेवेन्यू हम जरी इंडस्ट्री से मिलती थी उतनी ही मिल रही है 5% में। अगर हमको रिफंड दे उसके बावजूद भी तब हमारा रिफंड क्यों रोका जाए, ये प्रश्न के लिए हम पूरी इंडस्ट्री, क्योंकि हमारी इंडस्ट्री कम से कम 1 लाख लोगों को डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट रोजगार दे रही है। तो गवर्नमेंट एमएसएमई का तो यही गवर्नमेंट का एक इनिशिएटिव है कि भाई लोगों को रोजगार मिले। आज हम परेशान हैं तो कभी ना कभी इनडायरेक्ट नीचे लोग परेशान होने वाले हैं। ये मेरा 2 जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन है, जो भी बॉडी इसमें में हेल्प कर सकती है तो प्लीज इसमें ये दोनों चीज में हेल्प करिए। थैंक यू। और अगर यहाँ कुछ जवाब दे सकते दीजिए।
ये जो पहला वाला क्वेश्चन आपने बोला ना डिलेड पेमेंट का, 45 डेज से ऊपर अगर जाता है ना, तो एमएसएमई डीएफओ का जो एक पोर्टल है उसमें champion.com करके उनका एक लिंक है। वहाँ पे अगर आप वहाँ पे डालेंगे अपनी कोई भी समस्या, वो एमएसएमई का है, मिनिस्ट्री का पोर्टल है, आपको इमीडिएटली उसके ऊपर जो है वो कार्रवाई मिलेगी। आपको कहीं जाने आने की जरूरत नहीं है, ऑनलाइन जाके अपना कंप्लेंट या अपनी जो भी असुविधा है उसके ऊपर आपको दर्ज करना पड़ेगा।
सर एक मिनट, मेरा इसमें कहना ये है कि वो तो 45 डेज में हो रहा है, वो अच्छी बात है। अगर वो पेमेंट नहीं कर रहे हैं 1 साल तक तो उनको गवर्नमेंट 30% चार्ज करती है कि गवर्नमेंट को देना है, उनको वो टैक्सेशन में ले लेते हैं। तो हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि 1 साल और चला जाए, 2 साल, तो वो ऐसा कुछ आप रूल्स बनाइए या कि 2 साल बाद पूरा उसका और 66% उसको भरना पड़े और वो आप जिनका है उनको दीजिए। अच्छी बात है ना, अगर आप 33% ले सकते हो तो बाकी 66 भी ले सकते हैं। मैं गवर्नमेंट को बोल रहा हूँ। और मेरा दूसरा क्वेश्चन में भी कुछ कमेंट करिए, कोई भी जो भी जिसमें आता है वो, क्योंकि वो भी हम जिस भी ऑफिसर को जाते हैं ना, हम जब बताते हैं तब बोलते हैं यार आप तो बहुत सही हो, आपको तो मिलना चाहिए। जैसे मैं एग्जांपल दूं, यहाँ इंडस्ट्री में 18% उसका रॉ मटेरियल आता है और वो बेचते हैं 5% में, तो उनको बाकी का जो 13% है वो उनको रिफंड मिल रहा है। हाँ, उनको मिल रहा है, हमें नहीं मिल रहा है। तो क्यों ऐसा हमारे पास दुलारापन जो बोलते हैं उनको हमारे साथ ऐसे क्यों है?
पॉलिसी लेवल डिसीजन है। आपको मुझे लगता है कि एचजीसीसीआई काफ़ी सपोर्ट कर सकता है आपका रिप्रेजेंटेशन को, जो है जिस भी स्तर पे पहुंचना चाहिए वहाँ पे पहुंचाने की में क्षमता है। मुझे लगता है कि वही आपको इसमें ज़्यादा।
पर हमें इनको किसके पास जाना चाहिए? हम तो जा रहे हैं लेकिन अभी वहाँ नहीं कुछ हो रहा है।
इनको तो अपना पहले तो अपना लोकल जो स्टेट का डिपार्टमेंट है, इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट, उनके पास जाना है, वो आगे जो है वो पहुंचाएंगे आपका।
सर प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जब स्टेट के पास जाते हैं तो बोले कि एक अपना सेंट्रल का है, सेंट्रल के पास जाते हैं बोले स्टेट का है। सच में हम फुटबॉल हो गए।
तो
आप हमको बताइए, जैसे हम फिक्की को अगर आप बोले तो एचजीसीसीआई के थ्रू फिक्की के पास जाते हैं।
आप करिए।
थैंक यू सर, तो यही चाहता था। थैंक यू।
Very drastic question, and especially MSME. Because MSME, as you know, that we are also another working capital and all that. So first is, I know it's not possible, but it's a very thought provoking. Especially for MSME, GST liability should be linked with the realization. Once you sell the invoice, then GST liability is there. The GST are one, you will pay the duty. And if payment is not done, I think it's a very drastic this thing. It's to what extent it is possible, I don't know. So that point has to be discussed at the policy level. And secondly, I am representing the APS consultancy who is involved in the third-party inspection, just like SGS and the likes, right? So we have across the world a lot of inspection service going on. We have opening the offices in Germany and Dubai. So now the question is, APS is registered with the MSME, as a Udyoga and all that. So whatever the problem which my owner facing for the finance part, for opening the office in Germany, because we just had approached the Reserve Bank of India and all that, and as you know, these some dots, there are a lot of times taken and all that.
So especially MSME for the opening the offices across the world, is there any scheme or is there any concession facility available for this or not?
Difficult to answer. Not in a position to say
No.
anything on this.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll be happy to take any further questions outside of the event. We would like to wrap up the discussion to allow our speakers for the rest of the day who've joined us from far off places, and we would like to move on with the next panel discussion. Thank you all for the questions. You will find our speakers here joining us for the rest of the event. So if there are any questions that you still have, please feel free to reach out to them on the sidelines of the event. Thank you everyone.
That was an extremely enriching discussion. Thank you to all our experts joining us. Mr. Brajesh B. Chalil, Head of Treasury Market Sales, Axis Bank, to speak on global market outlook.
Hi everyone, my name is Brajesh. I head the Treasury Sales business at Axis. Over the next 10-15 minutes, we can't tell you how to run your business, but आजकल Donald Trump जी हम सबको थोड़ा sleepless nights दे रहे हैं, और I heard a lot of questions here to Sidney and what him on what is happening in foreign policy and what we can do. I also heard a lot of good things. We heard Prashant, we had some customers like Chirag come and speak about MSME's progress. We'll show you some statistics that जो भी आप लोग कह रहे हैं and what FICCI and all of you guys are doing is actually translating into some real numbers. So break this into two parts. Maybe first 10 minutes on tariff and industrial policy and 5 minutes on macroeconomics on India. So we've seen three scenes of interest right now. One is Venezuela. We've obviously seen what America has done, unprecedented, that they've gone and literally kidnapped an existing sitting president. Primary reasons we think, one is Venezuela actually has a lot of thick dark oil, and there are a lot of refineries on the south end of the US, so potentially some use for the US for that oil. But we primarily think they did it because they were not very comfortable that Iran was having a drone facility, that Russia was working very closely with Venezuela. We also know that there were a lot of Chinese interests in rare earths and everything else. So this is a kind of checkmate situation that US is trying to do. Iran is slightly more unsettling, but we've seen revolts in Iran before this. This is not the first time. I would say the difference here is this is the first time we've seen the US actually, supporting the people who are kind of trying to dislodge the existing government, and they've, Trump has come out in open and said he will support that. So that's a slight shift in stance. I expect more geopolitics, volatility over the next probably few weeks. We've heard about Greenland. I think here his bark is worse than his bite. I hope Trump will not put his hand and stir up a hornet's nest with EU and NATO. Coming back to India, we've seen the tariffs, but just putting some numbers for all of your benefits. पहले इंडिया का जो tariff का जो cost था was about 2.3 billion. That's what it was costing India in terms of tariff cost before Donald Trump came in. Then we had the first set of tariffs that cost us about 6 billion. The next 25% is costing India 9.6 billion. 1 billion is roughly 10,000 crores. And the final punitive 25% is costing us 14 billion. So about $32-33 billion is the cost of tariffs. Having said that, we still think that the India-US tariff situation will improve. I don't want to put a timeline around it, but we don't think this punitive 50% will stay. On the bottom left, we had done an analysis to see the impact of industry. So you can see our analysis was that industries like jewelry, clothing, textile, industrial machinery will be more impacted. We didn't put things like pharma, for example, because that is outside the tariff window for now. Some things we've got wrong in a surprisingly positive way. So if you look at the bottom right, you can see marine products. Marine products exports to the US are down 22%. and this is mostly MSME India that is doing it. But if you look at the total MSME seafood exports are actually overall up 16%. So obviously people are finding reroutes and doing things. So exports to US, for example, in the last quarter are down 1%, but overall India exports are up 4%, which is not great. Which makes me also question that it is not only US that is causing the slowdown. So there is a bit of China impact as well, and there is a general slowdown which we need to worry about on exports. Very quickly, just want to show you that right now the other thing that the world is watching is the Supreme Court in the US has challenged the IEP under which Donald Trump has been levying these sanctions. They have decided, we are only waiting for the verdict, it could come tomorrow, it could come anytime before June. If that verdict gets reversed, the total amount of tariff amounts that America owes all of us, including India and other countries, is about 138 billion. So we don't know what will happen, because will it be with retrospective effect, forward effect, we don't know, but the world is waiting. On the top left, you can just see, this tariff story had happened maybe 100 years ago in 1930. Donald Trump has kind of done the same thing again. But like I said, hopefully with the Supreme Court bearing down on Trump, we think that this might end. Of course, to be fair, what Donald Trump has also come up with is he's pulling up some new sections. I think there's section 122 and 322 where he feels if he pulls those up, there will be new ways he can start charging tariffs if the Supreme Court reverses this. This is just to show you that how much money the US has made on tariffs. So this was the US has about 3.5 trillion of imports, on which earlier they were making, barely any money. Today they are already making about 11% of 3.5 trillion in terms of, that's about $340 billion that they have earned through tariffs. But look at it like this, the world average tariff is already at 17%. So the point I'm trying to make is, while tariffs are at 17, US is recovering only 11, means there is a bit of leakage somewhere, which is all positive for the world. And one reason is how America imports. If you look at the top right, you can see that America doesn't import directly, it uses most of its imports as intermediate goods. So most of American companies are absorbing the shock and not passing it on to consumers, which is why inflation will probably take some time to go up, which is probably good. I just want to also show you Chinese exports, and this line is flagged. So Chinese exports to the US, by the way, had peaked in 2018 and they've only been coming down, because this whole tariff war is India versus US versus China. So if Chinese exports to US had peaked in 18 and have since then been coming down and steady, we would think that tariffs are working. But look at global trade on the right. Since 2013, you can see it has only been going up. तो आप जितना भी बोलिए टैरिफ्स है, चाइना पे टैरिफ्स लगाएं, इंडिया पे 50% लगाएं, all exporters, all MSMEs across the world, not only in India, are finding a way to reroute business and in a way either under invoice or reroute it via some other countries and send it back to US. So global trade has only been booming, guys. What is our government doing? We don't want to throw money and just, if US is charging 50%, give a 50% discount. I think the government's being smart about it. But there have been some actions we've noticed. 4 ministries have come together. The quality control orders, which were very stringent, I think on about 114 intermediate products, have been waived off, making life easier for MSMEs. So if you are importing any of these, please do take advantage of this. Also, what is the government doing? Everything is now down to FTAs and regional trade agreements. And India is being really smart about it. If you see the top corner, if you see the top left, you can see the bigger countries, Spain, Italy, France, UK, Germany. This year, 2025 alone, we closed FTAs with UK, New Zealand, and so many more are in the works. Again, just to give you all perspective, India के total exports कितने हैं? 440 billion. जिसमें से 140 billion already पहले से FTA में था. But in the next 6 months, we will have another 200 billion that will go through free trade agreements, which means bilateral agreements between countries, not some global agreement. So, as MSME, please represent, whether it is textile body, whether it is diamond body, because your representation will go into the kind of details that go into each of these agreements and which will help your business. India has also set up the PLI scheme. Top left you can see 14 PLI scheme and 2.1 lakh crores the government has kind of thrown towards MSME. And you can see, for example, at the bottom two graphs, India is a net importer of electronics and mostly mobile phones. But just in 5 years, India has become a net exporter of mobile phones. Of course, mostly this is Tata Electronics and Apple where we are doing work, but the point is, net we have become, from a dollar value, we have become net exporters. Semiconductors, which is a very big thing, chips mein lagta hai, textile industry mein lagta hai, everywhere. You know, India has kind of matched what even other countries are doing. US committed 0.2, 0.3% of their GDP to semiconductors. India has also matched it. So we are also at 0.3. EU is at, I think, 0.2, 0.35. Of course, China is at 0.5. Top two right graphs, I just want to show you. You know, 15-20 saal pehle, India was having a service phenomena. It was service sectors. Today, if you see the service sector, our share is, has gone from 2% to 4%. But what the service, and now it's the turn of the manufacturing sector. So please, Surat, MSME, wake up and, take advantage of this. What we are also trying to tell you is be a little smart how the service sector is evolved. They have tried to take high-end services. So that top graph shows you while normal services have gone from 2 to 4, on high-end services they have gone from 4 to 8. So same thing on manufacturing, try to stay at the higher end, it's richer. Quickly going to macroeconomics, we have, again, I would say kudos to the government. I was staying at this hotel and right behind me I could see the bullet train coming up. So projects like these trickle down money to the whole economy and especially MSMEs. So whether it is Sagarmala, Bharatmala, the Udan airports project, 90 airports coming up, the bullet train, Mumbai-Delhi corridor, $200 billion money spent there. I was just, invited by Adani. I came from, Jaisalmer where I went to see their solar project. Chirag was talking about. So projects are happening at all across. You have, in Rajasthan, Adani is putting up a 2.5 gigawatt. I think Kevda in Gujarat, they are doing probably 30 gigawatt, largest in the world. And MSMEs are also following suit in this whole story. So the idea is the government is spending at the top, and this trickle down effect is definitely positive for the MSME story. India is not only doing that on the physical infra side, they're doing it digitally as well. We've got Aadhaar, we've got UBI, we've got ONDC now where everyone comes together and sells. Your FASTag is, there's less leakage of money. So the idea is India has really built a strong digital stack. Today UPI is of course world famous. And how is India doing this? Because we brought the cost of internet down. So in India, maybe thanks to Jio and thanks to Airtel, it costs only 20 cents, 15 rupees for 1 GB of data. In the US it's $6. And the advantages is how it has brought the cost down. If you look at our bank, for example, if you used to walk into a bank 10 years ago, it used to cost me 75 rupees to service you. If you today use an ATM, which came out 10, maybe 20 years ago, my cost comes down to 15. And mobile banking and internet is barely 1 rupee. So the idea is, that's how you reduce inflation as well in the country, you become more profitable. So the whole idea is to digitize as much as you can. We heard some of the panelists also speak. And in India, the internet story is just beginning. Itna internet hai, sabke paas internet hai, do you know, but 98% of internet in India happens on smartphones. So digital internet penetration in homes and offices is only 2%. So imagine when that happens, imagine the actual boom that India will see. Some of the other positives, just to show you again, you are MSME, I wanted to show some statistics. We keep saying we obviously have a positive demographic story. It's true. You can see the top right. The bulge of the population is in the 15 to 19 category, which is great. So we have a very young population. But I must tell you, what is a boom today can become a bane very fast. So you have about 25-30 years before this becomes a negative story. So the idea is to grow richer before we grow older. So if MSMEs and the government pushes fast, GDP growth in the next 25-30 years is very important. Probably this is why the government is pushing for this Viksit Bharat and all of this 5 and 10 trillion economy. What is good is that if you see the amount of women labor force has gone from 23% penetration to 37%. The number of hours also spent by women in work has kind of shot up. So diversity is the answer. We had this as an HR initiative from Axis Bank at least. So my request is everyone look at these statistics. They are just basically telling you you need to increase your diversity ratio and hire more women for sure. Dollar rupee, bit of a problem. It has been not a great move. We've had a change in handle. We've had Dr. Shaktikanta Das earlier, and now we have a new RBI governor, so slightly different policies. Of course, Donald Trump has come in and also shaken the market, but dollar rupee is on a slightly weak wicket. We've seen dollar rupee hit almost 91 plus. Our forecast, by the way, for March end is about 90, 92. Just on dollar rupee, we think that we think the big moves are over, but obviously dollar rupee has to depreciate slightly, so that will continue. What is the main reason is capital account flows. India has two kind of flows, FPI and FDI. FPI flows, our equity and debt, both have been slightly much lesser in India this year, primarily because Indian markets are expensive. Indian SIP plans are holding up the market, but they're fairly expensive. The P ratios are very high. So money is moving out. Dollar rupee is weakening, that is not giving them confidence. On the stock market, people feel other countries like Korea, Taiwan have really spent on AI, and somehow there is I don't know whether it's a story or a narrative that has been built that India has missed the AI story, and we need to do something about it. So just telling you, at Axis also, our CEO has pushed all of us. We all have to have at least 2 AI projects running. So again, please look at it. AI is real. It is going to change our lives. So that question that was asked is good. So please look at your own backyards and see what you can do. Some other slides, some other graphs which just show you the positive story. I just wanted to leave this with you. So if you look at the 10-year government security rate, it has today at about 660. Our forecast is it will trail down. There might be no more cuts, but we expect the rates to kind of soften. If you look at inflation, it has been a really benign inflation. Nobody even worries about inflation, which is great, because if inflation rears its ugly head, then rates go up. Although having said that, we think inflation has bottomed out. You will see a bit of an up move, but nothing to worry about from a rates perspective. So again, you can see the inflation over the last 20 years, from 10%, it is down to a very comfortable 4% handle, and this is, within RBI's realm of control. We've also seen, fiscal deficit being controlled in the country. Please understand, it's like a balance sheet. Aapka balance sheet agar healthy hai, your banker is more happy to give you money, right? Your debt EBITDA ratios are correct. So India's debt EBITDA ratios have been supremely great. We've managed to keep fiscal deficit under control. Inflation is not going up. Please understand, this is extremely important for our rating. India rating goes up, more allocation of capital to the country, more people will look at India positively. The other thing, it's not only rates coming down. Just look at this graph. It shows you the difference, it shows you basically credit risk. So, where is AAA and where would say BBB be? The gap used to be almost 100 basis. Today it's narrowed down considerably, which basically means it's a risk on time. It's a great time to put capital, go to your banks for loans, because even if your rating is not AAA, the credit spread that you have to pay is much more narrow. It's the narrowest it's been in the last 4-5 years. We spoke about MSME, and I think Ratul spoke about corporate the credit guarantee scheme. Just look at this in the last 5 years, from 4.5 million, which is about 45 lakh cases, it's gone to almost 12 million cases that has gone up. See the amount, it's almost 13-14 lakh crores that has gone into MSME credit guarantee. So your whole community, the whole MSMEs are really taking advantage of this, and again kudos to the government for providing this. If you look at bank credit as a percent to MSME as a percentage to non-food credit, that has also been going up. Means more money is being lent by bankers to CAPEX, to OPEX, to all of that, especially for MSME. If you look at the graph on the right, you can again see today private sector banks are 45% of lending to all MSME. So we are a major participant in your growth. And for the last 5 years, you know, these gentlemen, Prashant, Ratul, who you met, their books have been growing at 16% CAGR for 5 years. Means that's the amount they have been lending consistently. The other slide, gainer has been NBFCs, but this I'm seeing the tech-enabled NBFCs. So there are a lot of NBFCs that are able to give you credit, without papers. They use a bit of AI or technology to try to reach out to people who are non-included. But the point we are trying to make is MSME growth is very, very robust and strong. The last one is also showing the fiscal deficit, which I already spoke about, under control. These are our GDP forecasts. We've been getting it wrong every quarter in a positive way. Like we thought we will close this year at 6.5, then it was nudging towards 7, and now the forecast for this year is 7.5. So the numbers are real. It's just in front of you, the graphs. I just put out IMF's forecast for the next 5 years for all the possible countries I could think of. Just look at this. Imagine you're a global investor. Where will you put your money? Barely 3 countries, with growth targets over 4%. So just to summarize, I think geopolitics, unfortunately, next 2 months, you have to watch Twitter and you have to watch your news screens, but I expect a lot of volatility. The US Supreme Court could just reverse this whole tariff story. So let's wait and watch for that. The 50% tariff is not going to be steady state in India. It has to change. So it's only a matter of time. Knowing Trump, he could kind of use some negotiation tactics there. But I think we have a bigger problem. There is China and exports and dumping. So please do watch out for that. Next impact, if tariffs don't sort very soon, is currency wars, which has already begun in a way. So, I would really watch out for that. The rupee weakness, I already told you, it is primarily by capital markets. Lot of outflows happening. FDI, capital outflows. Hopefully, now the worst is behind us. We do think money will come back cyclically as well. But the long-term prospects I've shown you are phenomenal for India. There's barely a country that has got socio-demographics correct, that has got fiscal prudence, that has got the tailwinds of the growth cycle which is kicking in. So I think it's I would say the next 4-5 years are very, very positive. And the government response, I'm pretty impressed on how they've handled all of this. So wish you guys all the best and hope to be back here again. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Brajesh, for that insightful session. Moving ahead, we now take up track 2, Resilient by Design, MSME strategies to navigate challenges with limited resources, with a strong focus on people, skilling and future-ready organizations. To moderate this session, I invite to the dais Mr. Mrunal Shukla, Senior Corporate Trainer and Business Growth Strategist. I invite our panelists to join us on stage, Mr. Ramesh Seshadri, Vice President L&T MHI Power Boilers Private Limited, Mr. Manoj Sharma, CHRO Aarti Industries, Dr. Neerav Mandir, Chief Human Capital and Sustainability Officer, Sri Ramakrishna Exports Private Limited, and Mr. Shantanu Das, Senior Vice President Human Resources, Zydus Wellness. Over to Mr. Mrunal to take this discussion forward.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you. So, looking at the watch, I think we have to be little fast and I am indeed very happy to moderate this session. Thank you very much, FICCI, Smriti. Thank you very much, STCCI. We have our very distinguished panel speakers, Mr. Ramesh Seshadri, Head of Manufacturing, L&T MHI Power Boilers Private Limited. सर्दी का मौसम है, हम तालियों की गूंज करेंगे तो थोड़ा ठंडी में भी फर्क पड़ेगा. मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश में looking at the region and the language used over here, गुजराती तो मैं आपको नहीं बोल सकता हूँ, लेकिन मैं अपने पैनल स्पीकर से ये विनती कर सकता हूँ नीरव को तो मैं वैसे भी बोल सकता हूँ कि आप गुजराती में भी बोलेंगे, लेकिन ये हिंदी और इंग्लिश का कॉम्बिनेशन रहेगा. इज इट फाइन? ओके, थैंक यू. We have another distinguished speaker, Mr. Manoj Sharma, CHRO, Aarti Industries. I welcome you, Manoj ji. Our own Dr. Neerav Mandir, Chief Human Capital and Sustainability Officer, Sri Ramakrishna Export Private Limited. Welcome to Dr. Neerav. And Mr. Shantanu Das, Senior Vice President, Human Resource, Zydus Wellness Limited. Thank you, sir. Welcome. पहले मैं थोड़ी सूरत की बात कर लूं. ये MSME हब कहा जाता है और वैसे देखा जाए तो ये MSME का कंट्रीब्यूशन इंडिया में हमारी इकोनॉमी में काफ़ी सब्सटेंशियल रहा है. जीडीपी ग्रोथ को देखा जाए, पर कैपिटा इनकम को देखा जाए, टैक्स पेइंग देखा जाए तो सूरत और साउथ गुजरात हमेशा सिरमौर रहा है. आज का हमारा जो टॉपिक है, एम्पावर MSME रेसिलिएंट बाय डिजाइन, MSME स्ट्रेटेजीज टू नेविगेट चैलेंजेस विथ लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज. वैसे देखा जाए तो ये रेसिलियंस की बात आती है तो सूरत हमेशा इस बात में रहा है. सिंस 1950 सर, सूरत में फ्लड रेगुलरली हुआ है एट द इंटरवल ऑफ every 4 years. 1992 में सूरत में प्लेग हुआ था और डर्टीएस्ट सिटी ऑफ इंडिया वो सूरत था. आज क्लीनेस्ट सिटी ऑफ द इंडिया इज सूरत. थोड़ा डिस्टर्बेंसेस कम्युनल भी रहा है, यहां बार बार रहा है गुजरात में, और उसके साथ में पोस्ट कोरोना स्थिति तो हम सबको मालूम है. और 2008 का जो हमारा रिसेशन पीरियड रहा, बेसिकली सूरत में दो इंडस्ट्री, दोनों फैशन से रिलेटेड हैं, डायमंड इंडस्ट्री एंड टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री. इमर्जिंग इंडस्ट्री जिसे अभी हम देख रहे हैं वो आईटी है और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हैं. हमारे यहाँ के जो MSME एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, आप सबका जो कॉर्पोरेट एक्सपीरियंस जो है और यहाँ का जो है, मैं अपने पैनल स्पीकर से ये कहना चाहूँगा कि वो डिफरेंट है. यहाँ जो है वो लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज से काम करना पड़ता है, फंड लिमिटेड है, पीपल इन द टीम दे आर ऑल्सो इन लिमिटेड नंबर्स. लेकिन पिछले कुछ समय से, पिछले एक डिकेड से यहाँ पे काफ़ी बदलाव हुआ है. जैसे रेसिलियंस की बात करते हैं, बाउंस बैक की बात करते हैं, तो यहाँ के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हर बार उठ के खड़े हुए हैं. बार बार उनको ये फिनिक्स पक्षी की तरफ बार बार उठना पड़ा है. पहले तो मैंने आप सबको ये कहा है कि आपका 2-2 मिनट का पहले आप प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे और इसके बाद में हम क्वेश्चन आंसर करेंगे. लेकिन लुकिंग एट द वॉच, लुकिंग एट द टाइम, कैन वी स्ट्रेट अवे गो टू क्वेश्चन आंसर इफ यू परमिट? जैसे जैसे आप गाइड करेंगे. इट्स फाइन, ओके. तो सबसे पहले तो हमारे चारों पैनलिस्ट के लिए, डिस्टिंग्विश्ड पैनल स्पीकर्स के लिए हम जोरदार ताली. जैसे मैंने कहा कि MSME का दर्द कुछ अलग है और इस दर्द को जिसने बहुत नजदीक से देखा है वो हमारे डॉक्टर नीरव हैं. तो पहले सवाल मैं नीरव जी को करना चाहूँगा. मैं सवाल सिर्फ करूँगा ऐसा नहीं है, हम ऑडियंस से भी सवाल लेंगे और ज़्यादा सवाल यहाँ से आए वो हम चाहते हैं ताकि सीधा एड्रेस आपका और इनका इंटरेक्शन हो जाए. मैं नीरव जी से पहला सवाल करना चाहूँगा. नीरव जी, जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को आप लीड कर रहे हैं, जिसको आप अपनी सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं, SRK, वो डायमंड इंडस्ट्री की, जैसे मैंने कहा कि भाई 2 इंडस्ट्री यहाँ पे सेगमेंट यहाँ पे काफ़ी कुछ कर रहा है, उसमें से एक डायमंड है. और HR को डायमंड इंडस्ट्री ने जितना बढ़ावा दिया है शायद ही उतना कहीं और हुआ है सूरत में या दक्षिण गुजरात में. मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगा कि जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की बात हो रही है, तो यहाँ पे 2 जनरेशन SRK की अगर श्री रामकृष्ण एक्सपोर्ट की बात करते हैं तो 2 जनरेशन में ये बात आई है। गोविंद काका को ले लीजिए और उनके बाद में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ने ये बात को आगे बढ़ाया है। तो क्या बातें कॉमन रही और क्या चैलेंजेस रहे होंगे? एक जनरेशन से ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, ये ट्रांसफर दूसरी जनरेशन में गया, तो क्या challenges रहे? How could you cope up?
Thank you very much, Manoj. In the interest of the conversation, you very pertinently touch upon the point. And for the audience, for those who are there from the Surat and the Southern Gujarat region, you might be having, and apologies for the voices, right? Literally gone since yesterday.
निरवा हिंदी।
So ये बताना चाहता हूँ आपको, और आपने जो बताया कि कैसे ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ, and you can see जो भी पैनलिस्ट हैं यहाँ पे, they are representing the respective sectors, mainly large corporates में से है। You might be wondering कि MSME conclave में large corporates में से लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? But you have to appreciate the fact, जो भी कंपनी हो, चाहे आरती इंडस्ट्रीज हो, Zydus हो, we had a presentation from L&T. They somewhere started MSME once upon a time, inclusive of SRK. और आज यहाँ पे वो पहुँचे हैं. So we have to appreciate the fact that someone has to start from the small scale and then one can build upon. जो SRK की बात आपने बताई, for those who are from Surat, they might be aware of the fact they started in 1964 by the founder and chairman, Mr. Dolakya, and then later on, it becomes ultimately the world's largest tire manufacturing and export company. But Munal bhai ने जो बताया कि MSME sector जहाँ पे सूरत में more than 85% of the companies belong to the MSME sector, mainly contributing to food trace, diamond and textile. So that is the heart of the Surat's industry contribution in the national economy. सूरत में जहाँ पे mainly ये diamond, textile और somewhat other amenities and other sectors are having their representation, and MSMEs are always having scarcity of the resources most of the time, especially जो earlier discussion में हमने देखा कि financial crunch, when you are starting new, when you are running small, आप काफ़ी हद तक ग्रांट्स के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट होते हैं, आप काफ़ी हद तक यू आर डिपेंडिंग ऑन द बैंक और गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स जो हेल्प करती हैं एमएसएमई सेक्टर को ग्रो करने के लिए. When it comes to the human resources, somewhere down the line what I could feel, Mural bhai, for MSME that was not being prioritized and not being given a priority in due manner, because वो थोड़ा एक priority last में रहता है कि how to invest in your human capital, because entrepreneurs himself or herself are struggling with their own challenges, especially the finance, they want to expand, exploring the market. तो उस उलझन में उतना वो बिजी हो जाते हैं कि ह्यूमन कैपिटल के ऊपर जो इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है वो प्रायोरिटी थोड़ी लास्ट में रहती है. एंड आई एम नॉट हैविंग एनी रिजर्वेशन ऑफ सेइंग दैट मोस्ट ऑफ द कंपनीज इन सूरत इवन टुडे forget about having the human resource professional, they are not having a formalized human resource department. And nothing wrong with that. I'm not advocating that, okay, you should be investing. Until and unless your entrepreneurs are investing on their own, that how they can handle, manage and invest in the human capital. तो ये एक attitude का जो transition है, that is being seen, but still long way to go. And for those who have not invested so far, upon yourself by being you also as HR practitioner along with the CEO or the CXOs of the company, and that is what being expected. And we did our bit almost 40 years back, because the existence of SRK is more than 6 decades now. So leadership were quite keen that we should be investing in our people, we should be thinking about the best of the best welfare policies for them, and ultimately if you are investing today you will be able to enjoy the fruits of the whole investment in a longer period of time. That's my initial thought on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much sir. मैं रमेश जी से ये सवाल करना चाहूँगा कि एक प्रोडक्शन डिपार्टमेंट की जो चैलेंज रहती है वो क्या रहती हैं, खास करके टू रिटेन पीपल, खास करके टेक्निकल लोगों को रिटेन करना और टीम को रिटेन करना, वो चैलेंज सबसे बड़ी यहाँ पे एमएसएमई में हो रही है. खास करके पोस्ट कोरोना ये यहाँ पे ये दिक्कत ज़्यादा रही है, तो आप इनके ऊपर थोड़ा हमें प्लीज थ्रो लाइट ऑन इट.
good afternoon to all of you. To retain and motivate our workforce, preliminary there are two things. One is how much we take care of them in terms of the financial assistance, what they get by working in the company. That is one very preliminary point. Second is how rich is their role in the company, in how rich in the sense how they are able to contribute and how they give importance to that. These two aspects are the core to retain anyone, be it be a first line, front line worker or the general manager of the company. As far as the finances are concerned, to a great extent, it depends upon the productivity that you bring on the table. And when it comes to productivity, then there are linkages like how we train them, what sort of a learning and training processes are there in the company, and how they can better contribute so that it makes financial sense in keeping them in your team. So that is a solid business-like talk. If you spend something on somebody, you would like to see that returns, right? So the foundation of that is through training and development, and definitely we need to invest there in the very early stages when you put up a company. The second is how to enrich the role. Today especially, as in the earlier presentation they said, we are blessed with demographic dividend. Our vast population is very young, 60% of them in the working age. But are we harnessing them? What are their needs? What are their aspirations? आज के तारीख में जो यंग बच्चे जो इंडस्ट्री के साथ लग रहे हैं, बच्चे तो नहीं बोलूँगा, जो जवान हमारे इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, उनके माइंडसेट अलग हैं. वो जो उनके पिताजी काम किया करते थे इंडस्ट्री में, वैसा करना जरूरत नहीं समझते हैं और उनको इंटरेस्ट भी नहीं है. तो उनके रोल्स को कैसे हम एनरिच करें, तो ये भी एक चैलेंज है हमारे इंडस्ट्री के सामने उनको रिटेन करने के लिए. तो इसमें एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान आएगा कि थोड़ा ऑटोमेशन करें. Automation definitely will give a feel to the guy coming and working that he is not doing an ordinary job. It has some way, some application of what he has learned. So, enriching of the job में जब आता है तो automation एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान करेगा आपको. Not only that, productivity भी बढ़ेगी. So, by doing all this, training and developing, focusing on that, putting a process in the company to do that, to handle that. Second, bring in the right type of automation so that your productivity is answered, your quality is answered, so your cash outflows, what you spend on the employees, also get justified. And together all this will make a win-win. So these are my thoughts.
थैंक यू सो वेरी मच सर. आपने सही बात कही है, क्योंकि ये खास साउथ गुजरात के जो फैमिली रन बिजनेस हैं, इनके लिए ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि कैसे वो वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस को भी वो चाहते हैं. तो अभी मेरा सवाल जो है वो इसी के ऊपर है. मैं मनोज शर्मा जी से पूछना चाहूँगा कि भाई ये फैमिली रन बिजनेस जो है, वहाँ के यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर जो हैं वो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी चाहते हैं. वर्कर्स भी जो हैं, टीम भी जो है वो भी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. अभी जो गवर्नमेंट का भी जो नई बात हमारे सामने आई है वो मिनिमम वर्किंग आवर्स और फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इन वर्किंग आवर्स, इसके ऊपर आप थोड़ा प्रकाश दीजिए.
गुड आफ्टरनून. थैंक यू मृणाल जी. आई डोंट नो वेदर आई एम करेक्ट और नॉट, बट फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी सभी लोग चाहते हैं. कौन नहीं चाहता फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. एंड अभी जिस ट्रांजिशन में है कंट्री और जिस ट्रांजिशन में अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है, आई थिंक द नीड ऑफ द आवर इज टू बी रियली पेशेंट. थोड़ा अपने ग्राउंड लेवल पे जो चल रहा है उसको सुने बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि क्या लोग सोच रहे हैं, क्या बात कर रहे हैं, क्या चैलेंजेस हैं। जब वो घर से सुबह निकलते हैं, अपने उद्योग में जाते हैं, तो क्या फील कर रहे हैं, तो उसके ऊपर बहुत गहराई से सोचना ज़रूरी है। जितने भी मालिक लोग हैं फैक्ट्रीज़ के, जो भी उद्योगपति हैं, उनको वो कनेक्ट बहुत ज़रूरी है, rather than getting into any solution mode without listening their people. And when I say people, it is not limited to the people who are coming to the factories, but to the larger extended family. Because आज का जो कर्मचारी है वो सिर्फ अपने सेल्फ के विचारों से ही मूव नहीं होता, वो अपने जो परिवेश में जो लोग उसके दोस्त हैं, जो उसके घर हैं, जो उसकी फैमिली मेम्बर्स हैं, उससे भी बहुत ज़्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस है, और सोशल मीडिया से भी बहुत ज़्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस है। तो एज सच दिमाग, दिल बहुत क्लटर्ड है, तो उसको समझने की बहुत ज़रूरत है, और वहाँ पे इनोवेटिव सॉल्यूशंस लाने की ज़रूरत है। आई थिंक अगर वो इनोवेशन का नाम फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है, तो वो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी लाना ज़रूरी है। मैं आपको छोटी छोटी चीज़ें बताता हूँ। आरती इंडस्ट्रीज़ 40 साल हो गए, एक स्मॉल मीडियम साइज इंडस्ट्रीज से चालू हुई थी 40 साल पहले, और ऐसी छोटी छोटी बहुत जगह हमारी फैक्ट्रीज होती थी, तारापुर, सिलवासा, वापी, कच्छ, भरूच, कई जगह। और फर्स्ट जनरेशन कंपनी है ये, अभी भी जिन्होंने चालू करी थी एक इंडस्ट्री, तो वही लोग अभी भी फैमिली के वो लोग इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हैं। उन्होंने कुछ चीज़ें बहुत ज़्यादा केयरफुली डिप्लॉय करी। उन्होंने कभी भी अपने कर्मचारियों से डिफरेंस या डिस्टेंस नहीं बनाया, वो हर समय उनसे कनेक्टेड रहे। तो कोई जो भी MSME वाले लोग बैठे हैं, मेरा उनसे निवेदन है कि वो जितना पावर कनेक्ट रखेंगे अपने कर्मचारी के साथ, तो जैसे साहब ने बताया, जैसे नीरव जी ने बताया, शायद रिटेंशन बेटर हो, आपके उस इंडिविजुअल का पेशेंस लेवल बेटर हो, कमिटमेंट बेटर हो, और उसकी ओनरशिप उस पर्टिकुलर कार्य क्षेत्र में बनी रहे। दूसरी चीज, शुरू के दिनों में, और वो शुरू के दिन ऐसे होते हैं कि वो सालों चलते हैं, कॉस्ट के ऊपर पूरा कंट्रोल जरूरी है कि व्हाट आर योर कॉस्ट लीवर्स, आप कहाँ पे, और उसका ये नहीं कि 3 महीने के प्रोजेक्शन, बस सालों के प्रोजेक्शन प्रॉपर रखना जरूरी है कि कैसे हम ग्रो कर रहे हैं, मेरी क्या रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम्स हैं, मेरी क्या कॉस्ट स्ट्रीम्स हैं। तो अपन जैसे बोलते हैं ना, बिजनेस मॉडल क्या है, कि वैल्यू क्रिएशन कहाँ हो रही है और वैल्यू क्रिएटर्स क्या क्या हैं अपने, एंड देन फिर मेरा ऑपरेटिंग मॉडल क्या है, कहाँ कहाँ मैं क्या वैल्यू क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ, कैसे मैं अपने प्रोडक्ट्स या सर्विसेज को मार्केट में लेके आ रहा हूँ। तीसरी चीज जो मैं इन एंटरप्रेन्योर से सीखी, फर्स्ट जनरेशन से, उन्होंने अपने कस्टमर का हाथ कभी नहीं छोड़ा। दैट कस्टमर कनेक्ट इवन ड्यूरिंग टाइम्स व्हेन कस्टमर इज फेलिंग। I have heard so many case studies. These entrepreneurs have never, felt short term. उन्होंने उनका हाथ नहीं छोड़ा। As a result, आज की डेट में वो बहुत ज़्यादा लॉयल है। अगर आपके साथ आपके कस्टमर खड़े हुए हैं, तो हो सकता है थोड़ा ब्लिप आए, पर वो ब्लिप से आप ऊपर उठ सकते हैं। तो अगर ये कुछ छोटी छोटी चीज़ों पे अगर ध्यान देंगे, मैं अक्सर ये बोलता हूँ, छोटी छोटी बातों से पूर्णता आती है, और पूर्णता कोई छोटी बात नहीं है, है ना। तो छोटी छोटी चीज़ों पे अगर आप अपना ध्यान लेके आएंगे, अपने कर्मचारियों से जुड़ेंगे, आई कैन टेल यू कि जो स्पेशली इंडियंस, हम लोग में दिली पैशन होता है कि जहाँ पे भी हम रहें, हम अच्छा करें। और शाइन करें और अपने आसपास को शाइन करें और जिस उद्योग से जुड़ रहे हैं उसको शाइन करें, है ना। ये एक बहुत इनेट पावर है अपन सभी में, उसको अगर अपन ट्रिगर करके रखें एज ए उद्योगपति, अपने लोगों में वो ज्वाला को प्रज्वलित करके रखें, तो आई कैन टेल यू, यू कैन ओवरकम एनी चैलेंजेस। ये जो कल्चर है, जो सॉफ्टवेयर जिसे बोलते हैं एस्पेक्ट, इट इज़ वेरी हार्डर टू बी अचीव्ड। अगर ये आपने अपने उद्योग में लेके आ गए, you can overcome any challenge. You can bring flexibilities, you can bring innovative solutions, you can retain people, because आज की डेट में MSME का biggest advantage यह है कि आप customized solution deploy कर सकते हो। ये बड़े उद्योग नहीं कर पाते customized solution, उनको बहुत दिक्कत होती है। उनके लिए जो पॉलिसी बन गई वही वे ऑफ लाइफ है। हर किसी को वो पॉलिसी दिखा, भाई पॉलिसी में नहीं बैठ रहा तो नहीं चलेगा। बट छोटे उद्योग में, MSME में वो बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है। यू कैन टच एंड फील, यू कैन रियली फील योर पीपल एंड डिप्लॉय कस्टमाइज सॉल्यूशंस। सो मैं तो ये सोच रहा हूँ इंडिया का जो ग्रोथ पोटेंशियल है आज की डेट में 30% कंट्रीब्यूशन है GDP में MSME का, टारगेट है 2030 तक 50% का। 50% GDP, इसका मतलब अगर आप 4 ट्रिलियन पे बैठे हैं, 2030 तक शायद ये $7 ट्रिलियन हो इकोनॉमी, तो $3.5 ट्रिलियन पोटेंशियल की बात चल रही है MSME के थ्रू। 120 मिलियन लोग काम करते हैं MSME में आज की डेट में, आई थिंक वो बढ़ के 200 मिलियन होने वाला है। सो बहुत शाइनिंग है। आप छोटी छोटी चीज़ों पे ध्यान दें, एंड छोटी छोटी बातों से पूर्णता आती है और पूर्णता कोई छोटी बात।
क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया। सर आपने ह्यूमन टच के ऊपर बहुत बढ़िया बातें करी, और आपने ये जो बढ़िया सा ये जो पंक्ति आपने दी छोटी छोटी बातों वाली, अगर आप अपने इंटरनल कस्टमर को प्लीज करेंगे या उनको खुश रखेंगे तो वही आपके एक्सटर्नल कस्टमर को भी ध्यान रखेंगे। बहुत बढ़िया बात है आपने कही। अभी मैं शांतनु जी से ये प्रश्न करना चाहूँगा कि एक तो ह्यूमन टच की बात हुई, और आज के समय में ह्यूमन टच वर्सेस या ह्यूमन टच और टेक्नोलॉजी, इसके ऊपर आपके प्रतिभाव क्या रहेंगे, कैसे ब्लेंड बनाएं हम?
थैंक यू मीना जी। वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू। नमस्कार। पहले तो है कि पहले उस प्रश्न में जो मीना जी पूछ रहे हैं उसका पहले जेनेसिस क्या है, क्यों करूं टेक्नोलॉजी, इस बात की आलोचना क्यों होती है। एक तो है कि जो सुबह से जो फिगर्स हैं, जो इंडिया हैज़ अबाउट 6.8 करोड़ MSMEs, close to 30 crore people are employed, contributing 30% of GDP, 36% of manufacturing, 45% of exports। काफ़ी impressive figures है। It's a backbone of Indian economy। आप जो बैठे हैं, जो भी इंडिया में है, इट्स अ बैकबोन ऑफ इंडियन इकोनॉमी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। लेकिन और दो तीन और भी फिगर्स हैं। दी फिगर जैसा है कि 56% फेस स्किल गैप्स एंड 47% रिपोर्ट वर्कफोर्स स्किल्स शॉर्टेज। क्योंकि अगर वो तो ऑल दोस गुड मैट्रिसेस, बट यहाँ भी जो है दीज पॉइंट्स, अगर ये जेनेसिस हो, सो उसमें हाउ डू वी स्ट्रैटेजाइज कि इसको कैसे क्लोज किया जाए, अगर ये बेसिक प्रॉब्लम अगर है, देन सो इफ दैट बी सो, देन फर्स्ट इज, जैसे पहले बात कर चुके हैं कि HR इज नो मोर अ कॉस्ट सेंटर। कॉस्ट सेंटर तो है ही, 30 साल से वही सुन के आ रहे हैं, बट कॉस्ट सेंटर है, बट इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट दिस फंक्शन की जो अहमियत है उसको समझ लिया जाए। एंड अगर HR अगर पीपल डोमेन में करें आप, अब आज के दिन में जो क्वेश्चन जो मुन्ना जी पूछ रहे हैं कि इज इट टेक्नोलॉजी और ओनली ह्यूमन टच और इज इट बोथ, इसका जेनेसिस यही है दैट हाउ डू वी इंश्योर हायर प्रोडक्टिविटी। जब तक आप HR की जो बिजनेस लिंक ना करें तो कभी नहीं होने वाला है। अगर मैं बिजनेस का कोई भी एक लिंक कर दूं, प्रोडक्टिविटी के साथ लिंक कर दूं या स्किल गैप के साथ आधार में लिंक कर दूं, कहीं भी अगर लिंकेज हो जाए, then it is very easy for entrepreneurs to also invest in people. Otherwise मैं invest क्यों करूं? I will only invest in technology. So the whole gamut of digitalization or technology is to enhance productivity. But human touch can never be replaced by digital touch. कभी नहीं हो सकता ये. It can go together. जहाँ पे हमारा बेसिक काम है, जो HRI है, ह्यूमन इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम्स हो या जो भी बेसिक मोडालिटीज हैं, वो उसमें अभी काफ़ी सारे टेक्नोलॉजीज आ गए हैं. We should embrace that technology. It is not, certainly not, it's a good question, Minalji. It is never either or, it is both. Technology की ज़रूरत है and काफ़ी, there are so many technologies available. It is very easily available. It is only to take care of our basic ingredients of people domain which helps enhance productivity. जब तक वो business linkage ना हो, please मत कीजिए. Business linkage आपको दिखे तभी कीजिए invest. But with that comes the human touch. अगर if I have to retain my people, आप सिर्फ robots लगा दें तब तो वो भी संभव नहीं है, because it is also not investment worth. Then I have to retain my people. In order to retain my people, that digital touch has to be in congruence with the human touch. And that is how I retain my people. That is how. अब skill gap कैसे होता है? अगर मैं skill ले आऊँ और वो skill छोड़ दे तो फिर कहाँ से हो जाएगा वो? तो उसको retain करना पड़ेगा. How to attract? So it goes both, human touch and digital touch. दोनों हैं. जहाँ भी ज़रूरत पड़े base level में, we should have technology. And उसके ऊपर जो है beyond operational excellence, we should have these softer elements of culture, of values, of result, of this entire piece, and it goes together. That is why the best way to predict future is to create it. So please create this future by doing this investment in both. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. ये जो आपने HR not cost center, लेकिन ऐसा कहा जाता है कि HR जो है वो कमाओ दिख रहा है बेटा है, और जो सेल्स मार्केटिंग वाले हैं वो कमाओ बेटे हैं. एक MSME का एक बहुत ही पर्टिनेंट प्रॉब्लम ये रहा है कि रमेश, ये सवाल मैं ओपन रख देता हूँ इसका जवाब के लिए, कि एक पर्टिनेंट हमारा प्रॉब्लम MSME का ये रहा है कि ग्रोथ की बात हम करते हैं, हमारे जो एम्प्लॉय है वो भी ग्रोथ की बात करते हैं, वो भी चाहते हैं कि मेरा ग्रोथ हो, लेकिन MSME का एक खुद का वहाँ पे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है या उनका इकोसिस्टम है उसमें ग्रोथ की भी एक लिमिट है. तो हाउ कैन दे ओवरकम दिस? आपको इंक्रीमेंट चाहिए, आपको रेगुलरली आपको बढ़ावा चाहिए, आपको डेजिग्नेशन में चाहिए, तो कैसे ये एक छोटा सा MSME ये कैसे ओवरकम कर सकता है?
आई थिंक मैं अटेम्प्ट करूं. ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, नया चैलेंज नहीं है. पहले तो मृणाल जी, ये पिछले 50 साल से ओवरकम करते आ रहा है. ठीक है. सो पहले तो इससे अपन विचलित ना हो. एंड ये चैलेंज सभी कैटेगरीज की इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए एप्लीकेबल है. बड़ी बड़ी कोरोना पीरियड में बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज ने इंक्रीमेंट नहीं दिए, बोनस नहीं दिए, लोगों को ले ऑफ करा. आई थिंक MSME डिड अ बेटर जॉब ड्यूरिंग दैट पीरियड. ऐसा नहीं है कि उनके अब कोई पैसे का पेड़ लगा हुआ है. इट इज़, आई थिंक they have a better patience level, better understanding of their future, and better connect with the people, and they उनको वो समझाने की क्षमता है उनमें. एक innate resilience, एक innate power है कि ये फाइनेंशियल चैलेंजेस को वो एक बड़े समझदारी पूर्वक एड्रेस कर सकते. ओके. सो पहला तो अपन इससे विचलित ना हो. दूसरा, मेरा ये मानना भी है कि अगर पैसे नहीं होंगे तो, या सेल्स नहीं होगी, या एबिटा नहीं होंगे, या प्रॉफिट्स नहीं होंगे, तो हाउ विल यू कीप योर बिजनेस सस्टेनेबल? एक्चुअली आई थिंक उसके भी बहुत सारे तरीके हैं. बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज हैज़ कम फॉरवर्ड टू लुक फॉर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग अप्रोचेस, आइदर थ्रू कोलैबोरेशन अमंग्स MSMEs. जैसे केमिकल्स की मैं बात करूँ, आज केमिकल्स में अपन बात कर रहे हैं सर्कुलरिटी. सो बहुत सारे केमिकल कंपनीज, छोटी छोटी केमिकल कंपनीज आपस में हाथ मिला रही हैं टू बी ए पार्टनर टू ईच अदर. एज ए रिजल्ट, ह्यूज कॉस्ट सेविंग पोटेंशियल हैज इमर्ज. सो सॉल्यूशंस अवेलेबल हैं. अगर साइलोज में ही काम करते रहेंगे तो दिक्कत है. आई थिंक bodies like SGCC or FICCI or many other bodies, you know, if we are open to extend our boundaries, the solutions are possible. Today, we can leverage the skills from people from other different industry, fellow industry. If you are a partner to them, आपको जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको आपका बॉयलर का एक्सपर्ट हायर करने की जरूरत है. अगर किसी एक कंपनी ने हायर करा है तो उसको आप 2 घंटे के लिए बुला सकते हैं. If you have a relations, आपको जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको डेडिकेटेड HR डिपार्टमेंट चाहिए. आजकल फ्रैक्शनल CHROs मिल रहे हैं मार्केट में बहुत, जो एक नहीं 10 जगह अपनी सर्विसेज एक्सटेंड करते हैं. तो आपके सारे कॉम्प्लायंसेस, आपके सारे गवर्नेंस, दे कैन सेट एट अ मिनिमम कॉस्ट. सो बहुत सारे ऐसे इनोवेटिव प्रैक्टिसेस और सॉल्यूशंस आर अवेलेबल, जिसको आई थिंक इफ वी आर ओपन and if we are like really constructive to bring the brighter days, it is possible.
शांतनु जी ऐड करना चाहते हैं. शांतनु जी अपना पॉइंट रखे, उसके साथ में मैं आप सबको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि आप भी अपने सवाल के साथ रेडी रहिए. जी
नहीं, मैं एक इन्हीं क्वेश्चन में जो मुन्ना जी पूछ रहे हैं ग्रोथ, मेरे यहीं पर जो पिछले डिस्कशंस हो रहे थे और ह्यूमन टच, देखिए अगर बिजनेस है तो ग्रोथ है हमारा. बिजनेस इज देयर, वी आर देयर, है ना. व्हेन बिजनेस डज वेल, देन प्रमोशन हो, चाहे लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव्स हो, इंक्रीमेंट्स हो, उसकी ज़्यादा इशू नहीं होता है. इशू होता है व्हेन बिजनेस इज नॉट डूइंग वेल, देयर आर सम अप्स एंड डाउन्स. जब डाउन, देन मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, मेरा खुद के एक्सपीरियंस बोलिए या कोविड बोलिए, जब भी बोलिए, द कंपनीज हु डू वेल एंड पीपल ऑल्सो ग्रो एंड स्टे आर दोज कंपनीज जहाँ पे कल्चर is embracing the people and that human touch जो इसकी बात कर रहे हैं, सबसे बड़ा अहमियत उसी समय है when a company is in a crisis. अगर हमारे workforce they do not leave us when there is a crisis, that समझ लीजिए कि हमारे कल्चर बहुत strong है. ये सिर्फ बोनस और इंक्रीमेंट्स के लिए people don't stay back. People stay back because of culture, and एक बार कंपनी डाउन से अप भी आ जाए तो ग्रोथ भी हो जाए तो people start growing. तो उसी समय दिस कल्चर बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इसके लिए कोई MSME लार्ज स्केल स्मॉल स्केल नहीं है, कोई भी कंपनी में जहाँ वी आर पीपल देयर, वहाँ पे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. दिस वाज माय
in world over, how many people are happy with their compensation? World over, the research data point is only 20% people. अगर वो सर्वे भी यहाँ पे भी करे ना तो सिर्फ 20% ही निकलेगा, है ना. सो आई थिंक लेट्स नॉट गेट इनटू थिंग्स विच आर बियॉन्ड आवर कंट्रोल. व्हाट इज अंडर आवर कंट्रोल इज योर हेड, हार्ट एंड हैंड्स. इफ दे आर इन सिंक, you are sorted in life and you can do really well and you can really promote your industry.
मनोज जी, आपने 20% सेटिस्फेक्शन की बात कही. मैं डॉक्टर नीरव से आपकी बात से कितना सहमत है ये मैं पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि ये सूरत है, ये साउथ गुजरात है, यहाँ 300 गाड़ियाँ गिफ्ट होती है. मुकेश अंबानी ने कहा कि मैं भी ये नहीं करता हूँ, तो यहाँ पे ये होता है. तो आप जो 20% कह रहे हैं वो नीरव क्या कहते हैं हम सुनना चाहेंगे. हाउ कैन दे मेक good to great?
Thank you, Murad bhai, thank you for putting me in such a in-between complex situation में रखने के लिए. So, काफी अच्छा conversation, very interesting conversation has been going on. Just to add to it, कि भी हम बात करते हैं कि भी we have to retain talent, we have to attract talent, we have to nurture them well. Culture की बात शांतनु जी ने की, मनोज जी ने की, रमेश जी ने की. L&T is known for that culture. But at the same time, जब हम MSME हैं, it's a foundation of the charting out the growth plan. उसके लिए जब हम बात करते हैं कि भाई we have to set the examples. Especially example तब set करने चाहिए या होते हैं when the companies are facing to a tough time. If I were to share our own story, ऐसा कि सूरत के लोगों को पता होगा, in 2008-9 जब global recession आया, being into the luxury sectors, last priority gems and jewelry थी, because people were struggling with the routine bread and butter, and we were at the depth of all the toughness कि काफी सारी companies bankrupt हुई gems and jewelry sector के अंदर. सबने अपने प्रोडक्शन सूरत where 30% of the entire population, almost 3 million population, is directly or indirectly engaged into the gems and jewelry sector. तो उस स्केल की हम बात कर रहे हैं जहाँ पे ले ऑफ हो रहे हैं, and of course we were also suffering. But our board, especially led by our chairman Mr. Govind Dolakia, who took a decision along with the board, irrespective of इस time में, if we are not supporting our talent, अभी हम उनको lay off करेंगे, वो कहाँ जाएंगे? We took the pain, we took all the losses which we could for almost more than a year. But just to tell you the data, उस time पे as per the ARS revenue wise SRK top 25 में भी नहीं थी. We did not do layoff and we took a call कि अगर कंपनी बंद होगी सब एक साथ निकलेंगे. Till the time कोई layoff नहीं हुआ and we managed 1 year. You'll be surprised to know after 1 year we earned the highest profit of a lifetime since the inception of the company, 1964. और जो top 20 में भी 25 में भी नहीं थी कंपनी वो top 3 में आ गई. Because उस टाइम पे हमने कॉल किया. The similar incident happened during the COVID time. जहाँ पे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में तो आप रिमोट वर्किंग, वी आर नॉट सो प्रिविलेज कि रिमोट वर्किंग कर पाएंगे आप घर पे बैठे. यू हैव टू गो एट द वर्क प्लेस. आई स्टिल रिमेंबर 3 महीने लॉकडाउन था. पीपल वर स्ट्रगलिंग विद द फाइनेंसेस एंड वी टुक अ कॉल कि वी आर पेइंग फुल सैलरीज टू द एम्प्लॉय इररिस्पेक्टिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हमारा बंद हो, जितना लॉकडाउन रहेगा विल पे फुल सैलरीज. एंड दैट माइट बी द रीजन स्टिल वी आर ऑब्जर्विंग the attrition rate of less than 1%, which is again a benchmark within the industry, where average is 20%. तो ऐसे benchmark हमें set करने होंगे if we really need to jot down the growth path, starting from MSME to be the large scale conglomerate. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
SRK is proud of Gujarat, rather proud of India, and we feel very much proud that we are on the same city where Govind Bhai Dolakia is working so hard for their people. एक सवाल मैं ये करना चाहूँगा, अभी कोलैबोरेशन की बात हुई, अभी ये सवाल के बाद आपके पास माइक्रोफोन रहेगा. मैं एक सवाल ये करना चाहूँगा कि कोलैबोरेशन की बात हुई, आपके प्रोलॉन्ग एक्सपीरियंस से आपके पास ये बातें होगी कि कहीं पे कोलैबोरेशन एक छोटे से व्यक्ति जो अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करता है उसी को पार्टनर बनाया गया हो या उनको कोलैबोरेशन में अपने साथ टीम में लिया गया हो, ऐसी कोई बात? हाँ जी मनोज जी.
हेलो,
ये भी सूरत में भी हुआ है ऐसा.
इनफैक्ट आरती इंडस्ट्रीज का तो जेनेसिस ही मैनी पार्टनर्स. When Aarti Industries started in early 80s, the promoters were a bunch of friends and they started as partners and they continued as partners. And abhi bhi, though the shareholding patterns are different, but छोटी और बहुत सारे आज like 6 listed entities हैं same promoters की और करीब 80-90 unlisted entities हैं. तो वो पार्टनरशिप चल रही है. एंड वही सारे लोग उसमें employees became a partner, they became as entrepreneurs. There are several cases. I personally would know at least 50 cases. They themselves today are not less than 500 crore their net worth. You know, they started. So I think, I mean, I can use the word Gujarati community. This partnership comes very naturally. The handshaking comes very naturally, and आप तो सूरत में हैं, ये एक्सपीरियंस भी करा होगा. मैं तो पिछले 9 साल से गुजराती प्रोमोटर्स के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ. तो I have seen their commitment towards their partners, and their well-being is very, very important, and they go extra mile to, you know, prove this decision. So a very good sign actually, and a community stewardness is not only in India, you know, as example like this, but abroad also. Many countries, many geographies, the community stewardship is responsible for the foundation and the growth of the country. So good job.
Thank you Manoj ji. अभी तक मैं STCCI आप ऐड करना चाहते हैं, प्लीज.
या कोलैबोरेशन दो तरह के होते हैं. एक रहता है कि कोई प्रॉब्लम आता है तो पूरा टीम मिलके कोलैबोरेट कर देता है, उसमें नीचे से ऊपर सब एक साथ आते हैं और वो प्रॉब्लम के साथ जुड़ जाते हैं और उसको सॉल्व करते हैं, रिजॉल्व करते हैं. वो एक कोलैबोरेशन होता है इंडस्ट्रीज़ के अंदर में. वो तभी होता है जब कनेक्ट बना रहे, जो कि काफ़ी एम्फसाइज किया बाकी स्पीकर लोगों ने भी. एक दूसरा रहता है जो बिजनेसमैन के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, जो कि प्लांट कोलैबोरेशन. कुछ चेंज लाने के लिए यू नीड पीपल्स कोलैबोरेशन एंड चेंज इज द ओनली कांस्टेंट. यू हैव टू कीप ऑन चेंजिंग, राइट. आज ये किया तो इट विल नॉट मेक यू keep you there. You have to keep changing, right? You have to up your ante. So every time, definitely when we are facing that problem, even small entrepreneurs and MSME unit owners, they will be facing this problem. How to bring in change and make people collaborate and do that. उसके लिए ही है मेरे तरफ से आपके लिए एक मंत्र बोल सकता हूँ उसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं ना कि प्रिपेयर द सॉइल बिफोर यू सो द सीड. समझ रहे हो ना. तो मिट्टी को प्रिपेयर करिए उससे पहले, बीज बोने से पहले बोलते हैं. तो यू हैव टू वर्क ऑन पीपल्स माइंडसेट, वर्क ऑन चेंजिंग देयर पर्सपेक्टिव, एंड इट विल टेक a little bit of your effort and time, but it is very much possible. You have to start slowly, and then probably they themselves will come saying that, sir, this is the change we want, and that's what we would have planned to implement. Somewhere in the, during tea time or lunch time, I will share more about this, my own many such experiences.
Thank you very much, sir. Audience से कुछ सवाल जी. हम एक व्यक्ति से एक ही सवाल ले पाएंगे, वो मेरी तरफ से आप रखिएगा. पहला सवाल, 2-3 सवाल हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ले पाएंगे, और जो सवाल यहाँ पे रखा गया है या बात हो गई है उसको हम रिपीट नहीं करेंगे.
So we will not repeat, but subject is such that it's a very time consuming and debatable. So it's very difficult to concise in the one sentence. So 30 years back, the department was named as a personal and administration. And from there, from personal to HR, so whatever the changes takes place, everyone is known to us, right? So I'm trying to share my views in a very short as possible. So personal and administration department to HR department, number one, that we can easily visualize the changes and approach and all that, right? But now the very arrogant question, that job, existence of HR or existence of any factory related issue depends upon the economic viability of the company. Irrespective of promoters' intention to retain the workforce or not, but unless and until it is economically viable, nobody can do it. Of course, HR is a human resource, and one additional thing, because I also work with the many corporates. So what we mean by HR is convert employee who is rated as a liability to the asset. That is called function of the HR. What is my understanding? Number one. And number two.
What is your question, sir?
So, I'm sorry.
Please come to the question.
Yeah. So, question is, what is the labor code recently announced and all that, right? It's very contradictory. Contradictory means the एक को achieve करने जाते हैं तो दूसरा छूट जाता है. In a nutshell. So now nobody has thought over this. So why this labor codes is only for private sector? Why government employees not coming into that? It's a very irrelevant. Nobody has thought it. Because real contribution to the economy is from private sector. I am not talking about MSME and all that. I am talking in general. So contribution from private sector to Indian economy is much higher as compared to government employee. Because government employee administer the resources and sharing the resources with the help of pay commission, which creates income disparity. I am sorry, slightly deviating, but it's a very my mental space where I can share my views. So and the third is
Sir, my question is unanswered. Okay. Where is the question?
Okay, so regarding the labor code, labor code, we now
If
precisely.
you have suggestions, then we can take it during our lunch time.
Okay, so precisely labor code, there the 4 codes has been defined, right? 4 codes has been defined. But regarding the flexibility of the hours, how far it will help the company or employee. I think Mr. Manoj has already pointed out that. But I need some, because flexibility has a lot of meanings and all that. It's not comfort. Objective is to increase the productivity.
चलो गुड
ओके ओके
आर यू कंप्लीट सेटल्ड बैठिए बैठ आप दिन भर हैं आज दिन भर है ना सतीश आनंद साहब आए हुए हैं इनके सेशन का वेट करिए ही इज ए एक्सपर्ट ऑन ऑल द 4 कोड्स एंड ही इज आल्सो एक्सपर्ट ऑन पर्सनल डिपार्टमेंट टू एचआर डिपार्टमेंट ठीक है तो मेरा यही ब्रीफ आंसर है आप थोड़ा और पेशेंस बना के रखिए गेम का मजा आएगा सतीश
थैंक यू बहुत थैंक्स सर आपका सवाल
एक जस्ट वन पॉइंट ये जो कंफ्यूजन करते हैं ना नॉमेनक्लेचर्स देके पर्सनल एचआर ये सब मत कीजिए जो फंक्शन है फंक्शन ही है अभी भी पर्सनल का काम है अभी भी एचआर का है सो दीज आर अननेसेसरी नॉमेनक्लेचर्स दैट वी यूज एंड वी गेट इनटू दीज माइंडसेट्स एवरीथिंग इज इंपॉर्टेंट वेदर इट्स अ पर्सनल वेदर इज एचआर all aspects whichever way to retain your people and attract please do it don't put nomenclatures unnecessary
one question from this side and one from that side then we will end it
अच्छा सो मेरा क्वेश्चन सब पैनलिस्ट से है सो बेसिकली जैसे हम
सबसे है लेकिन जवाब एक देंगे तो भी आपको चलेगा
नहीं मतलब मुझे हर एक इंडस्ट्रीज में ये जानना है कि वो किस तरीके से हो रहे हैं सो मेरा क्वेश्चन तो पहले सुनिए
तो ये 4 हो
सो
गया
बेसिकली जैसे क्वेश्चन है कि आंसर 4 हो सकते हैं
और 4 वो अपने आप तय करेंगे कि एक जवाब कौन देंगे
ठीक है वो पैनलिस्ट के ऊपर है सो बेसिकली जैसे आपने बताया कि एचआर एक गवाह बेटा है सो आप अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में एआई का यूज करके किस तरीके से उसको कमाओ बेटा कन्वर्ट करते हैं थ्रू आउट इंडस्ट्री वाइड उसके बारे में बताइए और दूसरा सर जैसे आपने बताया कि केमिकल इंडस्ट्रीज में जैसे शेयरिंग हो रहा है रिसोर्सेज का तो आप अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज में जैसे हम एमएसएमईज में इंडस्ट्री 4.0 5.0 अडॉप्शन हो रहा है उसी तरीके से जो आपने शेयरिंग वाली चीजें बताई उसको इकोनॉमी 4.0 का कंसेप्ट बताया जाता है जो अल्टीमेटली सोसाइटी 5.0 में हेल्प करेगा इन फ्यूचर सो आप अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज में किस तरीके से इसमें शेयरिंग कर रहे हैं विद योर नेबरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा इनसाइट Thank you.
I'll just start with 30-second brief answer to it. As you rightly went, shared value proposition की जो बात है कि जो भी आप एक अच्छा काम कर रहे हो, it has to be shared with your peers. उसमें one should not be having any reservation. In diamond industry, we are having a group of people where all the HR, CHROs of different companies are there on that platform. कोई एक कंपनी कोई अच्छा काम कर रही है, that needs to be passed. Because एक कंपनी के अच्छा काम करने से we are not going to build 3 trillion, 10 trillion economy, third largest economy. हर एक को अच्छा काम करना पड़ेगा over a period of time. तो ये रिजर्वेशन मत रखिए. दूसरा टेक्नोलॉजी की जो आपने बात की AI इंटरवेंशन टेक्नोलॉजी काफी शांतनु जी ने भी बताया बट जब तक वो टेक्नोलॉजी आपको बिजनेस आपकी जो नीड है उसको सेटिस्फाई नहीं कर रही है उसको सर्व नहीं कर रही है one should not be investing in that technology. So technology comes with a business case और जब तक वो वायबल नहीं हो रही है आपकी इंडस्ट्री आपकी फाइनेंशियल एपिटाइट के हिसाब से तब तक वो sort of wise decision to invest in the technology. That's it.
So I think जैसा डॉक्टर जी ने बताया है on technology don't go just on the use cases. अगर आपको रियल टेक्नोलॉजी डिप्लॉयमेंट करना है so think of your business model and think of your operating model and then come out with your digital strategy. Okay? So वो जिस दिन आप उसके लिए रेडी होंगे तो आपको डिजिटल में घुसने का आपको क्लैरिटी रहेगा कि मैं कहाँ वैल्यू कैप्चर करूँगा कहाँ क्रिएट करूँगा कहाँ मेरा स्केल अप पॉसिबल है क्या मेरा स्कोप है एंड क्या मेरी लर्निंग्स होने वाली है सो ऑपरेटिंग मॉडल एंड बिजनेस मॉडल ये बहुत अनिवार्य है टू बिफोर रियली वेंचर इनटू द डिजिटल स्पेस अदरवाइज आप वो छोटा छोटा काम करते रहेंगे विच इज गुड इन 5-7 साल में लाइक यू विल बी लाइक बेटर ऑफ बट अगर आपको रियल डिस्क्रिप्शन चाहिए So you have to start from the scratch. Second, you have to really seek support. It is not possible within. So you have to carve out some money which can be deployed for external support, who can come and really specialist in this direction. And so I think बड़े responsibly इसमें enter करिए. Coming to the the partnerships and all that, I think that shared value model is really coming up, and it's big time. Like for example, I tell you something. I have created a big auditorium in one of my factory in Vapi. Okay. Now many companies, they cannot afford that auditorium. I have shared. There are GIDC वापी में करीब 100 कंपनीज हैं. अगर भाई मेरा ये HR पर्सन का नाम है, अगर आपको कोई प्रोग्राम करना है तो प्लीज कम एंड डू इट हियर. आपको अपना कैपेक्स लगाने की जरूरत नहीं है. नाउ बाय डूइंग दैट, एटलीस्ट नाउ दे आर ओके यार, देयर इज समथिंग वी कैन डू. दैट एश्योरेंस कम्स, एंड सैटरडे संडेज में उसका ऑक्यूपेंसी बना रहता है. सो very छोटा example, like for example, another example, I have created a big canteen. Now many companies cannot afford canteen. अभी cloud canteen मैंने उसको cloud canteen बना दिया है. Now same contractor Compass, which is a global contractor, he is preparing food for many factories. मेरी भी cost कम हुई, उनकी भी cost कम हुई. Now all that is possible if you are really having that इनोवेटिव एंड ओनरशिप माइंडसेट. ओके, ये मेरे को 10 साल पहले मेरा सजेशन नहीं था ऐसा, पर लुकिंग एट द सिचुएशंस, बिकॉज दिस माय पीपल कैन नॉट अफोर्ड 80 रुपीज पर मील, आई हैव टू रिड्यूस दैट कॉस्ट. एंड एट द सेम टाइम so I have leveraged the industry as a whole, and I could do this as a cloud kitchen when everything is accepted as a cloud kitchen. तो वहाँ पे बनाते मेरे को कॉस्ट कम है, उसके नंबर ऑफ मील्स बढ़ गए. इट्स अ रियल बिजनेस प्रोपोजिशन. आई एम नॉट गुजराती बट थिंकिंग लाइक वन.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. ये सब्जेक्ट ऐसा है कि इसके ऊपर कितने घंटे हम बात करते रहें हो सकता है, लेकिन ये आखिरी सवाल होगा और हम 2 मिनट में बात को कंक्लूड करेंगे.
Good afternoon, respected panelists. Myself Pradeep Kakar, and life is all full of circle. So आज मेरे सामने शांतनु दास सर है, तो उनके फॉर्मर कंपनी में मैंने काम कर चुका है. तो सर मेरा एक सवाल ये है, मेरा एक ओपिनियन ये है, अभी 4 साल पहले मैं उसमें काम कर रहा था, अभी मैं निकल चुका हूँ. तो सर जैसे कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिपार्टमेंट से सर है और HR है, तो उनके बीच में कोई टाइप का कोलैबोरेशन या फिर कोई टाइप का वार्तालाप होता है कि भाई आप क्या चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं, कि वो आउट ऑफ द उनके रिस्पांस में नहीं आता है, ऐसा है?
Which company was it?
So I was working with Zydus Licenses Private Limited, API, Ankleshwar.
Okay. Please say. So firstly, why are these functions, manufacturing, HR and all? This is only for convenience. Ultimately, goal is one. Suppose for a manufacturing unit, if you have to produce and if you have to enhance productivity, then HR or manufacturing or ये और वो ये सब कुछ meaning नहीं है. It all comes together. आपके चाहे HR हो, चाहे वहाँ पे जो पर्सनल मैनेजर हो या पर्सनल फंक्शन, सब कुछ दायरे, is no meaning. It's all coming together to make something for an output which is required by a company. So there is manufacturing HR and HR इसमें कुछ है ही नहीं. These are all part of the same team. अगर मेरे टीम में अगर सेल्स भी HR है तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी है, बट वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग HR भी जो और बाकी सब जो वर्टिकल्स है, हायर टू रिटायर, एवरीवन इज इन्वॉल्व्ड. सो ऐसे कुछ there is, don't see the mind. एक submission is don't differentiate like this and create these clouds which are of silos, or it creates unnecessary complication. Actually, what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to produce at the right time in the right quality. And any function that has to help that has to do it.
Sir, if there are challenges in the resources for manufacturing department, they are challenging in the resources. So HR, how can they help it out?
Challenge in the resource is not just manufacturing; it is everywhere. You talk of gender diversity. How many people work? How many women employees are in sales? But so the challenges are just not manufacturing. The skill gap and the diversity is the war. The tomorrow's war for talent is tomorrow's war is for talent. So how do you get that? Is a long topic, but the everyone who is supposed to HR is just not that rosy element of the talent management. First is how to attract and how to retain talent. You have to attract mass which is relevant to that organization, to that industry. So it's a there, if technology helps, if systems help, it's fine. But at the end of the day, it is centric to an industry. It is a little specific to that industry. For example, in Aligarh, if you have a factory in milk, you have the milk processing center. So it's a very complex subject. But then there are ways to manage it. You have to get the farmer. Then there's a long ecosystem that you have to build around it. But there has to be an ecosystem and there is a method in the madness. Otherwise, nahi hoga wo.
So we have to conclude now over here.
Neeraj Saab is the Chief Sustainability Officer also. So HR.
Ramesh ji.
So definitely, I should convincingly answer one young HR professional, and I being on the other side from manufacturing side. See, the reality is every shop floor personnel is a HR personnel. Sitting in HR department, probably you are making the policy things, but the implementation part of it every hour, every day is done by a shop floor guy, right? So to that extent, I think both of you understand each other very well. Now coming to your next question, if there is a scarcity of manpower, skill, how this is done, how to go about. So typically what happens is, when there is a scarcity of some manpower, skill and all that, the guy who needs that will come and tell you, right? And probably you can suggest him, these are the places where we can go and probably search for these skills. And together you have to make a strategy to implement that.
At the end of the day, it's a headache of the manufacturing.
No, it's company's headache, it's business headache.
As of now, I have totally changed my field.
तो फिर तुम क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो यार?
Because I am going to.
थोड़ी बातें हम लंच के वक्त रखें, कुछ बातें हम वहीं पे करेंगे क्योंकि काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स लगता है आपका प्रॉब्लम, तो वो यहाँ सॉल्व नहीं होगा, कुछ खाना खाने के बाद होगा. So we conclude this session over here and we must clap for our learned speakers, Ramesh ji, Manoj ji, Nirav ji and Shantanu ji. Thank you so very much, sir, and thank you very much for participating so much.
And thank you to you, sir, for conducting such a wonderful and enlightening session. अनुराग जी के लिए clap हो जाए थोड़ा.
Thank you, speakers, for those valuable takeaways.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the next session, Automate to Elevate, Streamlining MSME Operations with AI and Tech. To moderate this session, may I now invite Mr. Vivek Kaushal, Associate Group Manager, AI Tally Solutions. With him joining on dais, Ms. Tulika Singh, Strategic Growth Lead, Bharat Cloud. Ms. Premika Chandrasekaran, Director E-Commerce and Channel Management, Schneider Electric.
Thank you sir. चलो अच्छा लगा ये.
Mr. Anuj Teli, Chief Information and Security Officer, Signet.1.
We just heard some of the experts in their fields, and we talked about the scope that MSMEs have in the future. The fact that 50% of the GDP is something that will be contributed by MSMEs in the future. So we also talked about how human resource and technology has to go in hand going forward. So technology adoption comes with its own challenges. Today we are here to talk about those challenges, and we are also here to talk about how MSMEs can streamline their operations using technology and using AI, which is popular these days, as we all know. So my first question, Tulika, is for you. So, automation, AI, and cloud, all of these things, they sound a lot complicated or, like buzzwords for the MSMEs. I just wanted to ask, how can an MSME in, let's say, a tier 2 city, if they want to start their automation journey using cloud, how can they get started on that? And what are the tools that they can use for that?
Okay, sure. So, tier 2 industry, like we at Bharat Cloud, we have a lot of customers coming from northeast, from like remote parts of India. And adopting technology is not limited by geographical map conditions. You can adopt it from anywhere, especially when it comes to cloud technology or even like the software that goes on top of cloud. All you need is basically your understanding that the world right now will not move ahead without the newest technology. And by newest technology, I don't want you to just go and buy all the technology as Mr. Nirav told in the previous session. You just adopt the technology that you want and that you feel is going to help you with your day-to-day operations. And that happens when you realize the cost benefit of the technology, when you're seeing that that there are lots of myths, right? That if you want to adopt cloud, you have to pay like crores and crores of rupees. First, you have to put an infrastructure layer, you have to buy licenses, you have to hire engineers. But that does not really happen with the new technologies like Bharat Cloud that has come up. It's like as easy as paying like 500 rupees per person for getting access to cloud, and anyone from your office can get access to cloud if you're giving them the access. Similarly, when there are lots of jargons around, when someone says that AWS has this glacier, Lambda, and all those various jargons. Again, you don't really have to understand the technology with the kind of solutions that India is providing right now, which Bharat Cloud is also providing, because everything will be managed by the people who are working with you very closely. So yeah, that's what I want to say, that adopting technology is not barred by geographical regions, and tier 2 cities industries in tier 2 cities can adopt the technology as easily as ones in the tier 1 cities.
Okay, so Priyanka, if you want to expand on the realities and myth of what Tulika has also touched upon regarding this particular topic.
Right. Thank you, Tulika. That was very interesting to say that, while a lot of jargons generally make us, take a step back in doing any automation, the second thing comes is with the high capex, right? I mean, if I have to automate, is that's going to involve a lot of money. For me, two things are myth over here. One is it costs a lot to automate. No, it doesn't. As she had mentioned, we get very fractional services, very to the point services today, which we can deploy. But the problem what I see is that AI will solve all the problems or automation will solve all the problems. No. The entry point for any MSME when it comes to automation is not capital and it is not magic, it is clarity. We need to be very clear on which aspect we want to automate or which aspect we would want to digitize. As long as the clarity is available with the MSME, then going ahead with automation or going ahead with any AI related stuff becomes easier. If you want to say reduce the paper based or manual process, or if you want to give shorter turnaround, that is one specific aspect. And as long as there is clarity in what we want to solve, it can be done easily irrespective of the talk on capital and cost.
Okay, that's a very good point. Now, with respect to getting started for smaller companies, I mean, I just want you to expand over what are the tools that they can use to, let's say, get started for a very small company. How can they get started in in this case, and what are the tools that they can get started with?
See, today morning in the opening session, Dhruv Luthra had mentioned one thing, okay, especially in Surat and Gujarat, scale and entrepreneurship, they don't cancel each other. Right? He mentioned that. So, what I would say, in order to start something, jugaad is fine. Right? We need to get it done. But if we have to grow the business, if we have to scale the business, then we need to come to certain processes. Consistency, because consistency gives us, customer, and customer gives business, and that is how it goes, right? So when we talk about, specific tools or specific small business related automation stuff that we need to do, first thing is look at where the customer journey drops. Today what happens, there's a lot of B2C, they have conversational bots, we start on WhatsApp, but somehow the journey somewhere breaks. So for a B2C or a D2C kind of an MSME, I would say 2 points, invest in some very, very simpler tools, use WhatsApp if need be, because that is something which everybody uses, but create a journey where the customer doesn't drop. So in Schneider, okay, we realize that when we sell our transactional products, everything we do on WhatsApp through bots and everything, but somewhere, if you have looked at an maybe to an electrical market, the BOQ is very, very interesting, right? Breaker, 6 module plate, they write it on a paper. Now I can talk all automation in this room, but if everything is on a parchi mein jo likhe hain, somehow the person has to understand and convert. So this is where specifically we used a technology called OCR, optical character recognition, which will understand the handwriting, digitize it, and take the order on WhatsApp. Though this appears to be very complex, it didn't even take us more than 20 lakhs to develop and deploy in India. Everything was done in India. So this is where we identified the journey break happens. So a small MSME, you ensure that the customer comes back again and again. Second thing could be again in the bot in terms of faster turnaround. Be transparent in giving the SLAs, in giving the turnaround times, this is what is going to happen, and keep this entire communication in one bit. Don't make the customer go WhatsApp to phone call to email to multiple places. That actually brings down, and this is where enterprises come into picture. They have one toll-free number and you get everything done over there. Similarly, let's use one solution and do all the customer relationship building in one single place. If you are a B2B MSME, again, signal trust through process rather than scale. Any enterprise would want to do business with a supplier, with a sheet metal manufacturer or anything, even if you are a nut or a bolt supplier, it comes with governance, not with scale. So ensure that all the processes or e-invoices are digitized. It can be a small thing, but this is how it helps in building a consistent and repeatable business which helps in scale.
Okay, agree. Now, digitizing of invoices is definitely something that is very, very important for a lot of MSMEs because of the amount of numbers that they get and the amount of operational time that goes into that. Anuj, what do you think in terms of, because Premika touched upon how digitizing of invoices, for example, or improving your overall process using maybe chatbots or these kind of technologies to reduce the number of touch points for a customer. What are your views on using tools or for MSMEs?
Sure, thanks Premika for explaining on how different tools can be utilized, and the process is important as part of improving the experience and getting everything on board at a single place. Now, me coming from the IT and the security side, I do have an additional view onto this. Always ensure that there are the minimal touch points that are there into the system, that would ensure that your data, the way that you are treating the customers and considering the privacy laws that are coming in India as well as on the global extent, as MSME do export a lot, right? the data is being controlled and there is a single point of truth, or at least the minimal amount of the touch points or the places where your data is being stored, which would reduce your compliance requirements, right? So that's something that is very important. On the second phase, when it comes to these type of tools or technologies that needs to be used, there are two aspects that you should always take care of. Number one, ensure that the smallest part of the process is being taken first rather than implementing it to the complete process at a single go, which reduces the amount that is required to implement anything utilizing a tool or a process. And secondly, ensure that the skill set that is not available in the organization, let's say me being an advocate to the security side, I understand that MSME does not invest in the security at the first level. Security is always considered as the, what you can say, a cost incurring department where the revenue is not being seen at the very initial phase. आपका पैसा जाएगा, कुछ आएगा नहीं. The only realization would come in case something goes wrong, right? So those type of departments always ensure that you are able to automate and use the tools that are available. Again, the investment would be a bit higher compared to the normal automation tools that you can get, but that would reduce the amount of manpower that is required and still get the compliance level till the time you reach to a level where you can invest into the team and get a team in-house. So identify processes which can be automated, you don't have the right skill set, and then from that point in time go forward from there.
Okay, you touched upon the security aspect of it as well. So again, since we are talking about MSMEs, it's the business owners or the businesses are small to start with. So even if they start the automation process, the data starts going to the cloud, it poses a new challenge for them that they become sort of susceptible for cyber attacks or cyber. So basically, security becomes a very important aspect. How do you think a small business owner, without owning the department that you, for example, you mentioned the information security department or people working in that particular area, without having that full-fledged department, how can an MSME owner basically take care of, start the automation journey, but without having this problem of security?
Perfect. Thanks, Vivek. So again, the first and the foremost thing over here is to differentiate between AI and automation. Every automation is not AI. Every AI is automation, or to an extent automating something utilizing external means, right? So for MSME, first of all, identify and implement automation aspects which are always internal to your organization, your machineries, your systems. Even it can be a VB script on your Excel which can automate the process of, let's say, your MIS work internal to your departments or your organization, right? Start slow, start small, start internal, so that your exposure to AI or the external world is not that much. Now, going to the external side, when it comes to the data that you are storing or the data that you are trying to utilize and perform any AI level activities, right? And this is more of, let's say, predictive analysis of how your stock is going to line up in the next 6-8 months, how the cost is going to increase, all of those aspects. Always try and anonymize the data. Your customer information is not relevant. Your locations or, let's say, the crux detail of that particular transaction is not relevant. The transaction amount, the transaction quantity, which is relevant and which won't disclose anything to the outer world. Utilize those type of data. Always omit the data that is not required to process as part of that AI. And even considering the DPDPB Act that has came recently, right? That is a Data Protection Bill of India. There is a requirement to have limited amount of data that is being collected based on to what you are processing. अगर आपको ये data का काम नहीं है तो don't take it from anyone or even store it. Yes, it can be used at the later stage for multiple purposes. That is how the MSME works in usual cases. But considering the laws, considering the changes that are happening into the privacy landscape, it would be a burden to the organization if you start storing those data. So we have 18 months to comply to those rules from November 2025. So ensure that you remove all the residual data that you have. It can be as simple as if you are, let's say, I will talk about a very simple example which everyone would have faced. एक रेस्टोरेंट में जाके to get the bill you need to give them your name and mobile number, right? That is not required. You'll see the change in the next 6 to 8 months where people would stop getting that data because that becomes a liability for the organization. आपको वो secure रखना पड़ेगा, ensure करना पड़ेगा कि it is not been misused in any way, right? So those type of changes would come in, and that is the change that you should start bringing in the MSME sector as well. Don't take anything that is not required, keep it limited, and use only anonymized data when it goes, when it is communicating outside.
Great point, Anuj. So data collection is one point. I mean, it's very important to collect the right amount of data, and also when we are sending that data across, it has to be secure. So Tulika, from cloud perspective, when we talk from the cloud perspective, data collect hona is one thing, but data store hona is the other thing. So what are your views with respect to that? Because small business owner is always concerned about how their data is being collected and stored, both.
I'll just tell you one example that we, our day-to-day thing that we face with most of our customers. So many of our, like I think 70% of our customers are MSMEs and small business owners. And when we go and we pitch cloud to them, they are like, "अरे मैडम है ना यहाँ पे ये desktop पे रखा हुआ है, यहाँ से कौन लेके जाएगा?" And then we are like anyone can take it, like they can email, they can take a pen drive and they can just take your data and everything. But they are like they are okay with keeping that data on the laptop or the desktop which is there in the office, but they do not really want to move it to cloud because they fear that the data that will be stored on the cloud will somehow get siphoned away and it can be compromised. What they do not understand is the people who are hacking this data are not those people who are sitting in like hoodie on, like how they show in the movies and all. These are the people of your own company who will take your customer data, who will basically take the whole audit trail. They can sell your data to other companies, to your competitors. This is what they don't understand. Now, how we store in cloud, like how Anuj told, when it is transferred, it is encrypted in a way that it cannot be deciphered by unless until it is someone internally from your organization who can access the data. The data is not compromised on the way from your office to our cloud. So the only time it can get compromised is when someone is from your company is getting into the data and compromising with the data. So what we do at Bharat Cloud is apart from the great firewall security and all those security layers that we have, we also try and we make the customer understand when we are selling itself, when we are pitching it to the customers itself, that this is how it is going to be, and your data is much more secured here on the cloud than on your desktop. There will be no phishing emails that you will be getting on your desktop and you click and all your data will go gayab, or if something happens and your laptop or your computer is dead, you will not lose all your data. Your data will be with cloud till the time you are with us on cloud, and even when you are going out of cloud from us to some other cloud service provider, that data will still be as secure, more secure than any other ways of storing the data that you have.
So that's a good point again. So you talked about when you go to the customer, security is one of the aspects that you talk about with them, and they're not very, they don't care about security at this particular point, or they are very fearful of sending their data to the cloud. Both of the cases are there, but there is also a case where they say कि ज़रूरत नहीं है, हमारा काम तो चल रहा है, ठीक है. So let's say they have very less number of customers, 50 customers, but that business, again, we talked about in the earlier sessions also, we talked about scaling, we talked about how the businesses need to be a little more efficient in their overall operations. So how do you think strategic automation can actually help these businesses from, let's say, going from 50 customers to 500 customers? How can it help?
I will take the example of Bharat Cloud itself. We started 4 years back, we had 0 customers. Today we have 2,000 plus customers. We also were a startup or an SME when we had started. We are still an SME, but how we handled our growth was
we saw it in two ways. That when customers increase, when the money is coming, and when like more invoices are going, that is not the bottleneck. The how we handle all those things is where the fragility lies. So what we did is that we, like from our side itself, we made a robust system. We automated all the invoices, like as Premika mentioned, that if you're using WhatsApp, why not just use the invoicing like app and then generate the invoice. Make an email campaign using another tool. Like many of these tools are like free of cost. So for an SME, there are lots of options, and a lot of them are like as low as like more like lesser than your Netflix bill per month that is coming when you are using those software. So you can use all those softwares and you can automate. And how do you automate? Like there are different functions, right? Like you have to first automate the customer side, like the proposal making and the invoicing. Then you have to automate the operation side, like if you're an export import company, there are these ERPs that you can use. Then these customer satisfaction companies, like as the ministry was talking about like few months back about Zoho, using Zoho. So not just indigenous, but there are like tools available worldwide which will help you automate at every point of your manufacturing cycle, which any of the MSMEs can use at any point of time at a very low cost. So that is how you should know when is the right time to start using the tool before it is too late. Because once the customer is 50, you know what, that these are my customers. This is the time when they order, and this is the quantity that I have to forecast. But once it becomes 500, you don't know who are all the customers, you don't know the trend. So you have to like basically ensure that you have the tools that can give you the trend analysis, that can have the entire data chart graph, that you can do a proper analysis. And by analysis, I don't mean like you have to become a data scientist to do the analysis, just charts, graphs, something that can help you understand. That's it.
Got it. And what do you think are the, in fact, Anuj, what do you think is the right time in the same journey of the MSME, जो अभी 50 में है, 50 customers पे है और he has to go to 500 customers. Automation is one thing, but security कहाँ पे आता है इसमें? At what point?
So what we think and what we have done in our organization, and I also consult multiple organizations, is security is more of a culture. It's not a process or something that you should be developing. It is a culture that as soon as you can start in the organization, without even the tools, right reporting at the right time by all the employees, the employee understand the gravity of the data that they are working in, training the employees from the very start, and giving them open door policy that they can come in, they can even complain about that managers if something is going wrong, right? So those type of culture building is required. And again, it is a very nice question that till the time, and this is what we have seen in about, let's say, 100, 200 different organizations, till the time you are 100, 120, it is easy for you to implement a different cultural aspect in the organization. As soon as you cross a limit of 150, 200 individuals, to do a cultural shift, because you'll have legacy employees, you'll have employees who are working into very critical roles, multiple roles, and to help them adopt to a newer culture on the security side, it is a tough game. So it is always good as soon as you can start with this journey. But yeah, training employees, helping them understand the gravity and ensuring that they also feel accountable in case something goes wrong is the key to implement this.
Thank you so much, Anuj. Now, if we talk about further in terms of MSMEs, that MSMEs have a very low margin that they operate with. And Premika, this is a question for you. That so MSMEs are this is one of the problems of MSMEs कि जो भी product that they are manufacturing, raw materials and everything is easily something that they are able to get in the final cost, but energy consumption is something that is not properly factored in. So how do you think technology further can help them in terms of factoring the right costs, the expenses overall, and be able to finalize the final cost of the product so that they are actually profitable?
Thank you so much. This question is so relevant from the industry that I come from and the company I work, Schneider Electric. whenever we supply something or whenever an MSME gives a quote to any big company, the key thing that we do is the raw material cost and the people cost, the DVC, what we call. But one of the key aspects is also the production continuity. What happens if, one day there is a delay? At the start, Mr. Nakrani told there was a fire accident in his factory. When such a thing happens, everything goes for a toss. So this is where we need to also start looking at how do we prevent it, right? So a production stop or a production delay is something nobody wants to happen. That is worse compared to any other kind of raw material increase, or copper price goes up, silver price goes up. We can always handle that. But a production delay is not something that we would want on any day. Now this is where now there are smarter systems coming up, the energy management solution, which will give you predictive stuff. Before I go into AI and talk about a lot of data and everything, one of the fundamental things is, if we do not measure something, we do not monitor it, right? And if we do not monitor, we will not be able to improve. Whether it is our own blood sugar or whether it is the company's energy cost, this holds good. And we think, okay, overall energy cost is about 1 to 3%, and it's okay, we get continuous power. Continuous power, more or less in most of the states, we find that is at least a given in the MSME pockets. But how to utilize that and how to see if that directly impacts the cost of any batch that I do. So at Schneider we have a system called Wiser Energy Management System, which can be deployed at a machine level. Every machine you can deploy the device, which is not very expensive, 15,000-20,000, which gives everything on an app. How much is being utilized, the power factor, and when the tool can go wrong. It gives you a predictive analysis and everything. So, whether you use a sophisticated energy management system or not, the first thing is build a tendency to measure. Tulika was talking about building dashboards, right? Looking at data, basic data. Don't be a data scientist. First step is building it. Use systems that give you data. And the second step, that is what is called as measuring, right? And the second step is to monitor and take action. If something is not going well, take a call to act on it immediately. Especially when it comes to electricity, what happens is you might be consuming more. The power quality is bad, and I don't know, in most of the states, if you have a bad power quality factor in the machine, you will have to pay penalty to the Prescom. Okay, and when we deployed this in many of these small manufacturing units in Karnataka, they got a shock that a place where power factor needs to be 0.8 or 0.9, it was 0.4, and they were paying penalty to the electricity boards. Very small thing, but if we don't look at it, then the electricity bill heaps up to 30-40K. So my suggestion is start measuring even the smallest of anything that we are using, like a unit of electricity. Use smart systems that are available in the market to monitor it, and then when we improve, obviously the scale comes and then the zarur aayega.
Thank you, Premika. In fact, these kind of hidden costs for a small player can actually, the entire profitability goes for a toss, right? And in the similar lines, Tulika, I have a question for you that, so when we are talking about profitability, we also talk about the dead stock. We also talk about overspending on the stock or overspending on the raw materials that are never used for the final product. So how do you think, again, the technology can help smaller players or businesses, MSMEs, in this particular regard?
We have a lot of ERPs that can help you with that, like that you can again put on your cloud instead of manually using Excel, VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP. You can basically use ERPs and you can exactly know when to order what, and using cloud you can even automate it to an extent that if something, raw material reaches a particular extent, it can auto trigger and it can order it for you, it can reorder it for you. So that is one way of saving the margin or increasing the margin or saving the cost. Another way, if you are a cloud service, if you are using a cloud service
is being knowing what you need, because like a lot of cloud service provider provides you like they will tell you at the start, at the time of signing the contract, that you are going to pay like me for 5,000 rupees per month and that's it. What people do not know or don't recognize right now, especially when they are a new adopter of cloud, is that it includes a lot of smaller fine prints. That means that every time that there's a data download, data upload, every time there's a API call that is happening on your application, it will cost you some money. So understanding all the finer prints when you're taking a cloud service, understanding the finer prints when you're taking an ERP service is what matters the most to to maximize the margin whatever you are building on your product, is what will happen, which is what will help you down the line to increase the margin and to keep it at a sustainable level throughout.
Thank you so much, Dalika. Now my next question is for you, Anuj. So recently the government of India is pushing a lot for digital compliance. I would say with this push, the automation kind of becomes a necessity or mandatory for even the smaller businesses. How do you think at this particular point automation or technology using AI or generally automation tools, how can it help us with compliance?
This is a multi-factor question. So what we have seen is, and again I come from a background where we deal of, so the system that we have developed is catering about 19 to 20% of the GSTN traffic on monthly basis. Now the automation starts from the very base. Now organizations have lots of e-invoices, lots of GSTN compliances that are being required to be done on monthly basis, quarterly basis. Many of them cannot be done manually. You need to have a long, big finance team who post everything on the GSTN portal and get everything done. So the automation starts from getting the data directly from the ERP to the systems. There are multiple players who can help you do that. After that, the 45 days MSME payment requirements, right? The reminders to get the payment, all of those things also can be automated. So, as I said, the requirement is to identify the pain points that you have in the organization, where there is a breakage in the system, where there is a lot of manual intervention required, and try to fix that with automation. Again, having said this, there is no AI involved in all of these things. It can be a normal, let's say this time period has been passed, send a mail or send a SMS out to that particular individual, right? After that, going to the next level is what Premika rightly said, utilizing OCR. Let's say you have got a lot of bills or invoices coming in. Invoice might not require the OCR directly, but getting that scanned, implementing or getting that directly pinched into your ERP system to reduce the manual intervention as well. So all of those things are required to be utilized. The digital push is going to increase now. It is not something which is going to decrease or the compliances are going to decrease. It is how fast you can adopt to that. Initially, you might utilize human interventions or human activities into the processes till the time you grow to a level where the cost versus the revenue coming out of that particular process is not being justified. So till the time, obviously it is good to have that human, but set up the process on what the human is doing and then implement the AI. Again, AI automation should not be implemented just by on its own. You should always have a human in the loop, monitoring it, verifying that the things are going right, because if there is some mistake or some mismatch onto that, the compliance requirement again piles up a lot, right? So always ensure that there is a process set, there is a human who monitors the AI or the automation process that you have done, but try and automate those small and what you can say, redundant pieces that you are doing in your organization.
Thank you so much, Anuj. In fact, I want to touch upon this in terms of the technology or the AI that is coming up in the future, and which is something that even the smaller businesses have to adopt to. This is something that I'll give an example. For example, in tele solutions, one of the, or in fact some of the things that are being worked on for the smaller businesses or SMEs or MSMEs is one of the same things that Premika you have also mentioned, which is digitizing your invoices. So we are developing AI solutions for digitizing the invoices. We are developing solutions for people to be able to talk to their data just by typing something, and also be able to digitize or in fact automate the PDF bank statement reconciliations. That means whatever transactions you have made, you are able to easily reconcile them with the expenses that you have or the payments that you have received. Now going with the same thing, in fact kind of expanding it further, for each one of you, I would ask each one of you in fact, what do you think is a kind of future technology for MSMEs for that they should look for, or that they should kind of open their arms for?
I'll start. Basically, and this is something that we are also planning to starting to develop as part of our applications or the applications that we develop for our customers. Going forward, let's say 5, 10, 15 years, what we see is no applications interface that we see right now. It would be all text prompt where you just have to write or speak to that, and the activities would be done at the back end. So that's the advancement that we are seeing coming onto the technology side, but for that you'll need strong processes, strong knowledge base onto what needs to be done into a particular command and how that needs to be implemented, right? So just give an example, let's say you're going to book a ticket, a flight ticket, right? You just have to write the destination and the date. It would give the best options onto the system. You just have to select one option. It would go and do the bookings, getting the payment and everything done from the card that you have added, right? So instead of going searching for different flights, clicking onto those things, it would all be gone. That's something that we envisage in the next 5 to 10 years. So yeah, a complete text-based system, a prompt, and everything would be done from there.
I completely concur with what he said. Very, very seamless journey, right? You don't even feel like you're working and you're asking. And for this seamlessness, it starts with one source of data, right? You know, there should only be one moment of truth, one source of truth. And this is where I would say start moving your data to one place. Start moving it to cloud. Make sure that, you know, it is all readily available, that when such a thing comes, all we need to do is, you know, just a simple transition, making life very easy for your customer. So start digitizing and digitalizing the data that we have, move away from manual processes.
Again, concurring on that with the word that we should all future-proof our current technology to an extent that the digital spine that we are creating right now for our company or our industry should be flexible enough to take in all the technology advancement that's going to come in the next 5-10 years. Because unlike the industrial revolution or the financial revolutions of the 1990s, the AI revolution is happening at a very faster rate. Like till few months back, ChatGPT, OpenAI was using Oracle and all those big servers, and then suddenly Google Gemini came up with TPU, which can which can do the same work at the fraction of the price that you're going to give to the data center providers. So the technology is going to shift at a very rapid scale, and you must have a technology that is flexible enough to incorporate all those changes, and it doesn't go redundant in the next 2-3 years itself. So that's why, as both of them said, as Premika also said, that adopt a cloud that is flexible enough, and so that all your digital needs can be flexibly added to it down the line.
I completely agree. Thank you so much for your points, guys. Now I think हमारे पास कुछ minutes, 2-3 minutes होंगे to take some questions. If you have any question, please.
Okay, so basically I have 2 questions. So जैसे आप AI और टेक के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, so data जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है कोई भी कंपनीज के. So when you are interacting with LLMs and similar AI stuff, so what sort of guardrails or shield that you guys have as a corporate governance or risk policy that you guys have made to implement that? And second, this aside, I guess Ms. Primika, you are from manufacturing. So what sort of software visibility you guys are solving with the help of AI? Thank you.
The first one? Okay, so for the first question, look, there are tools available which would protect your personal information or your customer information and ensure that it does not go to the cloud, right? But it comes with a cost. So the first thing is to educate your employees, ensuring that they don't accidentally or intentionally paste any data that is confidential or that can be confidential onto those LLMs, the open LLMs. Number two, for the critical activities that you are performing, always ensure that you buy the LLMs, the licenses at least, because that gives you the control on what data they are going to store and what they are not going to store, instead of using the free LLMs that are coming in. If you can get the system in-house, again it would come with a cost, but that's always the best. But apart from all of those things, start investing in the basic technology. So let's say a DLP system where your data is being protected and stored into, again, as I said previously also, it would be a cultural shift because आपकी पेन ड्राइव्स बंद हो जाएगी एक्सेस करना, आपके इंटरनेट पे बहुत सारी चीज़ें रिस्ट्रिक्ट हो जाएगी. But that is inevitably required because now we are not just handling the data for an organization, it is on both ways, sending the data out as well as receiving the data in, right? So, and that's increased exponentially in the last 3 years. So, start investing in the technologies in bits and pieces. Don't go for the big scale changes in the technology, but educate your employees, ensuring that they are aware on what type of data that they are dealing with, or make them aware to a level that in case there is a problem, what level of fine the organization would end up, which in some of the cases would completely bankrupt them. So ensure that they are aware about it till the time you are able to invest in the technology.
Thank you, and for your question on what sort of softwares we have for the shop floor and all monitoring. See, Schneider, we have a 3-layer architecture called EcoStructure. Okay, so the first layer being the connected devices, the second layer being the edge control, and the third layer being advisory and analytics. Now, all our products, of course, use the IIoT stitched together, and this is what we deploy in many of the clients and the customers. Smaller version of it for the MSME sector is what we have come up with Visor. Visor is an energy management system where we have a single device called an energy monitoring device, which is in your distribution board. Okay, it sits with your MCB that is connected to a machine, and at that machine level you get advisory services. Apart from that, on a big shop floor we have asset advisors, facility experts and facility advisors. For a smaller manufacturing plant, at a machine level, through an app you can monitor what exactly that machine does and its throughput, whether it was profitable, like what was it consumption, everything. So we have a smaller thing called Visor Energy Management Services. So we operate at both the levels for bigger clients and the smaller factories.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Praveen Vasan from APS Consultancy Private Limited. So my question is a very basic question, and it's open to all of you, and any one of you can answer that. I was just thinking and just hearing about your all messages and the conversation you had, because I am very new to particularly AI and automation. So, but particularly I am from operations. So I was just thinking, and back of my mind, it was just a question going on. What will be the cost of particularly for AI and automation as regards to the overall operations cost? Do you have any research on that, or do you have any benchmark particularly set, anything like that? So it's just a general question.
As I said in the first we need to have clarity on what we would want to improve. Automation can apply on anything. So initially, first step is to add automation along as a pair of an additional existing hands. Okay. Even adding a VB script, like how you mentioned, that is the first step to automation. But we need to be very clear if we want to, where we want to bring automation and whether it is to increase our business or to reduce the cost. They are very two different things. धंधा लाने के लिए मुझे अगर डालना है तो I will invest all my money in marketing. If I have to reduce the cost, okay, and then I need to figure out where do I need to reduce. Is it in the shop floor? Or is it in the, the finance department generally, which we call all admin and finance and taxation, where exactly, and then identify the problem. Automation is not a magic word which is going to solve our problem. If the problem is very clear and if we bring clarity, then it's something, very, very cheap. As she said, like, for 5,000 also she can give you a cloud solution.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add a small thing here for your question. So AI at this particular point is becoming cheaper and cheaper every day. Her rose or her month something new comes up, or AI becomes much more cheaper. But it's very easy right now to overspend on AI also. आपको कुछ भी दिखेगा, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. It's something that you start spending on it, but you don't actually need it. So that's why I agree with Premika's point that it's very important to first understand what is the need of it, and then decide ki, how much you need to use it, or how much you want to invest in it as compared to your operations, and does it make sense or not.
So decision of AI is not an isolation we should take, it is a relative concept. So all other factors also considered when we go for the AI.
Absolutely.
So it is not isolation, AI itself is not a solution.
No, AI itself is not a solution in isolation, exactly. It is something that is connected to your actual operations and your need for
It's a
that.
relative concept.
Yes.
Now, really understood what you have explained just now. My only point is whether it depends on business to business also the cost, or I was just again coming back to the same question because I could not get the correct answer. Suppose I am from a service industry, okay, and I am having some kind of services going on with me, okay, so I am just thinking, suppose I start a business, maybe say with a cost of some 10 lakhs of rupees, okay, or maybe forget about 10 lakhs, some say 50 lakhs of rupees. So initially, what should I consider a percentage for automation as an operational cost to the entire, say, operational cost of say 50 lakhs. So that I just wanted to understand. Do you have any benchmark or thought of some expenses or something like that? I was just having. Or it's a basic requirement. As I understood that you said that it depends on my requirement. Okay, I am just simply asking is a basic requirement because 50 lakhs is a very small business which I wanted to start with. Okay, for that, what is my requirement particularly to spend on the AI?
So, okay, to answer that question, I'll just give you some statistics. Like till 2025 mid, almost 9 out of 10 AI projects started by an organization failed. That was a norm, that only 1 or 2 projects were successful, and that was because of 2 major reasons. Number 1, they did not have the data to support that AI project, and number 2, the department or the place where they were implementing the project did not have a set process. AI in its own would not do anything, or even automation in its own would not do anything. So let's say you're starting a business with 50 lakh of capital that you're saying, right? The first and the foremost thing is to ensure that the data that you're storing, the data that you're gathering is correct, is usable. I can have 50 terabytes of data stored on my system, but if it is junk, it is not going to support my AI initiatives. And secondly, there is a set line of process that is being set in your organization. After that, you should start working on the AI projects which does not cost anything. So let's say the process that you are doing right now, just add up that automation requirements with the inbuilt tools that you have. And Excel can also be an automation tool. Your systems with normal batch files can also be an automation tool. Start working from there and then start on thinking on the investing side. I don't see an organization with, let's say, a first day of operation start working on AI. That needs to be at least 6-8 months of understanding and then going on to the real world.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you.
We would just take one more question because that gentleman over there raised his hand earlier also. Yeah. We'll try to conclude in 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rahul Kulkarni, and I had a question because the first maybe 80% of the conversation went in a certain direction. In the last 20%, probably the panel was trying to show us the future picture, right? Now, in the first part, all the suggestions were saying that, try to use minimal tools, simple tools, try to automate, right? That means we are playing a catch-up game to what large organizations have been doing for decades, basically, 10 years, 15 years, etc. Suddenly, the future world is very scary because the gap is too big. So, what can MSMEs do to bridge that gap and do it at a fast pace? Because only doing automation, just doing some little automation here and there might not bridge that gap because that gap will only expand if we go further. Let me give you an example how technology probably could have disrupted. Say in packaged foods or in sportswear, etc. Today, thanks to e-commerce, a lot of small companies are today able to compete with larger brands today, right? For manufacturing, for B2B companies, etc. How can MSME, try and disrupt, and instead of trying to play the catch-up game, can it leapfrog? Some ideas around there.
See, what generally manufacturing used to be was always looked at from a very boring, isolated job, right? Manufacturing was a shop floor somewhere, and then there was a head office which was having the data. Going forward, that thought process itself needs to change. Okay, all D2C brands that we see are super successful, not because of their marketing alone. It is the end-to-end supply chain. And from day one, they've had a digitalization and digitization in process. So that is where we are telling, that is the base of automation. First, we need to digitize things. Where whatever that is analog, whatever that is in books, whatever that is on Excel sheets and spreadsheets across different desktops, that we need to bridge together. So when we start thinking about future, it is not going to be a function of manufacturing separately, marketing team separately, and e-commerce separately. It is one company, one data, and a very seamless customer relationship, a CRM tool, which is how it is going to pick. The predictability of which customer is going to place how many orders will not come only from a random database. It will be based on how much we produce, do we have it in stock, can we go ahead and market it, can we put an e-commerce campaign, because I see a lot of stock piling up due to whatsoever reason, and then have a campaign, have a sale, and then pitch. So for all of this is what will happen in future, and this is not magic. Right? And for this, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We just have to connect all the pieces together, which traditionally we have not been able to do so in a seamless way. So change your sources, say data first, okay, and create the entire eco-structure of any manufacturing or any business on a seamless data. Then we are ready for any future, because any future tech is based on data. What we feed is what it's going to give. Otherwise, it's going to be a very rare thing for us to be in. So let's unify the databases. Let's think data first, and then feel free to, we don't have to be scared of the future.
Thank you so much, Premika. We can conclude here. Thank you so much, Anuj. Thank you, Premika. Thank you, Tulika. Thank you guys.
Thank you for leaving us with so much to reflect upon. So now we move on to our track 4. Compliance made simple, what MSMEs must know about the new labor codes. This will be presented in a unique format, which is Expert Insight, where we will be getting multi-perspective address from our 3 distinguished speakers. First, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Singh Gujjar, Regional PF Commissioner, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India, to the stage to give us the keynote address as a guest of honor, and he will be sharing the perspective on this topic from the government side.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आप सभी को बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। जो आज का हमारा टॉपिक है, जो न्यू लेबर कोड्स गवर्नमेंट लेके आई है, लगभग जो 29 सेंट्रल लेबर लॉज थे उनको कंसोलिडेट करके 4 लेबर कोड्स के अंदर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है। आप सभी उस चीज़ से बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग आपको होगी and how these labor codes will impact the MSME sector. So we will briefly understand कि भाई पहले क्या था and what have been changed. मतलब what was the need for getting these labor codes incorporated by the government. So initially what was the criteria कि हर एक particular चीज़ के लिए एक separate legislation था, either in the central sphere or in the state government sphere. आपका वेज अलग एक्ट से डिफाइन होता था, आपके बेसिक कंडीशंस अलग एक्ट से डिफाइन होती थी, पीएफ का अलग कोड था, ईएसआईसी के लिए अलग कोड था, रिट्रेचमेंट करने के लिए कुछ एक अलग कोड था। इस तरीके से डिफरेंट 44 लेबर कोड्स डिफरेंट टाइम में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लेके आए। आउट ऑफ दिस 29 वर फ्रॉम द सेंट्रल स्फीयर। तो उन सभी में क्या होता था कि बहुत बार एक ही चीज के ऊपर डिफरेंट डेफिनेशंस आते थे। जस्ट लाइक कि जैसे अगर हमें वेज की डेफिनेशन लेनी है तो वेज कोड कुछ और डिफाइन करता है, उसको पीएफ एक्ट कुछ और तरीके से डिफाइन करता है एंड ईएसआईसी कुछ और तरीके से डिफाइन करता था। तो उन सभी चीजों में जो दिक्कत आती थी, लीगल इश्यूज आते थे, क्योंकि खासकर जो छोटे एम्प्लॉयर्स थे, बड़े जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस होते हैं उनके पास एक बहुत बड़ी लीगल टीम होती है, दे कैन डिस्टिंग्विश कि भाई कहाँ किस एक्ट में कैसे हमें कंप्लाइंस करना है। बट इन द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ एमएसएमई, जहाँ बहुत छोटी टीम है, दे आर एट द ग्रोइंग पैटर्न, वहाँ बड़ा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है डिफरेंट एक्ट को समझना और उनकी कंप्लाइंसेस को इंश्योर करना। तो उसमें दिक्कतें आती थी। आपका कंप्लाइंस एज में आपने कोई एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनाई पीएफ के लिए, तो आप वही चीज इनकॉर्पोरेट करोगे, शायद ईएसआईसी में भी वैसा ही होगा, बट वैसा नहीं होता था। तो उसको करने के लिए ये कंसोलिडेशन लाया गया। वेज की डेफिनेशन को जो कोड ऑन वेजेज है उसमें डिफाइन किया कि भाई आगे से वेज की डेफिनेशन इस तरीके से, ऑलमोस्ट सारे जो सिमिलर एक्ट्स हैं उनमें वेज इस तरीके से डिफाइन होगा। आपका जो स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर्स होते थे गवर्नमेंट को, जो बेसिकली एम्प्लॉयर साइड से जो दिक्कतें आती थी कि भाई आपको रिट्रेंचमेंट करना है या कोई एक पर्टिकुलर चीज़ है जिसके लिए पहले 100 मेंबर्स का स्ट्रेंथ के ऊपर डिसीजन लेना पड़ता था, उसको भी बढ़ा के गवर्नमेंट ने 300 तक लेके गए। प्लस जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी जो कोड लेके आए, कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी, उसमें पहले वो बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली फोकस था फॉर्मल सेक्टर के लिए कि केवल फॉर्मल सेक्टर के जो एम्प्लॉइज थे उन्हीं के लिए सोशल सिक्योरिटी के बेनिफिट्स थे। तो उन बेनिफिट्स को कैसे बाकी सेक्टर में इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए, जो फॉर्मल सेक्टर है उसको किस तरीके से बढ़ाया जाए, और खासकर जो अभी जो न्यू मैकेनिज्म आ रही है आजकल, गिग वर्कर्स हैं, प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स हैं, जो हमारे जोमेटो, उबेर, ओला, प्लस जो आपके जो इंडिविजुअल वर्कर्स हैं, जब से कोरोना के बाद में मोस्टली लोग अभी किसी एक फॉर्मल सेक्टर के बजाय सेल्फ वर्क करना ज़्यादा प्रेफर करते हैं। तो उनके लिए किस तरीके से गवर्नमेंट के ये लेबर लॉज या सोशल सिक्योरिटी के बेनिफिट्स रहेंगे। तो इस तरीके की जो डिफरेंट दिक्कतें पहले आती थी, उनको दिक्कतों को हटाने के लिए ये 4 कोड लाए गए, जिसमें पहला कोड था कोड ऑन वेजेज, सेकंड कोड था इंडस्ट्रियल रिलेशन कोड, देन कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी एंड देन दैट ओएसएच कोड, ऑक्यूपेशनल सेफ्टी हेल्थ एंड वर्किंग कंडीशन, जो बेसिकली अलग अलग था। भाई आपको एज ए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग या कोई भी अगर आपका एस्टेब्लिशमेंट है उसमें क्या क्या आपको सेफ्टी के कंसर्न्स रखने हैं, क्या क्या फैसिलिटी आपके एम्प्लॉयज को देनी है, उन सब से रिलेटेड ये चीज़ें लाई गई हैं। चूँकि आई एम फ्रॉम द प्रोविडेंट फंड डिपार्टमेंट, तो बहुत ज़्यादा मैं डिटेल में तो बाकी सबके बारे में नहीं बताऊँगा, बट जो मेरा मोर फोकस एरिया है कि भाई क्या चीज़ें चेंज हुई हैं कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी में, उसके ऊपर हम लोग फोकस करेंगे इस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक पे। सोशल सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड टोटल 8 या 9 एक्ट थे पहले, जिनको कंसोलिडेट करके कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी में मर्ज किया गया है, जिसमें जैसे आपका ESIC का जो एक कंप्लायंस होता था और PF के ऊपर कंप्लायंस रहता था, प्लस अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कर्स का, और एक बिल्डिंग इंस्पेक्शन BOCW वर्कर्स के लिए जो कंप्लायंसेज होते हैं, उन सबको मर्ज करके कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी में रखा गया है। तो अभी पहले जैसे आप लोगों को पता होगा कि PF की कंप्लायंसेज बेसिक प्लस DA पे रहती थी, लेकिन वहाँ पे जो बेसिक वेज की डेफिनेशन थी दैट इटसेल्फ वाज वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, मतलब उसकी प्रॉपर डेफिनेशन को आने में 1952 में ही एक्ट बना और 2019 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वर्डिक्ट आया, उसके बाद एक क्लैरिटी बनी कि बेसिक वेज में क्या क्या चीजें ट्रीट होंगे। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि लगभग एक डेफिनेशन को प्रॉपरली स्टैब्लिश होने में 70 साल लगे। तो चूंकि वो PF के लिए थी, अभी भी कुछ इश्यूज ESI की डेफिनेशन को लेके चल रहे थे, तो अब इन सब चीजों में जो बेसिकली कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी में जो है, उसमें इन सब चीजों को क्लैरिफाई किया है कि आगे से वेजेस की डेफिनेशन में कोई दिक्कत नहीं रहे। तो उसके लिए फिक्स कर दिया गया है कि भाई आगे से आपका जो भी टोटल ग्रॉस होगा उसका मिनिमम 50% आपको बेसिक रखना है। दैट इज द मोस्ट जिसे बोलते हैं कि ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव चेंज इन द डेफिनेशन, कि अब ये जो इशू होता था कि भाई आपका बेसिक वेज में अलाउंस से जाएंगे, अलाउंसेज भी डिफरेंट कैटेगरी के होते हैं, स्पेशल अलाउंस है, मेडिकल अलाउंस है, सेफ्टी अलाउंस है, तो आप उसको इतना क्लियर कर दें कि आप कुछ भी अलाउंसेज रखिए, बट आपको इंश्योर करना है कि आपका अलाउंसेज 50% के कैप को क्रॉस नहीं करना चाहिए। दैट मीन्स कि बेसिक वेज आपका ग्रॉस का हमेशा 50% रहेगा। तो ये एक काफी बड़ा चेंज जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी कोड में गवर्नमेंट लेके आई है। सेकंड जो बड़ा चेंज है कि जो अभी तक जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी कोड है, मतलब जो बेनिफिट्स थे वो केवल फॉर्मल सेक्टर के एम्प्लॉइज को मिलते थे, खासकर जैसे ESIC का बेनिफिट ऐसे एस्टेब्लिशमेंट को मिलता था जहाँ पे मोर देन 10 एम्प्लॉइज हैं। PF बेसिकली मैंडेटरी मोर देन 20 एम्प्लॉइज के ऊपर लागू होता था, लेस देन 20 पर आपके लिए वॉलंटरी कंप्लायंसेस थे। लेकिन जो एक तरीके का, क्योंकि ये जो लेबर लॉ है, इसमें हमारा जो प्राइमरी कंसर्न हमेशा होता था दैट इज एम्प्लॉय एम्प्लॉयर रिलेशनशिप एस्टैब्लिश करना, कि जब आपके बीच में एम्प्लॉय एम्प्लॉयर रिलेशनशिप एस्टैब्लिश होगा देन द लायबिलिटी विल बी ऑन द एम्प्लॉयर टू एक्सटेंड द सोशल सिक्योरिटी बेनिफिट्स। तो अब जो एक सेक्टर अछूता था बेसिकली, जो गिग वर्कर या प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर, जहाँ पे बेसिकली जो रिलेशनशिप है वहाँ उस तरीके से माना जाता है कि भाई वो सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड वर्कर्स हैं, बेसिकली वो खुद का एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, उनका एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बेसिस पे एक मतलब कुछ पर्टिकुलर मार्जिन पे या एक बोनस जिस भी क्राइटेरिया पे ये लोग वर्क करते थे, तो वो एक एम्प्लॉय एम्प्लॉय रिलेशनशिप एस्टैब्लिश नहीं होता था। तो उस चीज को अंडरस्टैंड करते हुए सोशल सिक्योरिटी कोड में एक अलग से ही स्कीम उनके लिए लाया जा रहा है कि जो भी आपके प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर हैं या गिग वर्कर हैं, उनको किस तरीके से सोशल सिक्योरिटी के बेनिफिट्स आप एक्सटेंड करेंगे। तो खासकर जो अब आगामी समय में जो आपने भी अगर इस तरीके की कुछ एम्प्लॉइज हैं जो आपके डायरेक्ट रोल पे नहीं है बट एज ए गिग वर्कर वो आपके पास काम कर रहे हैं, तो अब आपको थोड़ा सा उसको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा कि जैसे ही ये स्कीम आती है, अभी लॉन्च नहीं हुआ है, कोड पूरा लॉन्च हो गया लेकिन अभी भी उसके स्कीम्स एंड रूल्स आर इन द फ्रेमिंग। तो जैसे ही फ्रेम होता है तो वो किस तरीके से उसकी डेफिनेशन आएगी, वेदर यू विल बी हैविंग द लायबिलिटी, कि भाई उनके लिए जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी का बेनिफिट एक्सटेंड किया जाएगा उसमें एज एन एम्प्लॉयर आपकी क्या लायबिलिटी रहेगी, वो आपको वॉच पे रखना है। अभी भी जैसे कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी 21 नवंबर को लागू कर दिया गया है, तो कोड एज सच इम्प्लीमेंट हो चुका है, बट उसके अंदर जो डिफरेंट रूल्स हैं खासकर EPF के ESIC के, दैट रूल्स आर स्टिल इन द फ्रेमिंग। तो प्रॉपरली लागू होने में उसको थोड़ा समय लगेगा। इन द मीन टाइम अभी भी आपका EPF एंड ESIC एक्ट दोनों वर्किंग कंडीशन में है, बट उसमें जो बेसिक चेंज होने वाले हैं पुराने वाले एक्ट में और नए कोड में क्या होगा, एज ए MSME सेक्टर आपको कैसे उसको इंश्योर करना है ये ध्यान में रखना है। इन द पर्सपेक्टिव जैसे मैं सूरत को देख रहा हूँ, तो सूरत में जो MSME सेक्टर है खासकर PF के पर्सपेक्टिव में बताना चाहूँगा कि यहाँ एक जो मेंटलिटी है कि थोड़ा सा कंप्लायंस को लेके किया जाता है कि भाई हम लोग बस बिजनेस सेटअप कर रहे हैं और धीरे धीरे जैसे बिजनेस सेटअप होगा, बिजनेस ग्रो करोगा, देन वी विल मूव टुवर्ड्स द कंप्लायंस। तो कंप्लायंस का जो फोकस है वो प्राइमरी फोकस एज सच एस्टैब्लिशमेंट का नहीं रहता है। तो वो हमको थोड़ा सा देखने की जरूरत है कि एज एंड व्हेन, चूंकि अब हम जो नए कोड में है वहाँ बहुत मेजर चेंज जो होगा वो होगा कि कंसोलिडेशन हो रहा है। जो डिफरेंट रिटर्न्स आप अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में जमा करा रहे थे, डिफरेंट रजिस्टर्स आप मेंटेन कर रहे थे, अब वो सारे कंसोलिडेट होंगे। बहुत सारी चीजें आपकी डिजिटली मूव होंगी, डिजिटली रिकॉर्ड आपको मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा। तो कंप्लायंस का जो है वो स्ट्रक्चर धीरे धीरे वो डिजिटली मूव करेगा। और जो चीज ऐसी थी कि आप पहले किसी एक पर्टिकुलर मतलब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में कुछ और डेटा शेयर कर रहे हैं, किसी दूसरे के साथ में आप कुछ और डेटा शेयर कर रहे हैं। जैसे एक जनरल कंसेप्ट फील्ड में आता था कि ईएसआईसी में क्या है कि मेडिकल बेनिफिट मिलता है, चलो ईएसआईसी में कंप्लायंस हम 50 लोगों की कर देते हैं, लेकिन पीएफ में हमारी लायबिलिटी ज्यादा है तो आप 30 की कंप्लायंस कर रहे हैं। बट अब जैसे जैसे ये नए कोड में क्या होगा कि आपका पूरा रिकॉर्ड कंसोलिडेट होगा, सिंगल रिटर्न का सिस्टम लागू होगा। तो ये आपको थोड़ा ध्यान में रखना है कि कंप्लायंस को एज ए बर्डन नहीं लेना है। कंप्लायंस जरूरत है कंप्लायंस की, और जो चेंजेस इस स्कीम में आ रहे हैं, कोड्स के अंदर जो चेंजेस आ रहे हैं दैट आर बेसिकली वो आपकी ग्रोथ के लिए हैं, जो एम्प्लॉई हैं उनको बेनिफिट देने के लिए हैं। उसमें कुछ चीज़ों को इस तरीके से इनकॉर्पोरेट किया गया है, खासकर जैसे कि आपका जो पहले इंस्पेक्शन ड्रिवन मैकेनिज्म हुआ करती थी डिपार्टमेंट्स की, कि जब भी कुछ गलती हो रही है तो सीधा फील्ड में हम लोग भेजते थे, इंस्पेक्टर भेजते थे, प्रॉपर रिकॉर्ड चेकिंग होती थी। उसको भी अब कोड में क्या है कि इंस्पेक्टर को भी इंस्पेक्टर कम फैसिलिटेटर बेसिकली डिफाइन किया गया है कि अब गवर्नमेंट का फोकस ये नहीं है कि आपके ऊपर किसी भी तरीके से इंस्पेक्शन ड्रिवन मशीनरी लाई जाए। आपके जो इंस्पेक्शन है वो बहुत मिनिमाइज होंगे, वेब बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शन होंगे, रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शन होंगे, और उनको इस तरीके से डिसाइड किया जाएगा कि आपको किस तरीके से पहले फैसिलिटेट किया जाए, कैसे आपको गाइड किया जाए कि आपको कंप्लायंस करना क्यों जरूरी है, क्या आपकी लायबिलिटी है, और क्या चेंजेस अभी इस नए कोड में आ रहे हैं जिससे कि आपकी लायबिलिटी में एक शिफ्ट होगा। क्योंकि अभी तक क्या होता था कि बहुत सारे लोगों का जो स्ट्रक्चर है, जो वेज स्ट्रक्चर है या पेमेंट स्ट्रक्चर है, जनरली पीएफ की कंप्लायंस बेसिक प्लस डीए पे होती थी, तो लोग 20% 30% बेसिक रख दिया, बाकी सारा अलाउंसेज में रखते थे। तो वो एक मेजर शिफ्ट होगा अभी, क्योंकि अब आपका जो अलाउंसेज है दैट इज नाउ रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू 50%, तो मिनिमम 50% आपको बेसिक रखनी पड़ेगी। प्लस आपका जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे आप कैसे रखते हैं लोगों को, क्योंकि अब वेजेस की डेफिनेशन भी चेंज होगी, तो आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के साथ में किस तरीके से वेजेस दे रहे हैं उनको, उसके ऊपर वो कंप्लायंस कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर लायबिलिटी कैसे है जो प्रिंसिपल एम्प्लॉयर आपके पास में आएगी। तो ये चीज़ें कुछ फोकस एरिया में हैं जो आपको ध्यान में रखनी है। जैसे ही जो नए लेबर कोड हैं प्रॉपरली इस्टेब्लिश होते हैं, खासकर मैं सोशल सिक्योरिटी की बात करूंगा, रिमेनिंग एक्ट पूरे ऑलरेडी कोड्स लागू हो चुके हैं, बट कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी में अभी रूल्स रेगुलेशन का काम चल रहा है। बहुत जल्दी ही होपफुली 31 मार्च तक वो प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाएगा। तब तक के लिए आप ये ध्यान में रखें कि जो आपको शिफ्ट करना है कि आपको अपने वेज स्ट्रक्चर को कैसे अलाइन करना है नए कोड से, आपको आपकी जो इसे बोलेंगे रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस है, मतलब कितने लोगों का आप पैसा भर रहे हैं, और खासकर एमएसएमई सेक्टर में अगर ऐसे हैं कि भाई आपका बहुत छोटा बिजनेस है जहां आप केवल एम्प्लॉय कर रहे हैं 15 से 20 लोगों को या 15 से 19 के लोगों जो अभी आप पीएफपी कंप्लायंस में नहीं आए, बट अगर आप अपने जो गिग वर्कर हैं या उस तरीके का जो एम्प्लॉय एम्प्लॉय रिलेशनशिप जिनके साथ इस्टेब्लिश होता है, खासकर कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल वर्कर के साथ में, तो उसको एक बार थोड़ा सा देखें और कंप्लायंस की तरफ बढ़ें, कंप्लायंस ड्रिवन हो कि भाई अब चूंकि डिजिटली सिस्टम में जा रहा है, चीज़ें स्मूथ होने जा रही हैं, तो उसको हम मतलब जो चीज़ हमको आज से 2 साल 3 साल बाद करनी है उसको अभी से ही इस्टेब्लिश कर रहे हैं। मतलब गवर्नमेंट का फोकस आपके ऊपर प्रेशर करने का नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट का फोकस है कि आप कंप्लायंस फोल्ड में आए, कंप्लायंस को बर्डन नहीं समझे, और कंप्लायंस को किस तरीके से स्मूथ किया जा सके, किस तरीके से उसको फैसिलिटेट किया जा सके, उस तरीके से हमको इस नए लेबर कोड्स को लेना है। सिमिलर प्रोविजंस भी आपके लिए जैसे बहुत सारे थे, वही जैसे पहले रिट्रेंचमेंट एंड ले ऑफ के लिए क्राइटेरिया शायद मिनिमम 100 का था कि अगर मोर देन 100 आपके पास एम्प्लॉई है तो आपको गवर्नमेंट से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती थी, उसको भी अभी इन लेबर कोड में मतलब बढ़ाकर 300 तक कर दिया है कि अब 300 तक अगर आपकी एम्प्लॉय स्ट्रेंथ है तो भी आप सुओ मोटो अपने लेवल पर विदाउट गवर्नमेंट की परमिशन भी ये प्रोसेसेस अपना सकते हैं। सिमिलरली जैसे आपका पहले 20 के ऊपर आपको मैंडेटरी होता था कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर एक्ट में रजिस्ट्रेशन कराना, उस स्ट्रेंथ को भी बढ़ाकर 50 कर दिया गया है। आपके जो ओवर टाइम के जो वर्किंग आवर्स हैं उसमें भी थोड़ी रिलैक्सेशन दिया है कि 12 आवर्स तक आप इजीली करा सकते हैं, और जो वीकली लिमिट थी उसको रिस्ट्रिक्ट रखा है, लेकिन उसमें भी एक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दी हुई है। तो बेसिकली किया गया है कि जो लेबर लॉज पहले फ्रेगमेंटेड थे उनको कंसोलिडेट किया गया है, जहां जहां पे कुछ मिस डायरेक्शन थी वही कि एक एक्ट कुछ और बोल रहा है, दूसरे एक्ट कुछ और डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है, तो उनको अलाइन किया गया है कि जिससे कि एज ए एम्प्लॉयर आपको बहुत कम चीज़ों पे ध्यान रखना पड़े। ऐसा नहीं है कि पहले एक एक्ट में आपको कुछ और सोचना है, दूसरे एक्ट में कुछ और सोचना है। तो अभी कंसोलिडेट उस चीज़ को किया गया है। मोस्टली एम्प्लॉयर फ्रेंडली कोड्स हैं ये सारे लेबर कोड्स, और इनका जो मेन फोकस एरिया है कि एम्प्लॉयर को कोर में रखते हुए और फैसिलिटेटिव मोड में रखते हुए इन कोड्स को लागू किया जाए, और जो पहले जैसे बोल सकते कि इंस्पेक्टर ड्रिवन चीज़ें चलती थी उनको ख़त्म करके अभी वेब बेस्ड चीज़ों पे जाया जाए, डिजिटल कंप्लायंसेस की तरफ बढ़ा जाए। तो हमको बस यही इस जो सेमिनार का पर्पस था कि बेसिकली कंप्लायंसेस कैसे सिंपल होंगी इस नए लेबर कोड्स में। तो इसका बेसिक आइडिया यही है कि अब चीज़ें चूँकि इतनी स्मूथ हो गई हैं, जो डिफरेंट चीज़ों में दिक्कतें थी, खासकर डेफिनेशंस में दिक्कतें थी, एप्लीकेबिलिटी में दिक्कतें थी, उनको अब कंसोलिडेट करके एक तरीके में लाया गया है। तो आगे से वो सारी चीज़ें होपफुली शायद सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएंगी, और आपको भी अब डिफरेंट एक्ट में अलग अलग जगह पे कंप्लाइंस करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, यूनिफाइड सिंगल रिटर्न्स के कंसेप्ट आएंगे, तो वो डेफिनेटली आप लोगों को हेल्प करें। थैंक यू।
I would request sir to please stay back, and requesting Mritunjay Kumar to felicitate Mr. Gurjar with the green certificate. Through this green certificate, we honor him with 5 thicket of trees under Trees of Leopard in the Nainital district, Uttarakhand, as a sustainability initiative by FICCI. Thank you so much. Moving on, I would like to invite Mr. Satish Anand, advisor Hindalco Industries Limited. He will be presenting the industry perspective for this topic.
थैंक यू। जितने भी लोग यहाँ मौजूद हैं उनके लिए मैं जरूर इंफॉर्मेशन देने की कोशिश करूँ। मैं मेंबर ESI बोर्ड का भी हूँ, मैं प्रोफेसर भी IIM में हूँ, तो कोशिश करूँगा आपको आपकी चीज़ें आपको बता सकूँ। बहुत शॉर्ट में बताऊँगा, बहुत लंबा सब्जेक्ट है, बहुत चीज़ें इसके अंदर है। एम्प्लॉयर के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से एज ए MSME क्या है ये उसको मैं बताने की कोशिश करूँगा आपको। एम्प्लॉयर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप देखेंगे तो रिडक्शन जैसा कि इन्होंने बताया लॉ में हुआ है, सिंपलिसिटी करने की कोशिश की गई है, कंप्लायंस को भी सिंपल करने की कोशिश की गई है, डिक्रिमिनेशन करने की कोशिश की गई है, फर्स्ट ऑफेंस में कोशिश किया गया है। एंड इन्होंने ये भी कोशिश किया है कैसे हम लोग रीऑर्गेनाइज कर दें वर्किंग आवर्स को, कैसे करें उसमें भी किया है, फ्लेक्सिबल करने की कोशिश की है, और स्ट्राइक वगैरह पे लॉ बनाने की इन्होंने कोशिश की। ये हम लोगों के लिए, एम्प्लॉयर के लिए, सबके लिए अच्छी है। वर्कर की डेफिनेशन इन्होंने चेंज की है। आप लोगों के क्या असर होने जा रहा है बता रहा हूँ। तो आपको अगर वर्कमैन की डेफिनेशन पुराने एक्टों में मालूम है, ID एक्ट में, तो वो वर्कर की डेफिनेशन हो गई है और एम्प्लॉय हो गया है, तो 2 डेफिनेशन बना दी गई हैं। तो वर्कमैन की डेफिनेशन तो लगभग वही है जो वर्कमैन की थी, तो उसमें केवल मैनेजर और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कैपेसिटी नहीं आएगी। अगेन ये डिस्प्यूट का रीजन है, जब आप चेंज नए ला रहे थे तो क्लियर करना चाहिए था MSME को, हमको प्रूव करना पड़ेगा ये मैनेजर है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, कोर्ट में केस जाएंगे, बट हमको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा इस चीज़ का भी। 18,000 से ज़्यादा जिसकी सैलरी है एज सुपरवाइजरी कैपेसिटी में वो वर्कर नहीं कराएगा। तो जो हम कंप्लायंस की बात यहाँ करने जा रहे हैं वो उस पर एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगी, मैं इसलिए क्लियर कर रहा हूँ। मेन डेफिनेशन आपको मालूम होनी चाहिए। और ये इसके अंदर आप देखेंगे तो कुछ स्पेशल फाइनेंशियल इम्पैक्ट पड़ेंगे हम सबको, जो अभी ऊपर से दिख नहीं रहे हैं, पर आप लोग तैयार रह जाइए उन चीज़ों के लिए, क्योंकि डेफिनेशन चेंज होने जा रही है वेजेस की सब जगह। मैं बाद में आऊँगा, थोड़ा सा बताऊँगा डेफिनेशन को। कॉस्ट कहाँ बढ़ने जा रही है, आपका OT जब ओवर OT भी होता है उसमें कॉस्ट बढ़ने जा रही है, लीव इनकैशमेंट में कॉस्ट बढ़ने जा रही है, ग्रेजुटी में बताया नहीं सर ने, बट आपको इमीडिएटली प्रोविजन करना है 31 दिसंबर को। ये प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड एप्लीकेबल हो गया है 21 नवंबर से। इट्स नॉट दैट कि अब कोई रूल्स बनेंगे कुछ होगा, ग्रेजुटी का इमीडिएटली इम्पैक्ट हो चुका है और जितने भी आपके चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं, आपके जो लोग, आपको प्रोविजन करना पड़ेगा इमीडिएटली 31 दिसंबर को। नहीं कर पाएंगे कोई बात नहीं, बट दैट इज ए रिक्वायरमेंट है गवर्नमेंट की, वो भी चेंज होने जा रहा है, इसका भी इम्पैक्ट आपको पड़ने जा रहा है, तो वो भी हमको देखना पड़ेगा। इस नए में हम लोग, इन्होंने इवन ये बोला है कि ग्रीवांस रिजर्सल कमेटी की बनाने की बात भी इन्होंने की है। 20 से ज़्यादा जहाँ वर्कर हैं, तो आप लोग में अगर एमएससी में 20 से ज़्यादा लोग हैं तो वहाँ भी करना पड़ेगा। वर्क्स कमेटी की बात की है, सेफ्टी कमेटी बनाने की बात की है। इन्होंने स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर में तो अच्छा किया है, क्योंकि इन्होंने पहले 100 होता था 300 पे कर दिया, तो दैट इज अच्छी चीज़ है हम लोग के सबके लिए। सर्विस कंडीशंस में काफ़ी चेंज हुआ है, जो मैं आपको बताने जा रहा हूँ। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर की डेफिनेशन भी थोड़ी सी चेंज की है इन्होंने, लाइबिलिटी भी चेंज की है, जो हम लोग पे असर पड़ेगा कंप्लायंस के लिए। और उन्होंने एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर में, जो आप लोग को मुझे आइडिया नहीं है, पर कोर और नॉन कोर करके एक सब्जेक्ट इन्होंने इसके अंदर ले आए लोग, जो कि आपको देखना होगा कि आपकी कोर एक्टिविटी क्या है। अगर आप एमएसएमई है तो क्या कोर एक्टिविटी है, नॉन कोर। नॉन कोर उन्होंने बोला है, एक्सक्लूड करने के लिए बोला है कि इन चीज़ों पे ये एप्लीकेबल नहीं होता, तो वो हमको जरूर देखना पड़ेगा। जैसा उन्होंने बोला है, सैनिटेशन, सिक्योरिटी, कैंटीन, लोडिंग अनलोडिंग, कोरियर सर्विस, सिविल कंस्ट्रक्शन, गार्डनिंग, हाउस कीपिंग, ट्रांसपोर्ट पे आप लगा सकते हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर यूज कर सकते हैं, आउटसोर्सिंग कर सकते हैं। और बहुत से एरिया पे इन्होंने कहा आप नहीं कर सकते, तो वो भी हमको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। बट उन्होंने ये भी बोला है कि अगर सडन कोई इंक्रीज ऑफ वॉल्यूम आ जाता है तो आप कोर में भी कर सकते हैं, बट डिपेंड्स ऑन दैट फैक्टर। एक और इम्पोर्टेंट चीज जो कि सर ने बताई, मैं फिर आपको क्लियर करना चाहूंगा कि क्वेश्चन भी था किन्हीं का, सेंट्रल एंड स्टेट रूल्स हम लोग जानते हैं, जो लेबर लॉ है कंकरेंट लिस्ट में आता है, तो इसमें दोनों ही इसके रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं। तो सेंट्रल रूल्स जो लागू होंगे वो रेलवे में, एयर में, टेलीकॉम में, बैंकिंग में और पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग में और माइंस वगैरह में लागू होते हैं। बाकी जो इसमें लागू नहीं होते वो स्टेट में लागू होते हैं, वो हमको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। उनका भी आंसर मैंने देने की कोशिश की थी। इफेक्टिव डेट जैसा इन्होंने बोला 21 तारीख से हो गया है, वाइल अभी तक रूल्स नोटिफाइड नहीं हुए हैं, ड्राफ्ट रूल्स नोटिफाइड हो चुके हैं। और ड्राफ्ट रूल में के भी डेट 3 की 45 डेज दी थी, उन्होंने 1 की 30 डेज दी है, ठीक है, दैट इज ओके। सो लेकिन हमको यह ध्यान रखना है कि कुछ जो कोड है वो इंडिपेंडेंट है रूल से, कुछ लॉज उसके अंदर जो प्रोविजन दिए हुए हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हम रूल्स का वेट करते रहेंगे। लेकिन जब तक अगर कोई रूल्स बने हुए हैं ऑलरेडी, रेगुलेशंस हैं, नोटिफिकेशंस ऑलरेडी हैं, जैसे मिनिमम वेजेस के बारे में दिया हुआ है, थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट जैसे साहब ने बताया, गुजरात ने बहुत पहले ही लिमिट बढ़ा दी थी, तो वो अभी कोर्ट से कोई मतलब नहीं है उसको, 300 कर दिया था, जैसे उन्होंने बोला 100 को 300 कर दिया था, फैक्ट्री की डेफिनेशन चेंज कर दी थी, वो सब पहले से हो गए थे, तो कोर्ट रूल्स में आने की जरूरत ही नहीं थी, एक बैक तरीका हो चुका है वो। तो वो एमएसएमई हम लोग के लिए पहले ही था, तो रूल्स की वेट नहीं करने का हमको। और हमको 20 लाख की जैसे लिमिट है ग्रेजुटी की, मैंने ग्रेजुटी का इम्पैक्ट बताया, तो जो पहले से चली आ रही है जो रूल है, जब नया आएगा तो आएगा, वो इम्पैक्ट है वो। वर्किंग आवर्स के बारे में उन्होंने हम लोग रूल्स में चेंज ला सकते हैं, बट कोड में भी उन्होंने प्रोविजन दिया है उसको। हम लोगों को ऐसे प्रॉब्लम कहाँ आने वाली है, सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम हमको एमएसएमई को जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं इसमें, एक डेफिनेशन जो उन्होंने बताया, जैसे सर ने बताया, पहली डेफिनेशन को तय करने में 70 साल लगे थे, अब की डेफिनेशन को तय करने में कितने साल लगेंगे पता नहीं, लॉट ऑफ डिस्प्यूट हो सकता है इस बारे में, बिकॉज ये अभी भी क्लियरिटी नहीं है इसके अंदर। बहुत सी चीज़ें अभी इन्होंने Q&A जो रिलीज किया है, Q&A के अंदर कोशिश की है वेरीफाई क्लियर करने की, बट स्टिल लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आएंगे इसके अंदर, और हम लोग को इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा कि कैसे मिनिमम, जैसे मिनिमम वेजेस का कल को नोटिफिकेशन भी आएगा, तो एक तरफ से वेजेस को उन्होंने सब पे लागू कर दिया है, यूनिवर्सल कर दिया है, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट यही नहीं है कि हम लोग जहाँ जहाँ उसकी हमारी कॉस्ट बढ़ेगी, बट इम्प्लीमेशन भी उसका बढ़ गया है, तो वो भी हमको बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। इसके वजह से मैं बोल रहा हूँ, एक्सक्लूजन में जैसे इन्होंने बोनस है, कन्वेंस अलाउंस है, HRA है, OT है एंड कमीशन है, PF का कंट्रीब्यूशन है, रिवार्ड दे रहे हैं, ग्रेजुटी दे रहे हैं, एंट्रेंचमेंट कंपनसेशन दे रहे हैं, तो ये सब हमको अपनी सैलरी को दोबारा, अपने जो वेजेस है उसको हमको दोबारा रिकॉस्ट करना पड़ेगा हम लोगों को कंप्लाइंस करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। और हमको ये भी देखना पड़ेगा, उन्होंने बोला है, जहाँ उन्होंने बोला है कि हम लोग जो डायरेक्ट नहीं देते, जो इनडायरेक्ट जो हम लोग फैसिलिटीज़ देते हैं उसकी कॉस्ट 15% तक उन्होंने लिमिट करके रखी है, अगर वो है तो उसको भी इंक्लूड करना पड़ेगा। मिनिमम वेजेस में भी हमको ये ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, उन्होंने बोला है कि हम एक फ्लोर वेजेस करके लाएंगे, फ्लोर वेजेस करके लाएंगे और आपके स्टेट की भी अनाउंस करेंगे अपने मिनिमम वेजेस। तो जो भी उसमें से मिनिमम फ्लोर वेजेस सेंट्रल देगी, पर स्टेट की अगर उससे ज़्यादा है तो आपको ज़्यादा देनी पड़ेगी। दैट इज ऑल्सो भी एप्लीकेबल हो जाएगी। और दूसरा, अब एक ही आएगी वेजेस। पहले बहुत से इंडस्ट्री की अलग अलग वेजेस होती थी, अब वो सब खत्म हो गया। अब एक ही वेजेस हुआ करेगी, चाहे कोई भी इंडस्ट्री में आप चला रहे हैं। तो एक सिंपल सिटी भी आ गई, बट कॉस्टिंग भी बढ़ने की चांस है इसके अंदर हम लोगों के सब, इससे कॉस्ट बढ़ सकती है हमारी। इसके अलावा भी उन्होंने लीव इनकैशमेंट, जैसे हमने बोला था, ये हर एक 20 दिन पे एक देनी पड़ती है हम लोगों को। तो इसको अभी एक और इन्होंने कर दिया कि 30 दिन से ज़्यादा कैरी फॉरवर्ड करने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो वर्कर मांगता है तो आपको इनकैश करनी पड़ेगी, देनी पड़ेगी उसको। इसके कॉस्ट का भी हम लोग को ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। और इसके अलावा ओवर टाइम का भी 144 आवर्स का इन्होंने बात किया है कोर्ट के अंदर बढ़ा के। बट इसमें एक प्रॉब्लम है, कंसेंट लेनी जरूरी है एम्प्लॉय की। इन्होंने एक नई चीज ऐड कर दिया, आई डोंट नो, ये बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आने वाली है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कि आप किस किस एम्प्लॉय की कंसेंट कैसे लेंगे। आप वो मना कर देगा, ओवर टाइम नहीं करेंगे, आपका प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है, आपका करना है, तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम आएगी हमारे पास। और इसको ट्वाइस द वेजेस हमको देना पड़ेगा। और वेजेस की डेफिनेशन चेंज हो गई है, मैं बार बार उसके लिए बता रहा हूँ, तो वो भी हमको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। ESI में, क्योंकि मैं बोर्ड में भी हूँ, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट स्कीम है इस समय सोशल सिक्योरिटी की। बट अभी क्या है, प्रॉब्लम क्या होने वाली है, नोटिफाइड एरिया का कॉन्सेप्ट खत्म हो गया है। तो नोटिफाइड एरिया की जरूरत नहीं है, हर जगह एप्लीकेबल हो गई है सर। तो उन्होंने एरिया भी बढ़ा दिया, स्कूल, हॉस्पिटल, बहुत एरिया का भी एक्सपेंशन कर दिया। और हमारे लिए MSME की पर्पज से अगर आप देखें तो एप्लीकेबल हो गई है। 10 से ज़्यादा अगर आप लोग एम्प्लॉई हैं अगर आपके पास तो हो गई। अगर केमिकल हजार्डियस है तो एक भी है तो हो जाएगी। दैट इज उन्होंने एक नया चेंज ले आया है। और ESI की अगेन सैलरी की लिमिट अभी 21,000 है, पर वेजेस की डेफिनेशन चेंज होने से आपको देखना पड़ेगा ज़्यादा कवरेज हो गया। क्योंकि आपके जो हम लोग जो पहले समझते थे कि CTC कॉन्सेप्ट से 21,000 होगा, वो नहीं है। PF छोड़ के, केवल PF में सर ने नहीं बताया कि PF में 1 साल का पीरियड दिया है इन्होंने। PF में कोई चेंज 1 साल तक नहीं आएगा, 1 साल के बाद आएगा चेंज। तो PF में इसीलिए उन्होंने नहीं बताया, PF में कुछ नहीं होने जा रहा, 1 साल का पीरियड मिल गया हम लोगों को एडजस्ट करने के लिए। और वैसे भी PF की डेफिनेशन से ही शुरू हुआ था सब कुछ, तो इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा चेंज नहीं आने वाला उसमें। तो ये भी हमको ध्यान देखने वाला है कि ESI में भी कॉस्ट का भी ध्यान रखना, फैसिलिटी का भी विन विन सिचुएशन है इसके अंदर। लोगों को फैसिलिटी भी मिलेगी, बट हमको वो भी ध्यान रखने का। बोनस में भी हम लोगों को ये ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, 21,000 की जो लिमिट थी, अब नए वेजेस से देखनी है हमको उस लिमिट को, तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। और दूसरा, ये पावर्स रूल्स में रहेगी स्टेट के पास कि वो एलिजिबिलिटी की क्लॉज को बढ़ा सकते हैं। ये क्लियर कट रूल्स में आएगा, इसके लिए वेट करना पड़ेगा हमको। आज की डेट में जो है वही चलेगा, उसका कैलकुलेशन का पार्ट वही चलेगा। प्रॉब्लम वहां पे है, अगर हमारी वेजेस हम अलाइन नहीं करेंगे नई डेफिनेशन के हिसाब से, तो इन सब का कैलकुलेशन पेरोल वाला या आपका एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डिपार्टमेंट नहीं कर पाएगा, क्योंकि हर महीने वेरी करेगी आपकी वेजेस, और वेजेस की डेफिनेशन चेंज होने से वो सब वेरी करेगा। तो बहुत दिक्कत आएगी हम लोगों को उसमें पूरा करने के लिए। ग्रेजुएटी एक और इसमें अच्छी चीज की गई है, जो फिक्स टर्म एम्प्लॉय की बात की गई है। ग्रेजुएटी तो कोई चेंज नहीं आया, लोग ऐसे ही बोल रहे हैं, केवल एक चेंज आया, केवल फिक्स टर्म एम्प्लॉइज के लिए। तो हमको वो कंप्लाइंस में ध्यान रखना है कि जो अगर हम ये MSME के लिए बहुत, मैं हमेशा एडवाइस करूंगा कि वन ऑफ द अच्छा एम्प्लॉयमेंट का तरीका अपनी पॉलिसी चेंज करें और ज़्यादातर फिक्स टर्म में लोगों को लेने की कोशिश करें, बिकॉज ये एक अच्छा तरीका है। ये इसमें हमको विन विन सिचुएशन है, बिकॉज एम्प्लॉय को सारी चीज़ें मिलेंगी, सारी फैसिलिटीज़ मिलेंगी, उसका भी कोई नुकसान नहीं, और हमको हायर एंड फायर वाला जो भी हम सोच रहे थे या जो भी हमारे प्रॉब्लम है उसको हैंडल हो जाएगा। और इसके अलावा हमको ये PF में तो हमारे लोगों ने बता ही दिया है। और कुछ ऐसे चेंजेस हैं, जैसे इंटर माइग्रेंट वर्कर, अब मुझे पता नहीं सूरत में हैं कि नहीं, हम लोग में यहाँ पे आते हैं कि नहीं आते हैं, तो वो भी इन्होंने इस बार इसमें इन्होंने बोला है कि उनके आने का जाने का जो साल में एक बार का खर्चा आपको देना पड़ेगा, और उसकी डेफिनेशन भी उन्होंने इसमें, तो मैं बता रहा हूँ कहाँ कहाँ आपके कॉस्ट बढ़ने वाली है। तो ये भी एक चीज़ इन्होंने इसके अंदर डाल दी है कि आपको करना पड़ेगा। 45 से ज़्यादा जिसकी एज है उसको मेडिकल कराना अभी की डेट में कोर्ट में कंपलसरी कर दिया है साल में एक बार। वो एक कॉस्ट है, अच्छी बात है, बट मैं जस्ट आपको एक कॉस्टिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बता रहा हूँ MSME को कहाँ कहाँ कॉस्ट हमारी असर करने जा रही है। इसके अलावा उन्होंने एक और चीज़ बोली है, बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है, बट वो भी वो क्लियरिटी नहीं आई है, रूल्स में आएगी। आउटसोर्स एम्प्लॉय के लिए भी उन्होंने बोला है कि उसको इंक्रीमेंट्स देने की बात की है इन्होंने, 2% तक की उसमें बात की हुई है, बट अभी रूल्स में वी विल वेट फॉर दैट व्हाट इट कम्स देयर, बिकॉज वो भी एक कॉस्ट है। अगर हर बार 2% इंक्रीमेंट पर दिया जाएगा तो वो भी उनका कॉस्ट बढ़ेगा उनसे। कुछ कॉस्ट ऐसी है जो इनडायरेक्ट हैं, बट आप लोगों की स्ट्रेंथ के ऊपर डिपेंड करती हैं। जैसे पहले 500 वर्कर पे वेलफेयर ऑफिसर की बात की गई थी, अब 250 आदमी पे अगर हैं तो आपको रखना पड़ेगा। 100 वर्कर पे कैंटीन की बात की है इन्होंने, पहले ज्यादा पे थी। इस तरह से एनुअल लीव, अभी क्या है, लीव पीएल लीव जो आप देते हैं 240 दिन का था, जो कि अभी घटा के 180 दिन कर दिया गया। तो अभी मुझे समझ में नहीं आया ये चीज कि हम बढ़ावा एब्सेंटिज्म को दे रहे हैं कि एब्सेंटिज्म कंट्रोल करना चाहते हैं। तो कुछ चीजें ऐसी हैं जो कि कंट्रोवर्सी हैं, बिकॉज हम लोग ने, मैं जब कमेटी में था मैंने बहुत अपोज किया था बहुत सी चीजों को गवर्नमेंट को, पर गवर्नमेंट ने जितना माना उतना ही माना इस चीज को। हम लोगों ने बहुत अपोज किया था इसको, पर उन्होंने इसको नहीं सुना। और इसके अलावा उन्होंने जो एक और चीज उन्होंने बोली है कि क्रैश के बारे में उन्होंने बोला है, अच्छा बोला है उन्होंने। क्रैश के लिए उन्होंने बोला है कि अभी अगर आपको नहीं बना सकते तो आप अलाउंस देने की बात भी उन्होंने की है। और उन्होंने बोला इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में अगर क्रैश बनी हुई है तो उसको आप यूज कर सकते हैं, तो वो एक प्रोविजन अगर से बचने की बात की है उन्होंने। इसके अलावा उन्होंने एक और बात की है कि इसमें इन्होंने ये कहा है कि जहाँ यूनियन, मुझे नहीं मालूम आप लोग के यहाँ यूनियन अगर है कि नहीं है, तो वहाँ पे भी एक बड़ा कंट्रोवर्सी सी चीज होने जा रही है। वाइल नो स्ट्राइक होने जा रही है, जो कि अच्छा है हमारे लिए। वो स्ट्राइक नहीं कर पाएंगे बिकॉज उनको नोटिस देना पड़ेगा, और नोटिस जब देंगे तो ऑटोमेटिक वो कंसीलेशन प्रोसीडिंग में चला जाएगा। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ उन्होंने ये बोला है कि एक ग्रीवांस जीआरसी बनाने की बात की। अगर आपके पास 20 से ज्यादा एम्प्लॉई हैं, आपकी अलग बनेगी, अगर आउटसोर्स एम्प्लॉई हैं तो उनकी एक अलग बनेगी। वो एक थोड़ा सा मैनेज करना बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है। दूसरा उन्होंने कहा है कि निगोशिएशन कमेटी बनेगी। निगोशिएशन कमेटी का इलेक्शन कैसे होगा, उसका तरीका क्या होगा, 51% अगर कोई है, अगर किसी यूनियन की मेजॉरिटी है, वो सब चीजें का रूल्स में आएंगे, वो ये चीजें रूल्स में आएंगी ज्यादा। पर उन्होंने जो बातें कही हैं वो डिफिकल्ट है, जिनके यहाँ 200-300 लोग काम करते हैं, वहाँ यूनियन को बढ़ावा देने वाली बात है, तो वो भी हैंडल करना थोड़ा सा इतना आसान नहीं है, कैसे हैंडल किया जाएगा। और इन्होंने लेबर कोर्ट्स में भी उन्होंने ग्रीवांस हैंडलिंग के प्रोसेस में, जैसे हमने बोला जीआरसी के बाद उन्होंने कंपलसरी नहीं है कि कोई कंसिलेशन में जाए, डायरेक्ट कोर्ट में जा सकता है। और कोर्ट में भी इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रिब्यूनल कोर्ट, इन सब की जो बात की उन्होंने, इसमें उन्होंने 2 टायर सिस्टम बनाने की बात की है। वहाँ एक जज रहेगा और एक अंडर सेक्रेटरी या गवर्नमेंट का एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर रहेगा, जिससे कि वो केसेस को हैंडल कर सके। तो वो भी एक चीज को हम लोग को ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा। इसके अलावा उन्होंने ये भी बोला है कि मैं थोड़ा जल्दी करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ताकि आपकी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चीज़ें ले सकूँ। इंटरस्टेट माइग्रेंट वर्कर की जो मैंने बात की थी, उसमें उन्होंने ये भी कहा था कि और 18,000 सैलरी उन्होंने उसमें फिक्स की है। लिमिटेशन इंटरस्टेट पे जो कवर होंगे, जो वर्कर आ रहे हैं आपके काम पर, वो वेजेस वही उसी हिसाब से, जो कि रूल्स में आगे पीछे हो सकते हैं। अभी जो सेंट्रल में दिखाया है उन्होंने ये दिखाया। और उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि वुमेन एम्प्लॉइज को ऑलरेडी गुजरात में तो है ये, रात में काम करने का जो अलाउ किया है 7 से सुबह 6 जो नहीं होता था, विद सम कंडीशंस हैं, वो ऑलरेडी हैं, एप्लीकेबल हैं। इसके अलावा उन्होंने एक्सीडेंट के बारे में भी, इन्होंने सेफ्टी के बारे में इस पूरे में काफ़ी सख्त हैं वो सेफ्टी के बारे में। और उन्होंने बोला है कि एक्सीडेंट अगर होता है आपके यहाँ तो उसकी रिपोर्ट करनी पड़ेगी, अब आपको कई और जगह भी करनी पड़ेगी। तो जहाँ तक कंप्लायंस उन्होंने ईजी की है, पर ईजी के साथ साथ उन्होंने बहुत से डाटा आपको ऐसे मांग रहे हैं जिससे कि अब बचना मुश्किल है आपका। सारी चीजें उनके पास आने जा रही हैं। इजी तो की है उन्होंने, पर बहुत सी ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन आपको देनी पड़ेगी और सबको देनी पड़ेगी, तो कंप्लायंस अच्छी तरह से हो पाएगा। उनका पर्पस यही है कि अगर सेफ्टी में प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं तो उसको भी आपको लेबर ऑफिसर को भी पता चल जाएगा। ऐसा नहीं खाली ESI से बेनिफिट ले रहे हैं आप, फैक्ट्री इंस्पेक्टर को भी जाएगी कॉपी, सबको जाएगी, तो सबको पता चल जाएगा। और आपको नोटिस बोर्ड पे भी लगाना पड़ेगा कितने एक्सीडेंट हुए नहीं हुए, वो सारा डाटा पब्लिक में जाएगा और लोगों को पता चलेगा इसमें कैसे उनको पता चलता है। और इन्होंने इसके अलावा अच्छी चीज़ें जो हम लोग ने बोली हैं इसमें, उन्होंने बोला है कि 48 आवर्स में फुल एंड फाइनल सेटलमेंट करना पड़ेगा, वो भी उन्होंने इसमें बात की है। पर एक ही चीज़ उसमें अच्छी है कि वेजेस की बात की है उन्होंने। हमको उसमें ग्रेजुटी नहीं है, या वो जो एक्ट लागू है वही रहेगा, PF का या सेटलमेंट आगे रहेगा, बट उसका लीव इनकैशमेंट, उसकी वेजेस सैलरी जो है 48 आवर्स में देनी पड़ेगी, वो भी हमको प्रोविजन करना पड़ेगा। तो मैंने कोशिश की है बहुत फास्ट, सारे चेंजेस बहुत हैं, डिटेल में हैं, बट मैंने कोशिश की है कि मिनिमम आप लोगों को बता सकूं। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Mr. Anand. I would now like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Kulkarni, Director EY, who will be providing us with an integrated and practical viewpoint on this topic.
Thank you, everyone. So, Mr. Sanjay Gurjar
learned PF Commissioner and a senior advisor, Mr. Satish Anand. They have already given a lot of inputs on what the government perspective is, Gurjar ji ne kaha, and Satish ji has also given what the industry perspective is. So what I'm trying to do is just summarize what MSMEs should do going forward, because I am a consultant, so I am working very closely with my clients on a pan-India basis to identify what are their key problem areas and what they are doing now after the labor codes has been brought into effect from 21st November. So there are only 5 areas which MSMEs are focusing on. First area, differentiating between who is an employee and who is a worker. So they are looking at their job profile and job description and identifying that who will be employee and worker. There are definitions given in the labor code as to who will be a worker. So definition of worker is borrowed from the definition of workman under the Industrial Disputes Act. So it says that somebody who is in a managerial role or who is in a administrative role or who is in a supervisory role drawing salary or wages exceeding 18,000, that person will be an employee, not a worker. The rest is the company. That's the first. Second, like the learned speakers before me has pointed out, that you need to look at wages now going forward across the 4 codes. So you have to rejig your compensation structure. Aapka jo structure hai, if it's a vanilla structure, then like he said that basic salary should now be 50% of the total remuneration. So you need to rejig your structure so that you meet this condition, so that you can optimize the social security contribution both for the employee as well as for the company. So that's the second step, which is rejigging the compensation structure. Third step, there is a new flexi hiring model which has come into play on account of fixed term employees being a specific subset of population. So the codes have defined that fixed term employees are individuals who are engaged for a specified duration of time or specified project, which may be 1 year or maybe more than 1 year. For these individuals, there is gratuity which will trigger, as Satish sir explained, after a period of 1 year. So that is the cost for organization. You have to compare that with contract labor. Contract labor, the CLRA is now subsumed in the OSH code. So contract labor you cannot use for core activities. However, there are 3 exclusions which the code makes. So if you are in a seasonal industry, say for example, आप ice cream बनाते हो, right? और certain months of the year में ice cream की खपत या demand बढ़ जाती है, right? So suppose you can hire contract labor there, even if it is your core activity. ये एक exception करा है labor code में. Second, अगर आपकी activity ऐसी है जिसमें पूरे दिन के 8 घंटे नहीं लगते, 3 या 4 घंटे लगते, तो वहाँ तो आप नए लोग लोगे नहीं. तो there, even though you are using contract labor and that is a core activity, you can use contract labor. And third is, if your industry is such that in that particular function, contract labor is only used for that function across industry, then you can use contract labor. So third step is determining the appropriate flexi hiring model. आप hire करोगे, यानी will you have fixed term employee or will you have contract labor? इसका cost benefit analysis. This is what MSMEs are doing. That's the third step. Fourth, relooking at your HR policies, payroll policies and health and safety policies and procedures, like Satish ji and Gurjar Saab has clearly articulated. A lot of things like payroll within 2 working days, HR mein special provisions for women employees, you have to take consent. If woman has to work in night shift, you have to provide women with mandatory transport facilities. तो अगर आपके पॉलिसी में वो नहीं है तो आपको पॉलिसी में लाना पड़ेगा और उसका कॉस्ट है और खर्चा है. So rejigging your HR policy, rejigging your payroll policy and also rejigging your health and safety policy. This is the fourth step you have to do. And fifth, focus on the compliance. So आपको जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि unified return आएगा under all the 4 codes. इन्होंने कहा कि simplification of legislation. अभी आपको सिर्फ 4 कोड पढ़ने पड़ेंगे. सतीश जी ने कहा आपको 29 लेबर लॉ नहीं पढ़ने पड़ेंगे. So you have to do compliance, you have to do right filings, because the virtual regulator, if I can say that, Gujjar sir, virtual regulator होगा अभी. So the virtual regulator will look at what filings you do, what reportings you do, and based that they will do enforcement. So they are not going to challenge you unless required. So if they feel that based on the filings which you do, certain transactions are dubious in nature or they are non-genuine or they are unreasonable, then they will go after you. So earlier, the industry used to view, sir, I'm nothing against you, but they used to view as a nuisance value. It's not organized way of working. But now going forward under the labor codes, it will be just like tax. They will enforce everything virtually. तो आसानी होगी, दिक्कत नहीं होगी, कोई न्यूसेंस वैल्यू नहीं होगा. वो आपके रिपोर्टिंग्स और फाइलिंग्स आप जो करते हैं वो बेसिस पे रैंडम बेसिस पे ट्रांजैक्शंस उठाएंगे और बोलेंगे अभी हम इसका ऑडिट करेंगे, आप हमको डेटा दें. So fifth and last step is simplification of compliance for proper enforcement. So 5 steps यही है: employee versus worker categorization, restructuring of compensation structure, cost benefit analysis of fixed term and contract labor, आपको कहाँ हायर करना है, कहाँ आउटसोर्स करना है. चौथा, re-looking at your HR, payroll and health and safety policy and procedure. And fifth, simplification of compliance, doing proper reporting and funding. So this is India's single largest labor law reform since independence. हम खुशनसीब हैं कि हम ये युग में हैं जहाँ ये legislation आ रहा है. The genesis in this lay way back in 2002, where the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government had proposed social security for all. 2002, अगर आपको याद होगा, this was just after Kargil in 1999 and 2000, where the nation was facing a dire geopolitical situation and there was no foreign investment coming in. So the labor codes were proposed as a way of simplification of compliance and ease of doing business, which was necessary for foreign investment to come in our country at 2002. That was the first objective. And second objective is, then Vajpayee ji travelled overseas. He saw that abroad in US and Europe, social security has different elements like accident insurance, dental insurance, unemployment insurance, जो इंडिया में नहीं होता. इंडिया में सिर्फ पीएफ और पेंशन होता है, और वो भी लोग निकाल लेते हैं. जॉब जब भी मूव करते हैं तभी सर आपका भी एक्सपीरियंस होगा कि पैसे निकाल लेते हैं, तो फिर सिक्योरिटी किधर है आफ्टर रिटायरमेंट. तो इसके लिए ये लेबर कोड लाया गया था, प्रपोज किया गया था 2002 में. फॉर वेरियस पॉलिटिकल एंड अदर रीजंस इट वाज इन द बैक बर्नर. फिर 2019 और 20 में ले आए, और फिर कोविड का मॉन्स्टर आ गया अपने को परेशान करने, तो तभी प्रायोरिटी बदल गई, और अभी 5 साल के बाद उन्होंने इसको लागू किया. तो सबसे ये गुंजाइश है, एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल दैट दिस इज, डोंट व्यू दिस एज अ नेगेटिव स्टेप. दिस इज अ वेरी पॉजिटिव स्टेप. दिस इज अ शॉर्ट टर्म पेन फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म गेन. और मैं सिर्फ एनालॉजी जीएसटी की देना चाहूंगा. 8 साल पहले जब 2017 में जीएसटी आया तो सबने अपोज किया, सबने कहा कि हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजिकल सिस्टम्स किधर है ये इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए. ये है गब्बर सिंह टैक्स, ऐसे बोला था ना 7 साल पहले. और वही 2025 में जीएसटी कलेक्शंस आर थ्रू द रूफ, ऑल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैव बेनिफिटेड, एंड द सेम पीपल हु अपोज्ड इट आर नाउ सेइंग दिस इज गॉड सेंट टैक्स. ये गब्बर सिंह टैक्स किधर था, ये तो जीएसटी है, गॉड सेंट टैक्स. सो from a positive perspective, if you look at, if this is a good way to get your house in order and do compliance, and it is very beneficial for the labor department also to regulate. You have to do a partnership with the labor law authorities and regulators, rather than have a negative attitude and action towards. You should have a positive way. If you do compliance, nobody is going to bother you. If you get your house in order, you will benefit, the employee will benefit, and the nation will benefit. And that's the intention of the labor code. With that, I will end my speech. Thank you very much for attending this session.
Thank you, Vaibhav, for that insight. And with this, we come to an end of this program. And I request everyone to head for lunch in the SGCCI office, first floor.